go. What's going on? Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Get on in here. Hit that like button. Let's go. Thank y'all for tuning back in. Like I said, we had to split this up because I was having some lagging issues and all that good stuff. But now we back. We back. Y'all. So Milk Bar did 3 YouTube shorts, and then the body language guy did a video here. I have yet to see this. It's Candace Owens has become literally insane. Let me tell you something. Candace, you have people that study body language saying that you're insane. That's not a compliment for you, you dingus. That's a cause of concern. Someone should be dropping her off at a mental health facility. Candace should be 5150. Can't make this up. So we're gonna check that out as well as her last episode she did Friday, so that we can get all caught up. Because Candace, I said I'm keeping my foot on your neck, and I meant that. So here's what we got. Make sure you guys hit that like button coming in here. That like button coming in. Ready to get started on this. Thank you all so much for tuning in and hanging out with me, y'all. Listen. I'm still kind of high wired from being up for over 24 hours. Still kind of high wired on that. So might as well just keep the momentum going until I just burn myself out. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. I do plan on going live as well on my second channel, talking about a true crime case regarding Tyrone Davis Jr. So I do plan on going live. For those who can tune in later on, please do. It's kind of, on the second channel, more of the gossipy tea stuff. But with true crime, of course, you're always talking about somebody being hurt, harmed, or having their life taken, or anything like that is to be taken seriously. So, if you can tune in, please do. But in the meantime, you guys are gonna get started. Thank y'all so much. Hit the like button, engage in the chat. I appreciate you all. We got this last episode. I heard this, Candace. You'll learn the hard way or the easy way. And it seems like it's going to be the hard way. So I'm here for it. But y'all, let's get to this. Thank y'all so much. Let's give some shout outs. S Files to my mods up in here. Thank you so much. Francisca, thank you so much for coming back and hanging out with me. Melinda wanted to mention Thursday's CO went collectively rage quit. Cause that was her Yusef episode. Jay Witt was triggered and didn't want to participate. Candace Owens collectively rage quit? Am I reading that right? Jay Witt, he was like, I angry. Yeah, it's all about him. He'll just, say, hey, I'm not watching this before he'll watch it and let himself get upset about it. Like, and it's understandable. Candace is doing the most. Candace, you dumb demon. You're doing too much. You don't care. I wish she would keep that same energy when it comes to her getting hit with a lawsuit. Keep that same energy up. Let me see here. You said he rage quit on Thursday? Or Candace rage quit on Thursday? All right, it's about to say I haven't seen Friday yet. Jay Witt quit. Y'all see I got his channel up. He rage quit on Thursday? So he actually wait, did he watch the or that's just his thumbnail? Y'all, this was Thursday, right? Today's Saturday. So this is it from Thursday where she did the interview?
I am sitting across from somebody.
He rage quit? Hold on. This is something else. I really had no intentions on listening to this episode, but I definitely This to hear that Jay would rage quit, y'all. Melinda, really? How did I miss that? I have to go watch that. He didn't quit Fridays, but got very upset with the lady. Oh, wait a minute. So he got upset on Thursday, or was it Friday? Which one was it? That's the video I want to see. S5 said Melinda, I saw the one where he invited the guy on who disagreed with him. What was that? Oh yeah, I did see that. I saw it on my other channel. Hold on. Y'all. Okay, I saw this one. And the dude sounds just like any other cult member. It's like they're incapable of having logical thought or reasoning. You know, he's another one that didn't read the indictment, because reading is not fundamental. And then try to sit here and make it seem like, oh, well, it could be anything. We don't do whataboutisms. I personally don't. I don't do whataboutisms. You can't give me a logical, arguable point based on at least some facts or a little evidence or background information that can be proven, that the public can look up, or just based on logic and good wisdom. I'm like, everything shouldn't be considered an opinion when it's just stupid. I'm just saying it flat out. This was like an hour, 21 minutes, and this dude he interviewed proved nothing at all. But the hypocrisy of it all to say Candace Owens may have had something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination and George Farmer. They get upset when you say that, but they okay with her accusing any and everybody. That's a cult. When you can't tell your cult leader that she's wrong, or you can't use discernment and be neutral, or at least vocalize when you disagree with her, you're in a cult. No one is mandated to believe somebody on everything. There's no way I would have the supporters that I have here in the LOC if I expected you all to believe everything I say and agree with everything I say all the time. I mean, hell no. No. I don't even want that. That's control. Like, no. I want people to be able to, come up with their own opinion. At least have it based on logic and common sense, if not concrete evidence and proof. But I still want people to have their own opinion and stuff. Now, when you get rude and disrespectful, you're just saying you know nothing, but yet you're telling me nothing about what you think you know. You're not producing any evidence. You're not producing any documentation. You're adding nothing to the conversation. To say you don't know what you're talking about. Anyone can say that. Bots say that all the time. We get these dumbass bots that repeat that same old stuff. They copy and paste the same comment. I mean, they're not even smart enough to upgrade a little bit with the bots are pushing out here, because they're pushing out the same dumb comments. That's why I don't pay that stuff anymore. But when you do stuff like this, you want to get up on somebody's platform, you better have some evidence, because Jay Witt don't play that. Yeah, he schooled that guy. He had to put him on mute a couple times because the dude kept over talking. Because he graduated from the school of University of Learning how to debate Candace Owens style. He got his degree in horrible debating skills. She does the same thing. Let me overtalk, talk fast, talk loud, and then make sure you don't get in a word. While she still proves nothing. Doesn't even make a logical, arguable point. It's the same thing with this kid. He didn't say nothing of value. Chabu. He better than me. Okay, which one was it where he race quit? Which one was that? Yippee, I found you. I know, Angie. Welcome back. Why don't we gas? Shout out to my mods. Welcome back. Hit that like button coming in, y'all. Appreciate it. So I'm trying to find the regular line. Okay, cool. As long as you got it. Say about the churches being disrespected and that woman was purposefully being ignorant. Was that in the interview? Wait, he had someone on his show. That was Thursday? Can y'all tell me which one? Is it the one that says loves to destroy others? Is that it? He invited another person on Friday after her show. A lady who got him so upset. He started crying when he got on with Corey. This was Friday? Go to Fridays. What the heck? Hey, what? Now he sent me an email. I remember, yeah, he sent me an email, but I didn't get the chance to check my email. Y'all know I didn't even really go live last week. So when I saw his email, it was the day, I think. So now that makes sense. So he had invited a few people on the platform because I know I got an email on it. Now I wish I would have been on it. Man. You said it's 3 hours? I see one that's 4 hours. Let me see this one. You said on Friday, right? Hold on. Okay. Is this the lady?
I feel like they're my masters too, but no, Christ is my master. All right. Let's
Wait, hold on. He was reading a comment. Yeah, I'm trying not to watch
like
the episode.
I just so anyway, that's what we're gonna be welcoming on. Hopefully she'll be coming on shortly. And if not, it'll
Oh, he read her comment. Okay, hold on. Y'all, this is something else.
earlier today. Is my video on Don Lemon. Don Lemon is arrested. And in the comments, the young lady told me that I was wrong. And you can go check it out. I pinned it to the top. I just thought it was very insightful. Just lots of insight there. And she's been going kind of hard in the paint. And when I offer people, you know, hey, you can come and share and we can talk just like I did with Peter yesterday. I got no problem with having a dialogue with people. I hope that people can see that. So this person, you know, has been going pretty hard in the paint. You know, unbelievable and sickening. You are celebrating the arrest of two black journalists, please forgive me, that were doing their jobs, actually interviewing a pastor. He was previously exonerated by multiple courts, supporting more use of Trump's goon squad. You better stay in master's good grace. Shaking my head. And I said, well, how do I celebrate more? And he said, you can send Massa a thank you note for the continuous disregard for our constitutional and human rights. Okay. I said, girl, bye. The mocking will continue until morale improves. All right. Like I just so anyway, that's what we're going to be welcoming on. Hopefully she'll be coming on shortly. And if not, it'll be fine. We have a plan B.
He better than me.
You know, I offered her, I said, why don't you shoot me an email? I'll finish reading this one too. It's good to know that you do not believe in the First Amendment and support constitutional rights for all races being stripped. It's sad to see our people of all people support this hypocrisy by the president. He is using the office to wage war on anyone he disagrees with. People are being hurt, terrorized, and losing their lives and freedom. All right. Well, thank you so much. Looking forward to this. Well, she shot me an email. So it wasn't just a troll. She shot me an email. So I figured she meant she was really, truly wanting to have a conversation. Want to have that good old dialogue. You know, I'm always keen, always open to some dialogue. I like that. So that is it. I'll give her a few more minutes. And if not, we will transition.
Okay, y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. Let's keep this video up in the algorithm. Subscribe to the Lady Luck Club if you have not. We're aiming to hit 50,000 supporters by March 31st, which is my birthday. So let's help me get a happy birthday, a blessed one, by seeing 50,000 supporters in the LLC. I'm going to be honest. I would love to migrate to doing this full time, especially with the second channel picking up some steam. So y'all make sure you guys are subscribed to both channels here in the LLC and the Lady Luck Club with Sweet Tea. Please make sure you subscribe there. And then, of course, engage in the chat if you can. Hype the videos up when they're done. You know, that helps. Keep the videos up in the algorithm. Let's go. Let's get this going.
on to another direction if we need to. All right. So that's what we're waiting for. And hopefully, I have not seen, I've been looking, I've not seen a Don Lemon. I haven't seen a Don Lemon mugshot, but if anybody does find one, dearwokec@gmail.com. All right. I appreciate it. Let me, hold on 1 second. Nope, that's not it. All right. Let's go see what we got. Let's go back. Let's who's my master? Christ.
Huh?
That's it.
Sam.
I mean, I guess my wife sometimes she be telling me stuff to do stuff. I feel like sometimes my kids feel like they're my masters too. But
no, Christ is girls. My master. Yeah.
All right.
Now those girls got get wrapped around.
While we are waiting, this is a very interesting body cam. I don't know what happened. This is a very strange one. Guess what?
Who's our guy there, Mr. Umar?
Umar. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
he's a gift.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, he's something else. But the thing is, while watching most of your video,
sarcastic.
And I was just taken aback because I just don't understand how it doesn't matter whether you like Don Lemon or don't like Don Lemon. It's the whole situation. It's about our constant freedoms being taken. And I'm like, and it's going to come a day on here, you know, like I said, I was following you because of Umar, this and that. But one day it's like, you can't say anything anymore. You can't say anything anymore. People are being targeted. People are being locked up. I understand that he's high profile or this and that. I mean, we just saw Jimmy Kimmel, Stephen Colbert. We saw James Comey, Letitia James, you know, same thing, you know, and like a couple of comments was like, you're a racist. Oh, not at all, baby. I'm from Detroit in the country. Okay. I tell most people they don't care that my best friend is white. They're like, you've been friends since your kindergarten? Since kindergarten? Yes, right. Because I'm from the country. We build relationships and we stay with each other. That's how we get down. So that is just ludicrous. And like I pointed out in one of my comments, I said, it's going to affect everyone. It doesn't matter your color. Like people I just named, James Comey, he's not black. You see what I'm saying? If you say anything against this administration, you speak out about your rights, this and that. If they don't like it, they're telling you, we're going to lock you up. We're going to take away your rights. We're going to do this. It's like a civil war is happening in the streets. And I don't know if you saw the recent case. I was leaving Detroit yesterday, and my coworker was like, did you see the news? Did you see what happened at the school? The school, all my kids are grown, but they went kindergarten all the way up. I don't believe it's made it your way because it's national news, where the parents dropped their kids off at school, pulled out. I've dropped my kids off there all the time. It was just crazy to look at it on the news this morning. ICE detained them. I didn't even know ICE was out here. I didn't even know they were out there. Them poor kids went to school, and then their parents swooped up. It's insanity. It's like, where does it stop?
Okay.
When is enough enough?
No, and you make a great point. And I'm gonna since we were talking about the Don Lemon, I'm gonna like centralize it there. Yeah. So that because I literally just read the charging documents. We've watched several videos about it. So then I think that I'll stay right there. But
yeah, I read them too.
Okay. So before I go there though, because you listed off a couple of names, and I thought that was very key. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna list off Laken Riley and Rachel Morin and Jocelyn Lascelle Nagari and Megan Boss. And you might be saying, well, okay, who are these names, Jason? These are women that have been deleted by persons who are in the country illegally, that had a warrant for their deportation, and they weren't deported, but they were able to do something. Like Laken Riley was here in Georgia, at the University of Georgia, where my daughter would have been going to school this fall. So I do understand that we can pontificate till the cows come home, they're taking our rights away, this, that, and the third. But I don't understand, and feel free to chime in. If I came into your home without permission and you did not invite me in your home, why would I be able to stay?
Are you making this comparison to
right? So no, somebody coming into the United States illegally.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna come back to the church in a moment too, but I'm just like just to keep it real simple, like if I come into the United States illegally, or I come into your home illegally, why do you not have the right to get me out of the house?
Why do I not have the right? Well, it depends.
Right. I kicked the door in. I kicked the door in, or I snuck through the window, but I'm in your house. You did not invite me in. I am an unwanted visitor in your home.
Undocumented. You never, okay, you snuck in. Like a lot of people did. And then
I'm in your crib. I'm sitting right next to you on your crib. I'm sitting right next to you. Do you have the right to kick me out of your house?
Yes, I do.
Okay, under what grounds?
But how long are you staying?
I've been here for 20 years. I've been here for 20 years. I've been eating out your refrigerator. I wash my clothes. I leave a ring around the bathtub. I do all that kind of stuff. Leave my socks by the couch. I do everything. Right. I've been there for years. Right. When you gonna get me out of here?
What are you doing to contribute?
Not a dang thing. Nothing. I said nope. Eating your food up. I play with your lights. I mess with your thermostat. I do all the kind of stuff that you don't like. I mess with your radio on your car. Matter of fact, I drive your car and I don't even put any gas in it. When do you get to take me out? When do you get to push me out of your house?
If I feel you're not, are you committing crimes?
Yeah. Yep. The first, no, you know what? I only committed one crime. I'm a perfect person. The only crime I committed was that I got in your house without your permission. That's the only crime I committed. Everything else, matter of fact, every now and then I even do clean the bathtub. I even put the seat down on the toilet.
Okay.
So I don't commit no crimes. I only committed the crime of coming into your house without your permission.
If you're not bothering me, I'm not concerned.
Now, baby, let's be honest. I'm in your crib with my feet up on your couch, and you okay with? Say again.
Eat themselves.
I'm eating out your refrigerator. Whatever you put in there, I'm eating it. Whatever you put in the pantry is mine. Whatever you put in the cupboard, I'm eating it.
So how are you eating my food?
Because you go buy it.
How am I supporting you through my taxes? How am I doing that? If you can't get welfare or assistance through the government,
I'm getting in your house. We're staying in your crib. I'm in your house.
I'm just.
You go to work. You go to work. You go to Jewel and Cub and all that and buy groceries. And I'm like, oh, it's great. Okay. I drink your orange juice. I fry me some eggs. I do all that stuff with your, and I don't contribute anything. Do you think that that's fair that you continue to take care of me?
Am I really taking care of you?
What do you mean?
If I want to take care of you, I'll take care of you. It's not a problem. If you're not bothering me, if I want you there,
you don't want. So you just, I told you I broke in. You didn't invite me. You don't know me from a can of paint. I just popped up in your couch. You came downstairs one day and I'm sitting on your couch.
Of course, a stranger comes into my house. Yes, I will have issue with that. Yes.
Okay, so at what point when does the issue kick in?
The issue's gonna kick in as soon as I see you. I got 2 pit bulls.
Okay. Well, okay. So for whatever reason, you feel like it's okay if somebody's in your house that you jettison them out. Why do we not jettison people out of the United States the same way?
No one came here. This who are we?
No, we're talking about we are talking about right now today. We can go theorize it. We can go back into history. But I'm saying like somebody who comes across the border and 4 years ago came across the border with the invitation from the former administration. Just come on up in here. And it's okay for them to be here?
Yeah. Did they apply for their paperwork?
Nope, they just roll up in here.
Okay. I don't understand how they're going to get around and stuff with no documentation.
But they've been doing it. That's the thing. You live in Detroit. You're not too far. I mean, you see them. Yeah. You see what's going on in Dearborn. You see what's going on in Minneapolis. You see, so you know that they're there, and you know they're doing it. So they're clearly doing it.
They ain't bothering me. I'm 50 years old. They ain't bothering me.
So let me because they're not bothering you, you're okay with them being in the United States illegally.
I think that they should, like, what do you apply for? What do you call that?
They haven't applied for anything. They haven't applied for anything. They're just there, eating up your food, taking up your water.
We got a lot of people that don't handle their business as deadbeats and this and that. Well, they should take care of their, get your paperwork in order.
They should, but they don't. But they're not. They're not.
There's people that should be in rehab. There's crackheads walking around the place. So you should go get help. They don't.
So you're okay with them, and you have no problem with them being in the United States using your resources because they're using your tax money to take care of them.
How can they use my tax money if they're undocumented? They can't go to the welfare office and get food stamps.
Yes, they do all the time.
How can they?
They can exist. Wait, so am I to believe? Wait. You're not telling me.
Always this big cost account. No,
you're not telling me that
you got a Social Security number.
Okay, so every person that gets Social Security, every person that gets welfare is a documented American citizen or naturalized citizen. Is that what
those questions are on the welfare application? So is it the people at the welfare office is not doing their job, they due diligence? Because
but that's not true though.
A long time ago.
I mean, there are people. Joe Biden was giving people cell phones, Social Security cards, and all those amenities once they walked across the border. They had
that's how they got it. That's how they can get food.
But they don't. But again, that's so. I think we can agree. Well, maybe we can't. Can we agree that that's fraudulent? They've given me permission to be in
president. You just said Joe Biden, they walked across and Joe Biden gave it to him, correct?
Right, but they didn't go through the proper process. That's correct.
He just gave it to him. So the proper process was
circumvented. The proper process was circumvented.
Okay. So the proper process for people that lost their lives when January 6th, when the Capitol was stormed, to be, what do you call it, pardoned? That's the proper process. You commit.
How do we get to J6? How do we get to J6?
Because you're talking about different. You're saying this set of people got this thing circumvented for them, and then I'm telling you another group of people got something circumvented for that, but that's okay.
Okay, so all right, you know what? I think that's great that you brought that up. So now that you did bring that up, so I think it's fair to say that the J6 people should be locked away, and not because they did violate a sacred location, the Capitol. They should be locked away. You agree with that?
I agree with you.
Okay, so now we're going to go ahead. So now we'll just go ahead to the Minneapolis church. Don Lemon should be locked away.
I don't agree.
Why do you not agree? Why do you not agree?
Is there a sign on the church that says no trespassing?
Now, let me just make sure. Let me just assume something. Well, let me ask you something. Can you please tell me what is your biblical or faith understanding? I don't want to assume something about you. So can you tell me what your faith understanding is? Are you a Christian? What is your understanding of faith? Go ahead.
My mom raised us Orthodox Hebrew.
Okay. So you go to a temple? I'm sorry?
I'm Ghanaian.
Okay. You attend a temple or do you do some kind of community worship time?
No, I do not.
Okay.
At all.
All right.
Because of all of the stuff you see around. I can have Sabbath and everything right here. I don't need to go into anybody's temple or anything. Okay. There's too much corruption in any form of. I've been to plenty of Baptist church. My kids were raised Baptist because of their grandparents. But no, it is too much in the church.
Okay, not a problem. Not a problem. I'll let you have that. So so now we're back at City's Church of Minnesota. Mm-hmm. So you're saying that they had to have a sign that said no trespass in order to make what Don Lemon did not right? Am I understanding correctly?
No, you're saying that he wasn't supposed to be in the church.
He wasn't supposed to be there.
He's a human being.
What they were doing, no. But what he was doing was not there. He wasn't there to do what they were supposed to be doing at church. That would be very much akin.
You were just talking about homeless. You were just talking about people living off of people. Some people going to church just to stay warm.
Yeah, but that wasn't what they were there for. Was that what they were there to do, though, love?
No.
Was that what they were there to do?
No.
Okay, so therefore, what they came to do was not there to be warm. What they came to do, as we saw and we read in the document, was a pull-up.
Reasons is what I'm saying.
But the reasons were not the reason that they were there at church. So you know that's not right. You know that's not right.
No, I don't. I disagree.
You do. So you would go to a church and would you go to a church and start a UFC match in the middle of the church?
Who said that he started?
Would you do that?
No, but who said?
Okay, why would you not do that? Is my question.
Can I ask a question? Did you watch the video?
Baby, I've watched 9 of them. I've ad nauseum. I've done more videos on this than probably most people. I know I've watched more than you did.
Watch the video of,
I watched Don Lemon's whole live stream.
Okay.
So back to my question. Would you go to a church and start a UFC match?
No.
Why not?
I'm not going to church.
Let's play along. Let's play along. Play along with me. Would you go to church and start a UFC match?
No.
Why not?
I don't like to fight. I don't like drama.
Would you go to church? Would you go to a church and expect? Would you go to a church and expect monster truck race at the church?
No.
Why not?
Because it's normally a peaceful place.
Okay, so when you bring people, and it's adorable that you said peaceful, because we're reading right here, these people meant it not to be peaceful. But you said they were there to do whatever that they were to do at the church. But the church you just said was peaceful. But what they're doing is not peaceful, akin to Monster Jam or UFC. So why is it okay that they did that? I would like to hear.
So you're reading that, correct?
Yeah, I read through the whole thing. I read through the whole document.
You're reading what came out of Pam Bondi's office.
We're not going to do that. We watched the video, though. Love.
They wrote that up about them, too. Where is that?
I watched the video.
You believe what came out of that office is what you're telling me. You believe what's on that paper.
No, I believe what I watched Don Lemon report.
What you watched is on that paper.
Hold on. Time out for a second.
Okay.
So are you trying to tell me that this is a lie?
Yeah.
Okay. But you watched the video. Am I correct?
Yes, I did.
Tell me what is on here that's not true.
I think we have to go back up to 3. I don't know how to split screen.
Okay, no. Tell me where. After service commenced, a group of approximately 20 to 40 agitators, including all the defendants named in the indictment, entered the church in a coordinated takeover style attack and engaged in the act of oppression, intimidation, threats, interference, and physical obstruction alleged therein. What in there is not true?
Okay, what is missing from them going in there?
I need you to hear what I'm saying.
Why they went in.
No,
is what you're saying.
But no, I'm saying what I just read, because you just told me. Hold tight, love. Hold tight. What you said was that everything on here was not true. And you said, go to part 3. I read part 3. Listen to what I'm asking you.
Yeah, I'm trying to see it's part 3, the part I was talking about with the kids. And the
blocking the stairway to the children's church?
No, it was about the kids thought their parents were gonna.
Right, it's right here. It's part 4. As a result, the defendant's conduct of pastor and congregation were forced to terminate church worship service. Let me stop right there. Did they terminate church service? Yeah. They did. Okay, just want to make sure, because you said that the whole thing was a lie. But you have now just shown me that something is true. So maybe we need to just go by and let's go. Congregants fled.
Okay, I'll stand corrected. So if my house catches on fire, am I just going to sit here?
So congregants fled the church building out of fear and for their safety. Is there anything not true there?
They fled.
They left the building. Just like you were about to say with your example of your house being on fire. Yeah, they left the building. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm going to flee.
Okay, so far we're 2 for 2. I've read 2 sentences of this part 4, and they both have been true. But you told me that all of them.
So you're saying that he went in there, attacked the people.
No, because that's not what. If the document didn't say he attacked the people, I'm not saying he attacked people. Did I say that? So then why are you putting that in my mouth? I did not say that. So I never said.
Put someone in jail because
listen. No, but he violated their rights. That's all the FACE Act and the KKK Act requires. I apologize.
Why is the 40 protesters not being arrested?
There are more that are being arrested. There are more being arrested. Why are we acting like they're not? Why are you acting like they're not arresting?
Protest, and no one should be arrested. Not
in somebody's church. You don't. That is a private location.
A church is a
private location. You don't have the right to just go to a church and protest. You don't.
Yes, you
can. I bet you. Well, guess what? Go ahead and try it on Sunday. Let us know how that works out. You don't.
I've seen a lot go down in church.
No, it's a private location. You don't have the right to do that.
It's not a private location.
That is not true.
Open to everyone.
But you don't have the right to come in there and do that. Hence why we have this problem to start with.
You want on this earth, okay?
That is not okay. If that, well, then I guess then we don't have anything else to talk about. We can just do whatever we want to do on this earth. Like, listen to that sentence that you said.
You have the right to peaceful protest.
You don't have the right to protest in everybody's space. You don't have to do that.
Yes, you can.
You really can't. You can say it to it's no, you can't do it. It's private property. You can't just go on somebody's property and protest something. You don't have the right to do that. Hence why you have the right to defend your house if I broke into your house.
Why do people don't have a right to protest wherever it happens? They don't have a right to protest.
One, it ain't got nothing to do. Why go to somebody? First of all, here we go. Let me finish this up because I do want to just make sure I end this up because you did say that everything on here was a lie. Other congregants took steps to implement the emergency plan.
Oh man! All right. So in all that get some understanding. I wanted to play you some of this, let it kind of work itself through, and then pause and give commentary. So as Christians, we're to do things according to the Bible in decency and in order. Okay. That's just from a moral sense. Ethically, it's just from an ethics stance. Do you believe that what you're doing is right or justified? No one is questioning whether or not someone has the right to protest, freedom of speech and expression, freedom of the press, because Don Lemon is a news reporter. Whether he's independent journalist at this point, he's still considered a member of the press, right? But when you talk about legality, you talk about a legal right to protest inside of the church building itself. I mean, it was just a quick Google search. Can we bless God for Google? Put a 1 in the chat if you're happy for the ability to read and comprehend. Let's thank God for Google. Let's thank God for having the information we need to be able to find at our fingertips. Because sometimes it just simply helps to Google. Okay? So I simply typed in, do you have the legal right to protest in a church? And here you guys can see the legal right to protest in a church depends on several factors, including the location of the protest, whether permission is granted. Whether permission is granted. Whether permission is granted. And the nature of the protest. The nature of the protest. So what is the protest specifically about? And what style of protest are you referring to? Are we talking about just going in and sitting silently? Are we talking about going in and just kind of standing up silently? Are we talking about going in and standing up and maybe turning away from the pulpit, but you're still silent? Are we talking about a sit in, a lay down? What are we referring to here? Okay. Various ways to protest other than just being loud and making a bunch of noise. Right? generally protest on public property outside the church building or on church property without permission, with permission. I'm sorry. On church property with permission are legal under the First Amendment. So either you're outside on public property in general, or you're inside with permission. Now, who would grant that permission? Oh, thank you, Carolyn. Thank you for Carol. Sorry. Thank you, Carol, for the $2 super. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. Thank you. Shout out to you. I appreciate that. So I'm just reading the facts here, you all. This is in all thy getting and get some understanding. Because protesting inside of a church is not something I'm familiar with. I don't, you don't oftentimes hear about people protesting inside of a church. The last time I saw some demonstration inside of a church on a video, it was a documentary related to the AIDS pandemic. And they went into a church, and I think it was called the group Act Up, went inside of a church, and they had like a lay down or a sit in or something like that, right? That was like over 30 plus years ago. So an actual protest going on inside of a church is just not, it's personally for me, it's not something that I've ever witnessed. And it's not something that I even, see often happening on the news. So I'm just reading the facts here so we can understand the premise as to what is legally defined to be acceptable or protected free speech. Okay? Churches are not public property. They're not government buildings. They're nonprofit organizations, and the building itself is considered private property. Whether it's something owned by the church, maybe the pastor, depending on the size, that's not a government building, it's a church. But if you want to speak to this, the semantics of whether or not it is a public versus private property, the inside of the church and maybe some of the property around it is private. So if a church has a sign, do not bring weapons in here, they have the right to do that. They have the right to have someone removed and trespass. And so that's what you see here. However, protests inside of a church without permission may violate trespassing laws. So it just depends on what's going on. Disorderly conduct statutes. And of course, that depends on the state that you live in. Or the Federal FACE Act. It is crucial to understand the legal boundaries between constitutional protections and property rights to ensure compliance with applicable laws. So that's just baseline information. And you guys can read about this on Freedom Forum. Let me see here. I'm just going to pull up some websites so you guys can get the links and read additional information when you have time. Because reading is fundamental here in the LLC. We love reading. And besides, I don't like to formulate my opinion on something that can be, factually proven first. So I just pulled this up to kind of give the foundation, the fundamental factual foundation of whether or not it's legal or not, right? I'm just going to drop a couple links in the chat so you guys can have a couple different sources. And as always, make sure you guys Google, and you can just, is it legal to protest inside of a church? And it's going to give you plenty of resources to help you understand, from a legal aspect, the rights that you have before you go and do something. Understand the laws and the rights and protections you do have and what's considered protected activity versus what is not considered protected activity. Having said that, I have not seen the actual Don Lemon video, so I don't want to comment on something I haven't watched. And I'm going to be honest, it has not piqued my interest to that extent. What I don't want to happen is people who consider themselves to be a member of the press to simply be arrested because they're reporting. But we see what the law says. We see what a court of law would consider that to be when you fail to establish any permission or to gain permission from whether it be the pastor, the property owner, whoever has the authority to say, yes, I give you permission to do a silent protest versus no, we don't need you protesting here, but you're more than welcome to do it on public property. So that's where it starts. The buck stops there. Did you get permission to do any demonstration inside of the church? And that is exactly what the courts are going to look at. This is not public property inside that church building. That's like going into someone's home. Think about any other private property. And you decide you're just going to walk into somebody's house. Yeah, they may have a beauty salon set up in the back. It doesn't mean it's a free fall. And it doesn't mean you just go into their home and just start protesting in their house, especially to where it is considered to be disruptive. Because it's not about how I feel, it's about what the courts are going to evaluate when it comes to a finding of fact, law, and evidence. Does that make sense? Any questions so far? Any questions so far? And we got attorneys in here. Anyone that's, even more knowledgeable of laws and case law, please let me know. We all learn from each other. Let's see here. Since you like reading legal docs, just have Jay Witt send you the charging docs. All you need to know is it was all from the videos. Okay. I haven't seen them, and I didn't know that this was the topic of the debate. I thought he was bringing her up to talk about Candace, to be honest. I did not know this was based on his video about Don Lemon until we start playing it. Because Jay Witt is typically well composed. So for me to hear that he crashed out or something happened, and his emotions got a little high, that's unusual for me. So I just wanted to pull up the video to see what's going on. I hadn't even talked to him about this, so I didn't even know this happened. And I am going to reach out to him as well and make sure he's good. Let's see here. Poetry Princess said none of them had a right for their stupid protest and they should have kept that each somewhere else. C-Star said they interrupted the service. Oh, wow. So this was during service. It wasn't like in between service. So this was during the middle of service. Some more high Q groups. If you were going to protest, should have kept your butt on the sidewalk. Keep going because he gets so mad and raged on her. Oh, okay. You can't violate someone's civil rights to worship. Don Lemon was an activist and met with the protesters beforehand. He knew they were going to demonstrate in the church. Yeah, he should have kept it on the outside of the church. Yeah, they scared the children. I can imagine. So you guys see from the legal perspective, like the legal argument here and what, the prosecutor is going to bring forth to the court. I'm sure, of course, Don Lemon's attorneys are going to try to defend and argue that, he's a member of the press. He's a journalist. He went in, of course, they coordinated the actual demonstration. But my question would be, I'm sure Don Lemon has an attorney on retainment. Why didn't he just reach out to an attorney to say, okay, if we demonstrated inside the church, will we be good or should we just keep it on public property? Me personally, like I said, I wouldn't go into a church protest. I just wouldn't. I don't go to church to protest. You can protest outside on the street, outside of a McDonald's. I mean, you don't need to go inside of the house of God to protest. That's just how I feel based on my faith and my belief and respect for the house of God. For me, it's a matter of respect for sure. I'm not there to protest. I'm there to fellowship and to get, some sort of ministerial teachings from my pastor. A little bit of praise and worship, hear the choir sing, all that good stuff. Right? Not going to church to engage in or have to deal with protesting going on. You can deal with that on the street. And certain things are just sacred to me. So that is my belief and my opinion with that. Some may agree, some may disagree. Has nothing to do with politics. It's just about my faith and what I believe in and the purpose to which I go to church. All right. So that's my thing. That's my theory. Let's get back to this and see what happens. So you guys got the baseline information. Shout out to you. And I do have Jay Witt's shared his Google Drive, so I'm sure he's got the court documents there. So I will definitely go there and read after the live, because I'm just watching this truly to see what's going on. And yeah, this is new to me. I've never seen him get out of character like this. So let's get back to it.
I told you I stand corrected.
Okay, so I don't need to read this. I can go ahead and say that what you said was not right.
Yeah,
is that fair? That's fine.
I stand corrected, and I used
That's fine.
the section wrong. I only read it over twice before.
Okay, not a problem. As long as we know that, in fact, so my point here again, they violated the FACE Act. They violated the Conspiracy Act. So why should they not be in jail?
Because people came running out of a church, is what you're saying?
Pretty much.
No, it's what the people did. No, it's what the people did. You can't be serious about this. No, it's what the people did.
Question. I'm trying to make sure I understand you. Because people came running out of a church, people should go to jail.
Let me, if you don't mind, tell me when I said because people ran out of a church, they should go to jail. Because if I'm not mistaken, the Jason
that you just read,
I didn't say that. Listen to what I said. I'll do it again.
Okay.
By the protesters entering the church and disrupting the worship service, they violated the FACE Act. They violated the conspiracy clause. Therefore, they need to go to jail. And we know that they hold tight to this, because I said earlier, even as I said today, there are grandmothers who are in jail because they stood outside of murder mills praying, and they got hit with the FACE Act. Don Lemon cannot get past the FACE Act and the conspiracy clause. So now tell me why why he doesn't go to jail. I'm listening.
He's not. A magistrate already
ruled running out of
insufficient evidence. The Nexa court agreed with him. And now, like I said, what's that typed up in your hand from Pam Bondi's Trump's office? This is federal now. The state has already the state of, I'm saying it right, Minnesota has already dealt with this. No. But Trump, using his office, uses the office to attack people that he doesn't like. And it's not just brown people. So for the comments earlier, it's all about black people. No, I said all people. We've already named Jimmy Kimmel. We've named Stephen Colbert. We've named James Comey. Last I checked, they ain't black. Okay? You're not. You use the presidential office to take aim at who you want to. And that circles back to the January 6th people. All those people came running out of there. People were unalived in that.
How many were unalived? How many?
The number varies. Some got unalived, the officers, but then remember, there was
how many?
One or two more. You may remember. Is it one or two more? They were so traumatized they committed suicide. Do you remember that? The January 6th officers? Look it up. Yeah, there was one or two that committed that unalived themselves.
So I'm not trying to be coy about it. I'm not trying to be like flipping about it. But you said 2 to 3, if I understood your number correct, about 3. I listed 5 women that have been assaulted and unalived by illegal immigrants here in the United States, and you didn't bat an eye. You didn't even shut it. You didn't care. You didn't care enough. You've told me about Jimmy Kimmel and Comey and such of that nature. You gave me the number, but you didn't even bat an eye. But that's okay. If that's the way you get down, that's the way you get down.
I watch it all day.
But watching it and being concerned about it are two different things.
Myself, yeah.
Okay, so
all the time, and that's sad.
Okay, but it didn't seem like it bothered you as much as allegedly going ham on Pam Bondi and Trump and his goon squad, I think is what you said in the comment section. And I'm finding it adorable that when I say that you still have moved off the pivot, why Don Lemon should not go to jail. And it's just because he shouldn't. And I don't know why he should not. I believe Don Lemon should be in prison for what he did. And you're going to say no, but I don't understand.
He's a journalist.
Why?
He has a right. He has a right.
But he wasn't
a part of the protest. He went in to video what was going on or interview. He's asking the pastor, why are these people angry, saying that you're serving up
So here the defendants, and I'm going to read right here. All defendants met at a shopping center for a pre-operation briefing, during which Armstrong, Allen, and the co-conspirators, including Lemon and whoever, about the target of their operation.
Thank you, Pat Brooks, for the 1999 super. Shout out to you. How you doing, honey? Hey, Lady Luck, the pastor asked them to leave also. The house of the Lord is nowhere to protest or show violence, in my opinion. Great catching another live. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I mean, I share those sentiments as a Christian and as someone who grew up in the church. I don't want to go to church to have to, be face to face with protesters that I haven't seen the video. Maybe I guess we should watch the video. We'll watch it after this because I need to see the video, I guess. Does he play it here? This is 3 hour, 10-minute mark. Does he play the video here? I don't think he played the video here. Hold on. Is that it at the end? Okay. Let me go back here. We'll finish watching this out and then we'll play the video. Because that'll help me just with context. But despite that, aside from that, spiritually and morally, I don't go to church to end up being forced to engage with protesters. I'm not there for that. So there's nothing wrong with protesting. I just wouldn't do it on private property. I wouldn't do it on private property because that is the risk you take when you're trying to demonstrate. I would have to ask, how would anyone feel? How would this lady feel? I don't know who this lady is. Senya, I wonder how Senya would feel if it were someone from the KKK going into a black church doing the same thing. I wonder, would she want them in jail? Would she be upset about them, being charged? If it were the KKK going into a black church, I'm wondering if her sentiments would be the same. Because here's why I say this. The law should not have, any biasness when it comes to race. The law is to be applied across the board. You don't want there to be any level of bias when it comes to enforcing the law. Laws don't see color. Laws should be very straightforward and it should be applicable to both sides. So just as much as she would be disturbed about seeing the KKK go into a black church and protesting, doing the same thing, even if one of the KKK members go up to the pastor trying to ask questions or recording, I wonder if she would still have the same energy if it were the other way around and you have the KKK going to a black church. That's just kind of food for thought. Food for thought.
Why are these people angry saying that you're serving up?
So here the defendants, and I'm going to read right here. All defendants met at a shopping center for a pre-operation briefing, during which Armstrong, Allen, and the co-conspirators, including Lemon and whoever, about the target of their operation, city's church, and provided instruction on how the operation would be conducted once they arrived at the church. Once at the church, all the defendants entered the church and conducted a takeover style attack, engaged in various acts in furtherance of their conspiracy. And we can go back through this again if I need to, but Don Lemon was just as complicit as anybody else that was arrested. So this is not he wasn't just a journalist. He was a participant. He literally says, we are ready to, wait right here. In the beginning, during the takeover preamble, he's literally saying on the morning of January 18th, Lemon began live streaming his internet-based show, Don Lemon Show, where he explained to his audience that he was in Minnesota with the organization that was gearing up to do the resistance operation against the federal government's immigration policies. Nothing about I'm here to journalize it. Nothing here about I'm just here to memorialize it. No, he was an active participant.
Ignorance. That's a good one. Good one, Andy.
He was an active participant.
He didn't say that.
Okay, he did say it. He did say it because
he didn't say that I am here to
watch. Well, watch this. Well, you said he was a journalist. So if he doesn't say he's a journalist, he doesn't say he's a jourналist. You said it. You just said he did not say he was a journalist. So therefore, watch what I said in Act 6. During the discussion, defendant Armstrong in the pre-op briefing, the defendant Lemon thanked the defendant Armstrong for what she was doing and assured her that he was not saying what's going on, i.e. was not disclosing the target of the operation. Defendant Armstrong explained Operation Pull-Up was a clandestine operation, and we see it right there. Don Lemon was just as complicit as the woman.
Right.
So what's the purpose of the law?
So he did not. Okay, go ahead.
What's the purpose of the law if we're not going to hold to it?
I don't know what you saw in the video. I saw him clearly say he is recording this protest. He is there to investigate this protest. He's trying to ask the pastor who is mad why these people think that he is serving up attendees to a church. Oh yeah, and I meant to tell you that too. I would be happy if let's say I was in the church. Remember you asked me that earlier? Mm-hmm. I would be happy if I was sitting there attending that church and have those people storm in there and realize that the reason they are so upset and yelling is because the pastor of this church is serving up the attendees to ICE. I'd be like, oh, well, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be in this church. I would be happy if it happened to me.
Let me ask a question. What's the purpose of church?
For peace. Like
what's the purpose? What is the purpose of
prayer? Or like
peace
I said,
and prayer?
Different purposes.
I would like to hear. I'm just interested in hearing your theory. What is the purpose of church? What is the purpose of it?
I don't want to mistalk. I did say earlier, not everybody goes to church to worship. Some people go for a hot meal and some food. Okay, I mean, a warm place to be and food or shelter, or it could be as simple as that. I mean, people.
What were the people there? What were the people there that Sunday for?
Go there to find a husband.
What were the people there that Sunday for?
Some go to find. People have all different type of reasons they go to church, dude.
I got you.
Hey, really?
I think you're being deliberately obtuse. I think you're being deliberately obtuse. I don't think you're being deliberately. I'm sorry. You're not being honest. Wait, hold on. Let me say it again here. I'll big screen it. I'll big screen it so I can say it. I'll big screen it so I can say it to your face. You're not being honest. I believe that you're lying. You know that the purpose of church is to gather to worship God. Whether you participate in it is not the argument that I'm making. You know good and well, because you already said that your children were raised Baptist by their grandparents. So you know more about church than you're letting on. And I do believe that you're being dishonest about it. And it's okay if you want to go ahead and move in that direction, then you're doing that. You're not being genuine.
I know a lot about church, and I told it to you, and you was like,
but I agree with you. You're giving me this social contract. Oh, they're there for a hot meal and a warm biscuit, and they're there to find a love interest. You know good and well that's not, because my question was, what is the purpose of church?
God, wait a minute, y'all. Yeah, hot meal and a warm biscuit. That southern accent came straight on through, Deacon. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to lighten the mood because I just saw y'all comments saying, here's where it goes downhill. I guess I'm just trying to lighten the mood before we get full-fledged into that downhill moment. Oh, my God. Well, that southern accent came straight through here. Them grits and the cheese and the butter grits, salmon, shrimp, croquettes, and all that. All right, let's go.
Not what are people using church for? Because you can say the same thing about LA Fitness, what you just said. You can say the exact same thing about Cub Foods. So stop it.
Yep, some people go to the gym to find them a minute.
And that's my point, but that's not the purpose of the gym. And you know that. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. Respectfully, you know that that's not true. You know that.
But people
look at her video.
Do you hear what I am saying?
So you want to know the definition?
No, I just want you to be honest and say, yeah, people go to. All you gotta do is say people go to church to hear. People go to church to pray and hear God's word preached. That was been fair.
Answer the Webster's definition. What is the church?
Okay, go ahead, do that then. But I know the foolishness that came out your mouth wasn't necessary. No, what you said was silly. You know that was silly.
You just said your kids went to the Baptist church with their grandparents. You know,
but you know more than what you said. Well, watch this. Let me ask this question. Did your kids go to church?
I seen.
Did your kids go to church for a warm meal and to find their husbands? No. then stop acting ridiculous. Because the fact that you are okay with Don Lemon and that cadre of fools to bust up in somebody's church, and you go sit there and tell me something about Pam Bondi and Trump and all this other foolishness, you're smarter than that. I don't know you from a can of paint, but I know you're smarter than that. And you're just being silly. You're being silly. And you're too grown to be acting like this. I'm sorry. There's no other way I'm going to say it. I apologize if that hurts somebody's feelings, but you're a whole grown woman. You're grown. And you're acting like this. Sit there and say, oh, it's fine. And they came up in the church and blah, blah, blah. I'd be happy if they did that. You would not. You're a liar and the truth is not in you. You're lying. And you need to stop. Just stop it. Say that Don Lemon is wrong. The other co-conspirators are wrong. And we good to go. You don't have to come up in here saying all that dumb stuff about, I don't even know what the dumb stuff you were saying because it was so doggone stupid. I'm very disappointed that you came in here saying that stuff. You could do better than that. You are better than that. I'm so sorry. And if you don't think you're better than that, then I think more highly of you than you do. Sit there and tell me what the Webster definition of the Bible of church is. And you sitting here living in Detroit. Y'all got a church on every corner. Y'all got 4 churches stacked on top of each other. And you know what a church is. I ought to be ashamed of yourself coming here telling me that foolishness.
Deacon.
That's a sin and a shame that you would even say that stuff. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. But you know what? I still believe better for you. I still believe better for you. You just don't want to be honest. You don't want to be honest. And I'm sorry. Just go somewhere, kick rocks. I'm sorry. And if you want to stay in the green room, I'm gonna finish ranting.
Y'all, I gotta stop saying that. Thinking you're picking up a bad habits, bro. Jay Winston gonna kick rocks. Oh no. Oh, whether you agree with him or not, you gotta admit that was funny. Jay Witt, I'm being a bad influence. I'm sorry. Cause y'all have no idea how hard it is to collab and not have to be able to cuss. Like sometimes I just want to cuss. And I'm like, oh, he doesn't like cussing over there. He doesn't play that at all. So, y'all, and I love our collabs. I hope we could collab next week. Shoot, he told this lady to kick rocks. Y'all know he got that from me. Oh, if he say kiss my ass, that's it. I'm gonna have to make some changes in life. If Jay Witt says kiss my ass, I have to make some changes in life. Okay. I just want y'all to know that.
And then I'll bring you back. If you don't want to stay, I am not mad at you. You got my email. Hit me up on the email. I'll give you all the details. Don't sit there and waste my time telling me that stupid stuff. You sat there and watched them desecrate somebody's church and you're like, oh, it's okay because they did it nice. But if they had done it to a black church, you'd be out there rioting and acting a fool.
Oh man, this is epic.
No sense.
Yeah, I see.
No. I'm sorry, y'all. That don't make no sense.
Come on, Deacon. Y'all, green hearts in the chat for Jay Witt.
So, because
so
I expressed to you what I've seen around the church. Some people go in there to pray. Some people do. Some people catch the Holy Ghost. All of that. You're right. I've seen it all. I've seen people. I've seen them go to the club, come out. I'm telling you what I've seen, and you even know it to be true. So why are you attacking me? Because what I know, people do different stuff at the church.
Can I answer that? Because you're a whole liar. You know good and well the primary purpose of church is not for people to go up in there because they went to the club yesterday. You know that. You can. Then why didn't you say it then? You didn't say it. That's the part. No, I know people that don't drive safely. That's not the purpose of a car. I know people that put sugar on grits. That is not the purpose of grits. Okay? So stop acting like that. It's infuriating to watch a whole grown, beautiful black woman act like a total retard. You know good and well that man was wrong. And if you got a problem with him, my name is Jason. You know he's wrong. And you got the
I've never seen this side of him. I've never seen this. Have y'all ever seen him go off like this? Have y'all ever seen him? Yo, when I tell y'all, me and him are like brother, sister, I got his number and we talk often, and I've never seen this. At all. Wow. Wow. Yo, when I tell you he keep me on the straight and narrow. When I tell you, I mean, I'm serious. He does not allow profanity a little bit. You think my comments, listen, the candy ass cult members, y'all think it's something over here. You go over there, you can't take that foolishness over there. You can't take that foolishness over there. You go over there to his chat with all that nonsense half y'all be saying, he will boot you out. You can't make this up. He is mad. I have never seen this side of him. I have to admit, it's quite refreshing to see his passion. Because I wish he would have said this to that other dude. He should have said it to that little clown that was sitting here talking about Candace Owens said this and that. Like that's a fact. Don't give a damn what she say. What did she prove? Nothing. You can't make this up. Man, oh boy, this is something else. All right, Deacon. All right. Oh, y'all get ready to pass the collection plate. Close the doors. Close the doors. I said close the door. I just had to put that out there.
Audacity to sit here. I don't care if you don't go to church. If you're not a Christian, that's okay. As Paul said, I want you to be like me. But what I don't want is you to sit here and lie and pretend like, I don't know what the purpose of church is. I don't know what this cup is. Do I hit it on my head? I don't know what to do. You're smarter than that.
I know people go to church for different reasons.
I don't give a doggone. You know that's not what the purpose of church is. I know people that drive their car too fast. I know people that wreck their cars. I know people that don't do things right with their cars. You know, just like I know that's not the purpose of the car, which was my question to you. What is the purpose of church? That's all I ask. And I don't care. In Detroit, in Atlanta, I'm sorry. Church is church. People gather to worship and hear God's word. And you know that. That's the part that is infuriating. Because you know that part. And so you would rather shook and jive and dance around and make up all these other narratives instead of saying, yeah, they were wrong because the people would gather in church to pray and hear God's word and sing. That's all you had to say. But you came up in here with a story that's infuriating.
Okay, excuse me. How do you feel about, while we're on Detroit and churches, Pastor Winan?
He's a fool. Marvin Winan is a fool.
The lady came up there. What did she come up there?
She was a dummy for participating in that dumb stuff. I know about perfecting church.
Marvin Winans, Creflo Dollar, Ed Alone before he died, Joel Osteen, Kenneth Copeland, all the televangelists on TBN, fools. I said it. Every prosperity preacher, fools. I said it. I am the queen of YouTube. Come see about me. I don't like all that. All they focus on is collecting someone's money. Fools. Even Jesus said, I have no place to lay my head. I don't have a bed to sleep in every night. Jesus was a nomad. It didn't stop him from ministry. He wasn't rich and wealthy. He grew up as the son of a carpenter. They worked hard. Both parents had to work. So the idea of prosperity preaching, all these old clown pastors and ministers out here, you know, believe in God for a $50 million plane, but won't open your church up to people in the neighborhood that are suffering from power outages for 3 or 4 days in a row after a storm. Creflo Dollar can kiss my ass.
I know about perfecting. And she was a dummy for participating, giving them $1,200 and him saying, I needed $2,000. That's her fault. But that's her fault, though.
Thank you.
But that ain't got nothing.
Only one.
But okay. And so,
she was in the wrong line, remember?
But hear what I'm saying. That was her fault. But you know what? She was not in the wrong line. She was in the wrong church. She was in the wrong church.
Right. I agree.
So now we can see.
But there was a line of people. She wasn't.
But that's dumb. That's inappropriate already. That's wrong to start with. I'm gonna say already that's wrong.
That different stuff is going on in church. It's not church for that. No.
Hear what I'm saying? But watch this. Would y'all go protest? Would y'all go protest in Marvin Winans' church? Because y'all know that even what he's doing is not appropriate. That's all we're saying.
I gotta check on that because didn't it turn? Maybe you looked at it more than I did. Wasn't like the next week it was like crickets. People didn't go back. I don't tend to spend a lot of time.
She didn't answer the question. The question is, would you go to Marvin Winans' church to protest what he did with collecting the money? And then he turned around and did it again. Because for some reason, people grow up in the church believing that the pastor can do no wrong. The issue is that you're not there to worship a man. You're there to worship God that sends messages through this man. Marvin Winans is supposed to be nothing more than a messenger and to be a shepherd over the flock until God returns. He's not there to collect people's mortgage money. What he's saying is the lines is irrelevant. The fact that he is collecting money like this is wrong altogether. Forget the damn line. But why didn't people go to Marvin Winans' church and protest against him, demanding all kinds of money out of people? That video went viral. Why didn't people go in there and actually protest? Yet people stayed home and didn't show up. But his question was, because we're comparing apples to apples, why didn't people go to that church and protest and demonstrate? That is the question. It's very specific. Like, it's crazy. I don't get it. What's her angle here?
Yeah,
I attend a faithful church with a faithful pastor. I am a deacon there. I have a lot of responsibilities to concern myself with the congregation that God has saw fit for me to serve. So though I do pick with other churches and such of that nature, I don't have a lot of time to do this. I didn't go follow up with what happened the following week at Perfecting Church. I don't follow up with Marvin Sapp saying his dumb stuff or whatever like that. Even Jamal Bryant here in Atlanta, he's a pure fool. But my point is, because they do church wrong, that doesn't mean that what city's churches was doing wrong. And matter of fact, I don't really want people protesting at the churches that are wrong. I don't think it's appropriate if they did that at Marvin Winans' church, which I just said Marvin Winans is wrong. I would not support them rolling up on Marvin Winans' church, disrupting his service.
You gotta be.
That's inappropriate. They can stand outside. Now watch this. If they want to stand outside and hold signs, I think they should. There was a white pastor here in Atlanta who went to Jamal Bryant's church, Stillbirth, and he went into the lobby and he preached hellfire and brimstone. He preached he was very clear, very articulate that Jamal Bryant is out of order. I don't think he should have done that. As much as I thought he was on the nose, he was right. He was hit. I don't think he should have done that. Even though because he usually stands outside their church and protests, holds up signs and a megaphone. He should have done that. I think going into their church was inappropriate and it was trespassing. You don't have to have a sign that says, don't come up in here raising Cain. You don't have to say that because it's private property. If they don't want you coming up in here doing a rock concert in their foyer, you can't do it. You can't just say it's private. I got freedom of expression. You can't do that. So back to my point.
He's not welcome at the church. He's not allowed to walk through the church doors.
And do what? Nope, that's not it. Nope. If he wants to come in, if he wants to come in and be a participant, I'm sure they probably wouldn't have a problem with him. But he was not. He wasn't coming. But he wasn't coming in to be a participant. He was coming in to. And again, I don't think that what he was doing was wrong.
It depends on what his definition of participant is. If you feel this person is scamming these members or you're just out of order and you want to get up on stage and tell it to everybody, because like I said, I stand by what I said. If I was a church, I was a member of that church and I did not know, like you just said, you have a great relationship with your pastor. I mean, you know what type of ethical person he is and this and that. Didn't you just say that?
I did.
I was going to this church and this is what I'm getting here. Correct me if I'm wrong. They find out that this pastor is serving up members to the church, and I stand by what I said. I'm like, oh my God, I didn't know that. I mean, you're more closer with your pastor. You know better. You were like, oh, this prosperity pimping. Of course, you're going to this church and you're saying what? You're giving these attendees to ICE. People are being people that don't even have, not even supposed to be with ICE or not a target of ICE are coming up unalive. There's two who's coming up, to be honest with you, in case you ask me. I have not watched the second shooting. I have PTSD from the first shooting of Renee Good. I have not watched the second. I can't bring myself to do it. I have PTSD. It is. Okay.
I don't think we should normalize death. I don't believe we should normalize death at all. I don't think we should make it something that we just go watch. Oh yeah, let me go watch it. No, I watched it only because I did commentary on it. But let me talk about the thing that you're discussing. Why is because a pastor in the church was a director at ICE, he can't worship God freely with his congregation. I don't know where you're getting the idea that they're serving up members to ICE, but I don't know that story. And maybe somebody in the chat or somebody can help me out later on. I don't know. Like he's like, I know Jim Bob is illegal, so I'm calling, hey guys, come pick up Jim Bob. I know where he is. Like I don't think that happened, but if it did, then that's kind of grimy. But it is what it is. But why can't somebody not have a job? Because it don't look like the congregation was that big, so they're probably not paying them that much. When I looked at it, I think they have 3 pastors and 4 elders. They're not making a whole lot. I'm pretty sure of it if I'm looking at the size of their congregation. So the man does have to have another job. He has to be bivocational. So he has a job.
ICE?
Yeah, is that bad to work for ICE? You said you work in accounting for the city of Detroit. If I think the city of Detroit is bad, does that mean that I can ransack and harass you because you work for the city of Detroit?
No, I work as a developer, dear. I don't work for the city of Detroit. I build buildings. I'm on that team.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say it again, and I apologize. Say it again.
I'm across accounting and development. I work for the biggest developer in Detroit.
Got it. Okay. All right. So if I think that the biggest developer in Detroit is bad, they're low down, they're taking people's houses, they're doing eminent domain and all this kind of stuff like that. Is it okay for me to harass you because you work for them?
No, the answer is no.
not mine.
Well, no. I mean, like target you.
Look up whoever the billionaire.
But no. But hey, a director of ICE. I mean, he's not the highest man on the totem pole. So I'm gonna just say, like, would that be okay? This is like a yes or no.
Of an organization.
Because the organization is bad.
These people have been unalived by this organization. Do you want to be a part? You think that what you're asking me?
I'm not saying
no,
anybody.
No, he's not.
Let's say I did. I work for a slumlord.
What? Oh, child, no, girl. I don't have the temperament or the patience for stuff like this. I really don't. He asked you if the company you work for, let's say they're corrupt and they're doing horrible things, and you work there, and they were discovered that they were messing up and taking money, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Right? Just throw all the charges in there. Would you want someone to come for you directly because you work there? That's the question. Did she not understand, or is she just going to keep, every time he asks a question, is she going to just pretend like he didn't ask? How dumb is this going to get? God. It's the hypocrisy for me.
Okay.
Which I don't. It's just,
I'm sure they're probably good people. That's fine. I'm just doing it as an example. I just want to make sure I understand it.
But that's what I'm saying. These people, ICE, we have seen what has occurred over all of these months. We have seen the terror, the dismay, the kids, the one, oh God, I think one of the worst ones is that
5-year-old. You did 5-year-old. You did 5.
Oh, honey, I had to watch this video. They told me you went off. I heard you tell that woman kick rocks. Jay Witt. Y'all, shout out to my brother in Christ, Jay Witt. What's going on, honey? Y'all, and Francisco said, Don Lemon, I have not seen the video. So we'll check that one out right after this. Because I haven't seen the video at all. I have no idea. When I say I've been buried in work, Jay Witt, and I saw your email today, so I apologize. It was late. But man, oh my God, between this lady and the other guy that you had on the panel that was just a Candace Cope member. Ooh, I don't know how you do it. You got the patience of a turtle dove, honey. This is madness. She's dodging every single question. It may not be, but you're human. Listen, I told the Luxters, I said, listen, if he says kiss my ass, I know I'm gonna have to make some changes because that's rub it off on you. You got that for me. It's how you can blame it on me. Y'all, I said kick rocks because Lady Luck Club says it, and it just rubbed off. Yeah, wait. Because I told him, I said, I can't even cuss over there. Chapel. I have never, oh my God. I was like this. I understand because I just got through yelling a little bit. Because I'm like, what is she not understanding here? Why is she intentionally dodging questions and shifting around with the topic? It's hard to even follow the conversation with her because she's just switching up gears every 3 minutes. Every time you ask a question, she dodges and deflects from it and then talks about something else. It's like, girl, watch out. I don't know how you did this. Yeah, Jay Witt on the he on the vertical stream. Okay, you can click on the normal one, boy. Yeah, okay, let's get back to this. And we'll watch the because I know you said Marianne Lawrence live. We'll catch it after we finish this one up, and then we'll go over there and pull that video because I want to see it.
5-year-old.
The woman that was disabled and was trying, they told her to move her car. She tried to get into her doctor's appointment. I forgot what that woman had. I don't know. I don't know why that would tear me up so bad. She was like, I think it was something bad. And she had to get into the doctor's office. And they dragged that woman. That woman is disabled. And would I be a part of something that's doing that to these people? Hell no. I will go out and sell, you know what, on the streets before I work for somebody like that.
Got you.
No way.
Got you.
And then you're going to stand in front of the church. No.
Okay. No, that's I appreciate the passion. And my mother is a polio survivor, and she still drives. So every day, my cortisol levels are high because I know my mom is out. Like right now, I know my mom is out with my wife and my daughter, and I know that they're going to leave wherever they're eating right now, and she's going to go home. And my stress level is always high, and it's supposed to snow here in Atlanta tomorrow. I went and got my mom food, and I'm like, stay yourself in the house. Once you get in the house, stay in the house. So, so this is my point. So I totally understand that. I totally understand that. So I'm not saying that there have not been ups and downs as it relates to ICE, but I would, just like you just did right there, you impugned everybody that works for ICE and the pastor at City's Church. Then I would not do the same thing to you because I know you work for a slumlord. I would look at the slumlord and say, that dude right there is good for nothing, lowdown. I'm not going to go to you and harass you and harangue you because you work for him. But you keep lumping everything. If you feel,
you'd be like, see, how could you work for somebody that displaces people, that does this, that does that?
You know what? We can have that conversation. But we can have that conversation, sure, right here. So now, why you work for that man? But you know what I'm not going to do when you go to church? That ain't got nothing to do with you. You like, look, I'm just going to church. I'm just going to church. But no,
you're a church guy. You are a church person. You have a good pastor, this and that. You have a certain viewpoint.
Thank you, Miguel. Shout out to you. Yo, this is something else. That lady, she watches MS Now and CNN and just regurgitates whatever they say. She gave one specific name and that was about it. Didn't say much else. Like, I just, what I don't like is her dodging and deflecting from questions where he's asking them very specifically because he's trying to compare apples to apples here. All right, so let's take the same thing and put it in a different scenario. How would you react if it was over here? And she's like, I don't know. I'm like, wait, stop. Wait. Man, that would frustrate me too. That would frustrate me too. Plus, me personally, I just don't have the temperament. I'm gonna tell you that right now. God bless your heart, Jay Witt. Lord have mercy.
Of this, where you was like, oh, I'm not gonna cross that line. I'm not gonna cross that line. That's off limits. These people, you have the director. Again, I'm glad you clarified because I couldn't remember his title. He's a director of ICE, right? And then a director of ICE. And no, it didn't look like it was a lot of people. There, I agree with you there too. It doesn't look like it was a lot of people. And so the few people he had, like I said, I stand by what I said. I'm like, I wouldn't have cared. Those people, were they attacking the church members? Did anybody physically attack the pastor?
Do they have to physically attack him? Or is it, I'm just wondering, I just want to make sure I got it right. Do they have to physically attack them or them yelling in the faces of children that your parents are Yahtzees? Which one is that bad enough to yell in the faces of children? No, I watched that white man that look all scraggly, look like the Lorax. He's yelling in the faces of children. Your parents are Yahtzees. How does it feel that your parents are Yahtzees? I don't think you need to put your hands on a child to hurt a child like that. I'm saying Yahtzee because you're not supposed to say Nazi on YouTube.
Okay. I'm just.
So now you got me. Thank you. Now you got to send me a cash app because you just got me. You didn't tank my whole channel. You didn't tank my whole channel because of it. Thanks, friend.
I just didn't understand. I don't want.
No. I'm gonna read it here.
I don't know. Okay, I got you.
So, but he's yelling. Okay, here it is. So again, you say that it's okay to do this. This is not. This ain't God's house. This is the house of the devil. Here it is right here. This is the guy, the Kelly guy. He disrupted the service by chanting, "This ain't God's house. This is the devil. This is the house of the devil." Approached one female congregant who was with 2 young children and demanded to know in a hostile manner why she was not involved in the supportive of the takeover operation, and screamed Yahtzee in the congregant's face and asked the child, "Congregants, do you know that your parents are Yahtzees? They are going to burn in hell."
So this is stating what protesters said.
This is Kelly. This is that wild white guy.
He was the one with the.
Yeah, no, he was at Wild One. He was. I can find a video of it if we need to watch the video. But I mean, I think you know what I'm talking about.
His hair was kind of long.
Yeah, I mean, he's the only white guy that got arrested.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, so my question then again is that appropriate? Again, why can't the people not go to church, worship God, and then we'll go back outside on the street and we'll duke it out on the street? Like, why is the church not okay for them to say, you know what, this is the time for them to gather? Maybe they'll hear God's word and feel convicted. Maybe the people that are immigrants, that are illegal immigrants, will feel convicted and say, you know what, I need to leave. Whatever. But why is it not okay for them to just go to church? I just want to know that.
It is okay for them to go to church. And so you're saying Don Lemon and all the rest of the people at the top of the page there. And I forgot. Oh my God, what is the other journalist name? The black lady.
She's not a journalist. She's a lawyer.
Lawyer.
Armstrong.
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yes.
Her last name's Armstrong.
She's a lawyer. Yeah. So it's yours. So this context that's being said is that they assembled this mob. Lennon, the people at the top of the page there, everyone listed. They assembled the mob, stormed the church. Is what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
And they made these people gathered up these people to go yell these things at these kids and parents and whatnot.
Yeah. So it's not just me saying it. Let me just go ahead. Let's let them say it, and then we can see if you feel like this is the right behavior. If somebody disagrees with where you work, the ideology and the philosophy of your employer. Okay.
That's what we came to do. Get your house in order. That part. Don't pretend to be a church while harboring evil. It's unacceptable. And
he's right here.
This is what community looks like. Tell me what community looks like. What community looks like. What community looks like. What community looks like. What community. I mean, this is ridiculous. If God support ISIS, if Jesus support ISIS, and we don't either. But this is our house of the Lord. We're trying to come here and praise in His name and worship. You should go up there and call up. You should go up there.
And that's the guy. He's holding the camera, so we're hearing him say these things.
What are you saying? Hold on.
I understand that what is happening is wrong, and I agree with that, but this can't happen. This is the house of the Lord. To do this is unjust.
Okay, so am I missing something?
No, I don't think I'm missing anything in it because if you saw my comment, it's directed at the pastor. Yeah.
Okay.
Ice out. Ice out. Ice out. Ice out. Ice out. Ice out. Baby should out. Baby should out now. Baby should out now. Baby should out now. Baby should out.
What happened to him? Hold on. What's going on with these young? Is it right?
This is what community looks like. Tell me what community looks like. What community looks like. What community looks like. What community looks like. What community. I mean, this is ridiculous. If God support ISIS, if Jesus support ISIS, and we don't either. But this is our house of the Lord. We're trying to come here and praise in His name and worship. You should go up there and call up. You should go up there.
And that's the guy. He's holding the camera, so we're hearing him say these things.
Yeah, he just said he's trying to play the worship.
I understand that what is happening is wrong, and I agree with that, but this can't happen. This is the house of the Lord. To do this is unjust.
Okay, so am I missing something?
No, I don't think I'm missing anything in it because if you saw my comment, it's directed at the pastor. Yeah.
Okay.
Ice out. Ice out. Ice out. Ice out. Ice out. Ice out. Baby should out. Baby should out now. Baby should out now. Baby should out now.
Oh, he's crying. Who was the young man in the brown jacket that was crying? Is he the pastor? Which one was the pastor? Is this the pastor here that's standing there with the young lady? Is that who is that? Yeah, this is so crazy. They went and did. Oh, he's just a member. Okay. Who was the pastor? Y'all let me know what the pastor was wearing.
That's why they're mad.
Join the Black Church. Jesus did not wear a tie. The Black Church is part of the civil rights movement.
Black church is crazy.
Jay Witt.
Your pastor's an ICE agent. Come join the Black Church. It's good. That's where you belong.
And this one cut it.
You can join whatever nationality church,
but
just because the pastor's.
Y'all, we're gonna let Jay Witt come up. Okay, Don interviewed him in a different video. Okay. So is that him holding the camera here? Come on, honey. What's going on?
Hey, what's happening, friend? Grace and peace. How are you?
Ooh, I'm doing okay, trying to figure out what's happening here.
Craziness. This is just craziness.
Okay.
Right,
so was Don Lemon at this particular protest? Is he the one recording?
No, Don Lemon this is just I just found a clip in my cache. I didn't pull out the one exactly where Don Lemon was doing the interview, but Don Lemon is there.
Okay.
So this is the one that he helped participate in, and I think I rolled it back and you see it, if I'm not mistaken. Last night was kind of a blur, but I believe I went back and you can see Don Lemon doing like the pregame where they're like getting themselves ready and such like that, where he was trying to say that he wasn't a participant. But I'm like, dude, you're literally there planning with them. Like, that's crazy work.
When did you
right?
Was that the end?
Right there. Drop it right there. Drop the playhead right there.
Okay. Hold on.
That's it. They want to protect that little person that they were able to carry. Oh, no, that's the mom. I'm sorry, that's not it. That's the mom that went out into the Sub-Zero protesting. But no, Don Lemon is in there. Let me find out. I got it over here. I'll pull it up and send it to you.
Okay.
But yeah,
I'll finish this up and then
okay. Anyway,
let's see. Hold tight 1 second. Let me finish watching this because I haven't seen this.
Really?
And then okay, I haven't seen this. And then now you can share your screen. Once you get the video up, then you can share your screen and play it.
Sure.
Yeah. All right. Let me finish this one up right quick.
Good. That's where you belong.
Did he say where you belong?
Black church. What? He said he belonged to Black church.
Shabu. That man can go to church where he want to go.
I wish I was making it up.
You can't tell somebody what church to go to.
You got to tell
them. Do we not serve the same God? I don't understand.
These people.
This is something.
I don't think he does. I think there's definitely an argument that he does not.
Oh my goodness! All right, man.
And that's the guy. He's holding the camera, so we're hearing him say these things. All right.
I understand that what is happening is wrong, and I agree with that. But this can't happen. This can't. This is the house of the Lord. To do this is unjust.
Okay, so am I missing something?
No, I don't think I'm missing anything in it because if you follow, it's directed at the pastor. Yeah.
Okay. Let me give you, because I wanted to debrief on this. I was thinking about actually doing a show about it. So this young woman, she was in my comment section, and she was saying some really ridiculous stuff. And you know how people get, you know how us's get when they feel comfortable, they start making pejoratives and calling you all kinds of slave and all this stuff, go back to massa. And so I did like I usually do. I just pin her comment to the top and let the best live chat in the most electrifying comment section have at her. And so, but she just kept going. She was just going hard in the paint. I mean, the comments was just going crazy. And I said, why don't you do this? How about you just come on the show? I'll shoot you an email. Shoot me an email and I'll send you a link. And she sent me an email. I said, okay, say less. Then we're going to do that. But one of the things I'm noticing about, and the reason I did that, I think it's sobering to see these people really don't have an argument. If you're standing on firm, solid arguments, they really don't have anything. Right. They really don't. And so this young lady, I don't know if you began watching the beginning, she didn't know what church was about. She was just saying some of the most mentally deficient things I can imagine. I'm like, I could get somebody from the other side of Pluto who knows what church is about, whether they go or they don't. that's not the point. And so
Right.
I really feel like, and like I told her, I said, she's just being dishonest. You're lying. You're just not being honest. So all of this right here, she knows good and well. If the races were flipped and this was a black church and white people ran up in a white, she would not be cool with that. She knows she wouldn't, even though she claims she don't go to church. So stop lying. You can say that these people are wrong, and you can still support the argument that you have, even though I still think the protesting of ICE is ignorant. But we can have that. We can argue that out. But going up into somebody's church, just like I said, going up in somebody's job, she would say, "Oh, I would be okay with it." Did you hear her earlier when I asked her would she be okay if somebody broke into her house and just living in her house? Ma'am, you
I heard her. She was. I mean, she dodged and deflected all these, direct questions. Because I paused it a couple times, and I was like, "Okay, what is she trying to do here?" Because I don't, I don't get it. Why be hypocritical to this? You're asking questions that are comparing apples to apples.
Absolutely.
I even said the same. I even said that, in my commentary. I said, "What if?" I wonder what she would have said if it were the KKK going into a black church.
She would have
and doing the same thing. She would have been upset. She would have been, oh, they need to go to jail. But see, what she wasn't considering was what the law states and how the court will view this from a legal perspective. And at the end of the day, you don't want the law to be biased. You don't want the law to see color. You want the law to be applicable across the board. Just as much it would be disturbing as the cake to go into a black church to do this. It should be just as equally disturbing with them doing this in this church, because we have laws in place for a reason, and this is private property. Churches are established as private property. This is not a government building you're in or a public library. This is a church, so they don't have to permit you to protest in the church. That's not a legal right to protest on private property. It's protected on public property, but not private. With private property, you need permission.
Absolutely.
And it comes down to other factors as well. And that's the first thing we did. We pulled up the law. I even Googled, is it illegal to protest in a church? And dropped up the links early up in the chat for people to read as resources. That way we have a baseline to help, and I said to the Luxes, this is to help you all understand my point on this. And now someone who's a Christian and grew up in church, I don't want to go to church and be face head on with a protest. I just don't. That's not why I go to church. I go to church to be ministered to hear the word of God, to fellowship with other believers in the church. I don't go to church to have to be confronted by a protest and then to have that disruption, because you never know who's there to get whatever they need spiritual, to help edify them, to replenish them. You're disrupting that flow, and you never know what someone might be in there. You could have disrupted someone to keep them from becoming, a Christian, from receiving salvation. I mean, who knows what was disrupted because of that? And
I agree 100%.
At the end of the day, it's about your relationship with God. That comes first. That's primary. Your protest can be done outside of public property after church service. But
no argument for me.
Yeah, it's like, why override what's supposed to be happening in the house of God? It's a place where we're supposed to still have some level of reverence and respect for. And it just seems to get lost in translation. And we wouldn't like it if anybody came into an all black, predominantly black church, seeing that she was a black woman, and then they go in and protest, and then they're the Klan or something like that. She wouldn't have liked that at all. So,
oh no,
it's the hypocrisy for me, honey. I don't know.
That is. No, go ahead and finish it up. Go ahead and finish.
Yeah, let's finish this out.
Did you want to see the one with Don Lemon or no?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let me switch.
A few more
minutes.
Go ahead.
Right no.
Quick, yeah, and then I'll switch it out, and you can have the control.
That's what they're now.
Find a better church, bro. Join the black church. Jesus did not wear a tie. The black church is part of the civil rights movement.
Black church is crazy.
Your pastor's an ICE agent. Come join the black church. Good. Wow. That's where you belong.
Justice for. Justice for.
And
I'm
this one
good
cut
with
it.
that. You can join whatever nationality church you
But-
want. Just because the pastor's Ice Age, and I don't agree. And let's be clear about that. I don't know. You can go join whatever you want.
Okay, Jason, you Jay, what you want to
Okay.
take controls?
Yeah. Let me just share this real quick, and then. All right. So this is the
Yeah.
video I did when I was looking at Legal Mindset, great content creator who discussed this topic. And this is just a clip of it. It's not the full thing, of course. But
Yeah.
can you share my screen? Okay, there we go.
Absolutely.
All right, and here we go. Let's make this large. And of course, everybody, y'all know, green hearts in the chat when you can hear.
We don't know who Don Lemon is, the defendant in this case, as we present it. He is a former newscaster. He worked at CNN and NBC, but he was fired by CNN in 2023. He led a group of anti-ICE protesters into an active church worship service on Martin Luther King Day.
This is an operation that is a secret.
This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show up somewhere. They don't expect us to come there, and then we disrupt business as usual.
Disrupting the worship service, traumatizing elderly children and all the parishioners there in the name of this anti-ICE protest. So let's look into the plaintiff. The plaintiff is harmed.
Okay, let me see. Where is the clip of him talking to the pastor? Because I know you were asking who is the pastor. I know that guy. I didn't have it. Oh, come on,
it's
Jason.
wild that they would say that in the video, and they know that's going to be used against them. Like, why would you say
Oh,
that?
here it is right here.
Okay.
It's because there is that First Amendment defense that these defendants have. And believe me, they're going to defend this case and fight it the whole way.
Romani adding he believes a federal judge deciding not to charge independent journalists.
So that was the pastor. That's the pastor right there.
That's the pastor. Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
And
Don Lemon, who was at the church to live stream the event, could be an indication of how this case is handled in court. The judge ruling Lemon's presence was constitutionally protected as a reporter.
If you can't clear the initial hurdle of probable cause, getting beyond a reasonable doubt unanimously with 12 out of 12 jurors, that's going to be a tough hill for the DOJ to climb.
Now, a federal judge.
Okay, so that was it. I just want to make sure you saw that. I don't want to take.
Yeah, this is
but yeah, that was it. So I thought it was interesting because the woman, of course, clearly, and you can take back the screen.
Okay.
The woman clearly was just using speaking points, as I said in your comment section. She was just using speaking points and platitudes, no evidence, nothing of concrete. And of course, everything was duck and cover, deflect, run in a different direction. And I'm like we're playing pinball. Like, I want to ask you about a specific instance. Would you be okay with that? And again, as I said before, she was just being really dishonest. You would be okay with somebody breaking into your house and staying in your house? She's like, well, what are they contributing? Nothing. Well, yeah, I'd be okay with that. Ma'am, get out of here.
Guy,
You lying. You lying and the truth ain't in you. Stop it.
Exactly.
Just let it go.
Exactly. That was something else. I was like, I've never seen Jay with go in on this. I wish you would. No. You good. I wish you did that same thing to the other dude you had on your panel that was talking about Candace.
So okay, which is a good point. So, and maybe I'll just do maybe I'll take those videos apart because Paul, and for the most part, Peter, I'm sorry, his name's Peter. Peter, for the most part, was just ill-informed and didn't know anything. When you pushed on him, he didn't push back. He's like, oh, I don't know that. And that's when I said, like, well, can you at least do your homework before you come over here, and so on and so forth. I hate to say it like this, but he was aware of the fact that he didn't know anything. Right. When I asked him about the planes, when I asked him about various and sundry, he didn't know. I could have made up something he wouldn't have known, right? So at least he was humble in that regard. Sanai, on the other hand, she was not only loud but wrong. She wasn't just wrong; she was loud and wrong. And she was willing to just crash out, hence why I crashed out with her. Like, oh, we're going to crash out together. Get your helmet on. Put on your seatbelt. We're going to crash out together. But I think it's primarily the fact that Peter at least was willing to admit, like, I don't know something. She was just making up stuff. Like, would you be okay with somebody breaking into your house? Yeah.
Like, yeah, no, you would not be okay with it.
I don't know what church is about.
Come on.
You don't know what church is.
Come on.
I mean, literally, there's a church on every corner in Detroit. Shut up. Like that's just dumb. So hence the only reason. But again, I thought Peter was more genuine than her.
I mean, and even with Peter, he was just like willfully ignorant. Still, he could have chose to read and research.
Right.
You know,
he could have done that. Absolutely.
You know, and I mean, she was just her deflection and hypocrisy was what got it for me. It was like, lady, you just making me mad, and I don't even want to. I don't know how you kept her up there more than 5 minutes. I'm gonna be honest. I would have pulled her out my platform. I ain't no more.
Well, okay. When I put her in the back, I actually was thinking about just going ahead and dropping her, but I really wanted people to see that. Okay, because first of all, I was like, okay, Jason, you don't went too far. Jason, you got to repair this, bro. So that was me telling myself, like, bro, you got to fix this. So that being the case, I said that I at least need to bring her back on and end it in a civil manner. That was my only thing. And we just went longer. And again, I wanted, I just wanted people to be able to see and say, oh, I can actually push back on these really silly things. Yeah. Again, like, and you don't have to be an expert, as I always tell people. If you don't know the answer, then ask the questions, and just be able to say, okay, let me ask questions about why is it okay for Don Lemon to roll up in a church, but if somebody wearing a sheet and a pointy hat, if they did it, you'd have a problem with it. Why is that? Why is there a difference? Okay, so then now we got a problem. Or asking about the sovereignty of your home. And you being able to have your home intact, but not having somebody come in. Why can the country not do that? Like you're not being honest. So that was the only reason. That was the only reason she stayed that long. And I'll be honest, that was it. But
so. I said, man, I was when they told me you reached out. I was like, oh, I said that is new to me. But it was completely, it was justified. I mean, it's one thing for us to sit and do commentary on videos, but I think, part of that independent journalism and just in the spirit of reporting and debate, you got to be able to engage. And I think what your reaction was natural. I would have been worse. So you still can. You got the patience of a turtle dove. There's nowhere in the world.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you plan on watching.
A chance to come back. I was gonna.
Go ahead. I said, I don't know if you plan on watching the whole thing, but I watch Corey Minor comes on and we have a conversation about it. Because Corey's like, bro, I ain't never seen you do that before. And me and Corey have talked on the phone a lot.
Talking about is that biblical? What's his name?
Biblical Smart Christian Channel. Smart Christian Channel.
Yes.
So he comes on later. He's like, bro, he's texting me like, man, if you don't send me that link, he's like, I don't know what I just saw, but I need you to send me that link. So I sent it. So he comes on later on and we have a good conversation. But again, and I might do this more often. I might challenge you, Lady Luck. Maybe have somebody on there that you disagree with and have a conversation with them and just see, like, you know what? I really all you gotta do is just give them time to talk and let them dig their own hole.
Every time I invite somebody to come up when I'm talking about Umar and they didn't agree, I was like, here's the link. Come on up. Put your camera on and introduce yourself backstage, and then you want to cut your camera back off. That's cool, but come on up. They wouldn't do it. I did that at least 2 or 3 times. We're still waiting on James Miller to come through.
James Miller. I don't think I know him.
He's a troll.
Well, no. I mean, just and maybe you need to talk. Maybe it'd be another topic. Maybe again, just invite somebody that you disagree with, and it wasn't that bad. I mean, it wasn't bad. And maybe plan it out ahead of time. Like, hey, this is what we're gonna talk about. You can shoot me an email. We can plan it out ahead of time. Like with Peter, we went back and forth in email for a good little minute before we nailed everything down. Because I told him exactly what I wanted to talk about. I'm not talking about Israel. That's not. I don't care.
Right.
I really don't. Right. I got a patch of grass in my front yard that I got to deal with. Deal with that. And so I don't care about Israel like that. And every sentence can't be punctuated with Israel. That's just because you're not using good common sense. And you're trying to deflect off your own. You're deflecting off your own accountability and being responsible for yourself. If everything is Lady Luck's fault, it's Lady Luck's fault that I got the patch of grass in my front yard. It's Lady Luck's fault that I ain't got no gas in my car. I gotta get gas before I go to church. It's Lady Luck's fault, but no, it's not. It's mine. Stop blaming it on other people and being an adult.
Exactly. And if we're
I got
America
something for
first,
you.
you know, because her fan base, they love, honey, the cult members love to see him talk about, well, we're America first. No, you're not. You talk about every other country except America.
So if you say, here's one, this will be fun. Next time you get one of the America First Cantifa members, say, okay, you're America First. Okay, what can we do to fix XYZ problem? And count the seconds that it takes for them to go overseas. It won't take them, I'm going to say probably 30 seconds at best for them to go to Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, buy themselves a ticket, get on a plane, and start heading to Israel. Like every problem is solved with Israel. So if you're America first, then clearly America is not the first thing on your mind, because the only solution that you can find is something going on in Israel, a little sliver of land the size of New Jersey. I need you to stop and think about that, because that doesn't make any sense.
Can we go
really
over
doesn't.
that video, the video of you, you know, with Peter? Can we go over that now, or you want to do it separately?
We can do it separately because it's past my bedtime.
Oh, Deacon.
Girl, do you see what time it is?
You know what? This is my prime time. I'm usually online.
Oh, let me tell you about my prime time.
10 and 2 a.m.
Oh my gosh.
Can we?
Oh,
okay, you got time tomorrow? Because I really want to. Oh, it's so good. I was like yelling at the phone. Oh my God, you can't believe that. I was yelling at the phone, man. I said, "Get him, Jay Wick, get him."
It hit me up on text message. I should be back home by 6 tomorrow evening.
Yes.
We can talk about Peter.
Yeah. Tomorrow, y'all at 6 p.m. We're gonna collab with Jay Wick. Talk about
She didn't already. What did I say? Didn't I say hit me up on the email first, text message first? This girl done already planned it. She done already baked the cake and got the balloons made and everything. Girl, I just said text me.
Yeah, he spoils me so much. Yay! Y'all be back at 6 tomorrow. I'm gonna set up the live stream.
See,
thank you, Deacon.
1,000% why we can't have nice things. That's why we can't have nice things. Why can't we have nice things? Because of this. That's why we can't have nice things.
Yeah, Jay Wick spoils me so much. I just appreciate it. He just kind of like, yeah, go ahead, lady.
Plotting and planning. That's what she's doing. Plotting and planning.
It's so good. It was like, oh, this is the type of video you want to do a good breakdown on, because it goes to show you how the effect of this crap that Candace is pushing out has on others, the actual influence in real time, where they're repeating her talking points. It's apples to apples. They don't even try to research and read in between. He didn't even read the indictment. Like, it's like, dude, you're literally copying her entire mindset. You're choosing to not read or be informed, and you're repeating the things that she says, and then everything's so suspicious. Well, you know, maybe your entire life is suspicious, but at some point, you gotta agree to some concrete fact or evidence here. We can't live our lives on theories alone. Okay.
So in order for something to be normal, it has to be something that's repeatable. Like, we know what normal wear and tear on a 2017 Chevy Escalade, a Chevy Yukon is like, because there's multiple of those cars and they can see like the wear and tear on those tires after so many thousands of miles. That's a normal experience, right? We also know what the normal experience of a 7-year-old drinking apple juice every day, what happens to their teeth. We can see that because we got 7-year-olds. We got quite a few of them here in the world, right? So we can see that on a regular basis. How many, I asked this question the other day, how many women have had the dubious, dreadful, morbid honor of watching their husband get assassinated on screen in front of everybody in the world? How many women have that experience? Sad to say. I'm sad to say. So
if I've had anybody else with that.
What is the normal response then?
I mean,
you
the
can't.
normal response. You can't put that into words.
You can't come up with a normal response.
Would be different, exactly.
There we go. Because we don't have anything. There's nothing. What's the baseline? What's the baseline behavior? We don't know, because there's never been this situation before. So for Candace to impugn that this is weird, or like Peter kept saying, this is odd or this is suspicious. Well, what makes it weird? What makes it odd or suspicious? There isn't a standard. I mean, and I even joked about it. I said, was she supposed to do the black funeral cry? Falling all out on the ground? Was she supposed to do that? Was she supposed to do the stoic woman? Which one was she supposed to do? And it seems like if she did one or the other, people would have been mad either way she did it. Now, am I saying that everything that Erika Kirk has done that I approve of? Absolutely not. But you know what, though? I am in no position to tell a woman how does she, or man, how they should respond in the event of what we saw right here. There's just no way I'm going to do that. So therefore, because I'm not going to do that, guess what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to say that she's weird. Peter was really hung up on the fact that Erika stayed on the tarmac allegedly for an hour before she got off the plane.
Child, he better be glad that she was able to get out and walk. They would have had to carry me.
Right.
It didn't make any sense. Somebody blacks out and they have to be carried in. I mean, you don't control human emotions. That's what Candace doesn't care about. She thinks she can control people's human emotions and bends them to what she would do. No.
That is correct. Because everything is always based upon her understanding. And I said, well, you do understand there's not a standard. There's not, again, if we're talking about wear and tear on tires, we're talking about kids that eat ice cream after dinner, if we talk about whatever, we have some metrics that we can say, oh, this is the baseline response to the baseline. We don't have that. So we can't say that this is a normal behavior. We can't.
Right. Exactly.
We just can't do that. So and that's where they get lost.
And they do, and she what she doesn't think about is, the fact that the grieving is not just over the loss of a husband. She's also grieving on behalf of her children over the loss of their father. So it's twofold. You have, also someone who was a CEO and a businessman and, had some sway in leadership. He was in a position of leadership and authority. I mean, it's so many shoes that he filled that she's now, most of them having to be kind of thrust into. And you got all of this hitting you at one time. It's about as bad as Candace sitting here saying, "Oh, people wearing, maroon shirts has got to be guilty of pulling triggers." It's like, what do you mean? You got on a maroon shirt, now you a murderer. You're like, are you kidding me? It's so absurd how extreme she is with this nonsense. It's buffoon.
And I'll talk about this tomorrow when we do our show. If we do it at 6:00, make sure you email me. Okay. Shoot me up an email. But anyway, one of the things I noticed is Candace loves to uses talking points a lot more than people realize. A lot of what she says is just talking points. And what I mean by talking points is just like simple, kind of like I call it memeology. It's just like using terms, but never really defining it and definitely never digging in any deeper. A good example is people would say, God won't give you more than you can bear, as if that's like a mic drop moment. And that's just a statement. There's no evidence. Like, well, explain what you mean by that, because I can actually tell you that the opposite is true. But she does that all the time. She does a lot of platitudes. And one of the things that her audience has gotten very, very comfortable in is moving and operating in platitudes and speaking points that they've never developed and never thought about. And so when you push back on something like, hey, why can't you just be gracious to a person and not set a timer and say, well, they have to behave a certain way? Like, why can't you not just give them the grace and say, okay. And the gentleman the other day said that Mike McCoy was moving strange. And I noticed a lot of people using strange, weird, suspicious, as if that's like the mic drop, dead, stop the discussion. If I say, ooh, Lady Luck Club was moving weird. What makes it weird?
Like, what does that define?
What makes that weird? What does that mean?
Exactly.
So they've become very comfortable using platitudes and these statements that really don't have any bearing anywhere. Because when you drill down to it and say, well, what made it strange? Well, Mike McCoy walked straight away. Okay. And what does that mean?
Exactly.
Okay. Now bring me to the place that he was complicit in murdering Charlie Kirk.
Right. Exactly. How does this have to do anything with criminality here?
Right. And I said, because think about it. If he was aware that Charlie Kirk was going to be killed, why would he need to be there to do it? Wouldn't he be in the office getting ready to pick out his own furniture and get ready to paint the walls? Because, Charlie Kirk is about to kill. Why would he be there in a position where he could possibly be injured if he knew about it? Like, why would he do that? Like, what? Like, make that make sense. I'll listen.
Exactly.
And
I
there we
always
go.
flip it when I see the comments. I flip it right back and say, okay, well, then I believe that Candace and George Farmer has something to do with, Charlie Kirk's death. We can all go there. I can list a laundry list of reasons as to why. I literally said that earlier in my previous live. I was like, yeah, I do believe that she had a hand in it. And then until she dropped some alibis and evidence to prove me wrong,
Prove me wrong.
we can all make these assumptions here. I mean, is it justified? No, might not be, but it's the aspect of this is exactly what she's doing, and it's not until it hits them directly or they're impacted directly does certain things resonate. Sometimes it's just if we can't be empathetic and put ourselves in someone else's shoes, then it's like she's very cold and callous and calculated from this because she doesn't have to tell her 4 kids, your dad's never coming home again.
That's correct.
She doesn't have to tell that to her children. And hopefully she doesn't have to do that. I don't wish that because I want them to have both parents, but she doesn't have to tell her 4 children that. Erika Kirk has to tell her 2 kids that though.
Absolutely. And let me also point out, it's not because Candace likes to use the grieving widow defense as if somebody's using that as a defense. No, it's not a grieving widow. It's the fact that you are impugning a widow with no evidence.
Exactly.
You're impugning. It's not saying, well, oh, you can't attack Lady Luck Club because of XYZ ABC. No, I'm just making something up.
Right.
Like you have no evidence for that. So the reason why Mike McCoy, the reason why Erika Kirk and all these other people are getting drugged through social media is because of your allegations that you made that have had no bearing. So we have to be honest and say, no, it's not, it's not the grieving widow, because she likes to use that because she wants to poo-poo that away. But no, it's not that. It's the fact that you are accusing somebody with no evidence at all. You're accusing somebody with no proof. You're just literally dragging her. We're going to do a 2-part series on Erika Kirk so you know the background. Man, maybe we should look into your background.
Exactly. That's what I said.
Maybe we need to pull the curtain from behind your own background. And this is the very last thing, and I'm gonna shut this off. One of the things I've noticed about Candace is that when she's pushed back on when she reaches resistance in something about her background or whatever like that, let's use Mitch Snow as an example. Instead of going in and actually addressing the issues, she'll slander Gary, call Gary, this obscure YouTuber, and never really address what came out and say that, oh, he's got baby mama drama just like everybody else got baby mama drama. I don't got baby mama drama.
Okay, but, look, no one wants that.
Right. But she doesn't address actually what came out of it. She doesn't address the issues and the problems with what he said. So she doesn't address those. So and she'll just try to let it sit. That's why you don't hear anything about Mitch Snow or Fort Hakachua or even Plains. You don't hear anything about the Plains anymore, or even Delaware. All that stuff was just really to keep you coming back next week. Stay tuned for the next episode. That's all that was. So
it's full of fluff. It's full of fluff. So I said that earlier. I was like, as long as she's sitting here going on, the edge, and her whole reasoning for trying to say, oh, we can't question a grieving widow. How dare they? No, that's her way of trying to remove the humanity aspect from the equation. Yeah. Because she doesn't want the feeling and the emotion and the empathy involved in it. She wants to be cold and calculated about it just so she could try to say, well, I'm just trying to be, more factually based, or I'm just trying to come from a realistic stance. And that's not how reality works either. Reality is you don't control another human's emotions. You don't control another human being. She has to grieve the way she does, and the moves that she makes, her decisions in this. She just hopped into this role of having to be the CEO 4 months ago under the most unusual circumstances. It's traumatizing. Candace never wanted to give her grace. She wanted to always implicate, Erika in this.
Oh, that was from day one.
She just kind of eased herself up into it, and then the more of the filler fluff she threw out there, the less emotionally detached she tried to pull her audience from it, so that when she did go for Erika Kirk, then they're already anger and smelling blood here. They don't really care about her just being a human being. They don't care about the empathy. They don't care about how the kids are being affected. They don't care about any of that. They're out for blood.
Yeah.
And it's just savage the way she's moving and the way she's now full-blown accusing her of being involved with no factual evidence. But at the end of the day, I always remind the LLC, none of that nonsense Candace Owens is doing is going to fly in the court of law. No judge will care about how she feels. They don't care she exists unless she's a suspect.
Yeah, and that's the part I don't think people are really, and I think I even asked, I think I might have mentioned to Peter, I know I've said it on my channel, that none of this is going to matter. Like, she's not an investigator. So even if she comes up with the most harrowing story, it will matter none. Because a lot of the information she's got from shady sources, it'll get destroyed by a prosecutor or a defense attorney. It'll get eviscerated. I mean, a lot of it, I would go on a limb and say I could take apart a lot of her stuff, but I'm not even a lawyer.
And I have.
Right?
I have taken some apart.
Right. I'm a former second grade teacher. I can take apart some of her arguments.
Absolutely.
So, but yeah, just to that, I think you're right on the button, and we'll talk about it tomorrow at 6:00 ish.
Yay!
Maybe.
Okay, I see you. I'm gonna see your email. Come on, Deacon. This gonna be fun.
Oh, man.
Y'all, shout out to Jay Witt. I love
shout out, man, y'all. Y'all, thank y'all so much. Shout out to the most yellow. Do y'all do the yellow hearts? What do y'all do?
I just have them drop a number down here, but y'all drop some
y'all,
purple hearts and red hearts. Get some hearts.
Well, what's your color? Don't you have a color? What's your color?
Typically, I just do numbers. I just tell them to drop red hearts, if anything. Red.
Hey, go
it's fine.
Get some color in there. Get some color in there.
I'm gonna do a teal.
I'm feeling like Lady Luck Club. Like you know what? This aqua color. This aqua color is kind of nice.
Yeah.
Why don't you put some aqua color hearts in the chat? So go into the thing. There we go. Pick a color. Right. Aqua. I'm rocking with aqua. I'm aqua.
Then you get stuff like this. Robbie, tune in tomorrow. Since you want to call us fools now, honey. We really
he's not calling by a fool, is he?
1,000.
He's not calling by a fool. I thought he was just saying that Candace things are foolish. Is he saying we're foolish?
Child, you listen. We catch it all over here with these the cult members, honey. They come for the banter. They love it. I don't care how they think or feel. Hey, I just kind of it's either a bot or a cult member. Either way, I don't care. And they'd be all right. They come back. They still come back though. They pout about it and then they come back. It is. Weird.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. All right. I thought he was saying it about other people. I hope he's saying it about. I don't want you to do that, Robbie. I don't want that to happen to you, Robbie.
Y'all.
I don't want that.
Come back tomorrow, Robbie. If you think some fools now, you'll get some more tomorrow.
Yeah, when I'm well rested, man, I'll be extra foolish. Matter of fact, I mean, if Robbie wants to, man, Robbie, we can we'll drop you a link or something.
Jay Witter get you straight. Jay Witter get you straight, Robbie. Okay.
Just give me like 3 minutes to go give me something to drink, and then we can do that. We can do that. I'll as much as I just said, I gotta go to bed.
I told you hanging out here with me is fun. What you talking about? You gotta go to bed. What time you gotta get up in the morning, Deacon? What time you gotta get up in the morning?
I gotta be at church at 9:00.
Ooh, child. That's a work day.
I know, and then I gotta go to baby girl's play. Jay Witt is not a journalist. That's true. I'm not a journalist. I think I've said that ad nauseum. I'm a retired school teacher. Thank you for paying attention. I appreciate it. If anybody, I don't know if somebody was saying that or you're just clarifying for somebody. I'm not a journalist. I'm a former school teacher.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't even. Y'all come in tomorrow.
Honey.
We already. Jay, we'll do it tomorrow because we got to go over this Peter thing, honey. That's something else. And Peter, if you're listening, you're always welcome to come over and engage in this conversation. And bring a friend. That way you don't feel like you're being tag teamed on. Okay. No, I don't mind.
Send you his
I'm
email.
here for it. I am here for it. Oh man, that's gonna be epic, y'all.
Yeah,
y'all shout out to Jay Witt.
I appreciate it. I'm just reading your comment section.
I know, right?
In the comments section. The comments be getting
10:30. We're gonna hang out LLC for more laughs and giggles. Oh, we've been at it all day. We did a 4-hour live earlier.
Really? What
I'm
you talking
operating
about?
on Goose Juice. Was trying to catch up on the episodes because I wasn't able to go live all week. So catching up on that and Milk Bar videos, and then still have 2 or 3 more Milk Bar shorts, I think. And then her episode from Friday. to go over because I haven't been able to check it out. So we're gonna go over that. It's gonna be
Okay.
something else, honey. It's gonna be something else. So tomorrow, I mean, whatever else you wanna discuss,
Okay.
but I definitely want to go with that Peter one with you. That's something else.
Okay. I got you. Hold on. I'm gonna drop you a message in the private.
Okay. I appreciate you tuning in
Okay.
and listen.
Hey, no friend.
The lady, did she reach back out to you after
No,
did
we
she reach out to you?
I mean, she has my email, but I'm fine with it. She was in the comment section talking with people though, but that's fine. I got no problem with that.
Oh, okay.
All right, I just dropped you a message in there, something that I just want to remind myself about.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So just
All
be
right.
aware
Thank
of
you for
that.
your heads up on that.
No
Yeah.
problem.
Good job.
I
The
spent a
last
lot of
thing I
time
need
cleaning
is
that
a
out.
Oh God. And it sucks too, because then it ends up with yeah. Oh God. All right. I appreciate that one.
Hey, no problem,
Good
friend. No
looking
problem
out.
at all.
All right.
All
now.
right, I'm gonna catch you real
Go get
soon.
you
I will
some
see
sleep.
you tomorrow.
Yes. Yes. It's a definite yes, y'all. Don't let him
For
fool
sure.
y'all. It's a definite yes. All right.
I'll catch you
Be
in a minute. Be
good.
good, friend. Bye. Now.
Okay. Bye. Y'all, shout out to Wit. Oh man. Y'all, let's get started on these videos. We got let's see here, because I was gonna, since we finished that up with him. That was something else, y'all. Jay Witt went in. I ain't mad at you. Not mad at you, y'all. We still have these milk bar shorts. I wanted to go over the body language guy video. And then, of course, her episode from Friday. So y'all let me know if y'all still want to hang out here with me. We're going into 2 hours. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, by the way. Shout out to Jay Witt. That was awesome. I enjoy him being able to come over and to give some insightful words of wisdom and giving us his perspective on that interview he did with the young lady. And yeah, I guess we can at some point start, dropping the link. I go live so late that I don't like to, disturb you all, but yeah, we'll be able to like get back to giving you guys some time to come up and give your commentary, your thoughts and stuff. That'd be awesome. We're gonna have to start making time for that. So if you guys want to hang out with me, feel free to hang out with me. I want to get to these. These are some YouTube shorts that he has. Then the body language guys finally calling Candace Owens and saying there's something else. And then we got her episode. So let's get going on this. I'm gonna let them play back to back to back. Make sure you guys check out Milk Bar TV, the body language guy, and of course with Candace. It is what it is. All right, put a 1 in the chat when you guys can see and hear. Let's get to it.
Very quickly comment, because people were pinging me on this, about Kanye taking out a full page in the Wall Street Journal to apologize. Kanye's apology. I just want to broadly say this, because this comes up all the time. There's always this, Candace, Ye. I love Ye. He's like a brother to me. I am never going to turn my back on Ye. I'm here for the Ye of all seasons. He and I agree on many things, disagree on many things at all times. If he wants to apologize to people that he specifically has hurt, he is welcome to do that. And of course, for people that are now trying to construe this and attach and put Candace, this has nothing to do with my viewpoints whatsoever on Israel, people who mass murder children. So I support Ye in everything that he does, and if I don't support him in anything, I will speak to him directly. So I just wanted to state that, because people were asking me, what do you think about this? It's Ye. Ye is always doing something, whatever he wants to do. And the reason why he and I get on so well is because Ye's got to be Ye and Candace has got to be Candace. It's just how it works.
And you're making hundreds and thousands of dollars every single episode going after the people that I love because somehow they're in on this. No.
And I hate to say this, but I'm going to be very clear here. This is why there are many people who do not believe that women are equipped to lead companies, because what you are watching here is an unbelievably emotional response that is absent of any logic, okay?
We are moving forward, Turning Point USA 2.0 with Charlie in our hearts, and that's what he would want.
Again, we are not even 2 weeks after watching your husband be assassinated. We're talking about numbers and metrics that have been hit. We know everybody grieves differently. In my imagination, I just thought she would be more upset. No, she didn't even respond to one of the conspiracies. She gave us emotion. She gave us emotion. She said, I'm a mother. I am a wife.
You all see why you cannot live your life trying to please somebody. Candace really wants people to think and believe that they're here on earth and exist to please her and make her happy. We're not here for you. We don't bow down to aliens. Demonic evil soulless aliens. We don't do that. No one is obligated to live their life trying to conform to the whims of Candace Owens when she does not pay your bills. Candace, you pay no one's bills. You don't have to take care of Erika Kirk at all. She doesn't owe you a set of emotions or responses. She owes you and your coat nothing. Absolutely nothing, especially when you can't even prove your philanthropy and having been a sponsor or donor to TPUSA. Candace has never given them money. As a matter of fact, they hired her and gave her money. They acquired Blexit. She had a contract with them. So if anything, Candace was the one benefiting from TPUSA existing. See, she's never going to phrase it like that to her audience. She's never going to say, you all, yes, it's true. I had a contract and they were giving me X amount of dollars per month as a consultant. I was financially benefiting from this. Maybe they were thinking about cutting her contract, got mad. Maybe Charlie was thinking about selling, this renamed Blexit. And she wasn't happy about that. How many times has she said they were supposed to have a reunion where they were going to be bringing me back on stage with Charlie Kirk? And I didn't even get the chance to do that. All of this is about her vindication and her being a scorned woman. All of it. The vengeance in this is just disgusting, Candace. Erika Kirk doesn't owe you nothing. She doesn't owe you emotions. She doesn't owe you anything.
And we never asked about whether she was mother or wife. We want to know if she is a CEO and a chairman. And a CEO and a chairman has to compartmentalize. Hey, imagine you're the employee and you're like, okay, well, this is his wife saying this. So am I weird? I would be pretty weird if I needed to take time off and his wife is saying she's full steam ahead.
Honestly, Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action, full steam ahead, you guys. We have what Charlie would want us to.
Shout out to Melinda for the $5 memberships she just got. Thank you. Gifted 5 memberships. Appreciate it. Y'all shout out to Uncle Mo TV. Thank you all so much. Can I get one of the moms to drop his YouTube channel link in the chat? You guys go check out Uncle Mo TV and show him some love on his channel. And make sure you guys are hitting that like button here and subscribe to the Lady Luck Club as well as my second channel, Lady Luck Club with Sweet Tea. All right. Thank you so much. You're absolutely amazing, you guys. Make sure you thank Melinda for those 5 memberships. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. All right, y'all, let's get back to it.
Get back to work, and that's what we're doing.
Well, now you're going to have to prove that you have the ability to be a CEO and a chairman and not just a wife who we expect emotion from. And you're rightful in that capacity. You are rightful to have emotion. You are rightful to be the aggrieved widow, but you don't get to just be widowed into the position of chairman and CEO. People who did not know Charlie could not stop crying and were sending me emails, who've never met Charlie, who didn't even know what Turning Point USA was because they watched his assassination, could not stop crying and pull themselves together. That is not the emotion that we're getting there. Like I said, the entire call is upbeat. Go find your commentator who's going to tell you everybody grieves differently. Nope, that is less than 2 weeks after Charlie was publicly assassinated. That doesn't feel right to me. That will now the widow has spoken. We're not dealing with the widow. We want the CEO and the chairman of Turning Point USA to answer. Okay, if you can't compartmentalize, then I don't see how you're going to be able to lead this organization in the future. The now fired employees are telling me no, it was quite the opposite. She was in the office every day with Stacey Sheridan, running around with Stacey Sheridan, taking phone calls with Stacey Sheridan. That's like the head of the fundraising for Turning Point USA. So what I had imagined in my head was happening simply was not so. I'm sorry, but that whole thing right there is frustrating. Something is not right. Her Jolly Valley girl tone, excited to be discussing business numbers and goals, is super cringe and weird. This is beyond grieving differently behavior. We all have common human instinct to sense these things. And that I agree with you that they're trying to pervert. Like there is no commonality. And I'm going to say that as a rule, it takes longer than less than 2 weeks to get out of bed, to do the thing. I don't know. Charlie Kirk, my friend, is dead. First, this is fantastic that Preborn is doing this. To remind you guys about Pure Talk. Also remind you guys about American Financing. Also remind you guys about GNO Land. Also telling you guys about Just Thrive. Like, what am I doing wrong here that I have to go away?
You're a hypocrite. That's what you're doing wrong, Candace. You're literally making mad money off of Charlie Kirk's death. You're weaponizing death and then monetizing it. And you're a hypocrite. And you're trying to tell his wife that he chose over your ass. That she cannot grieve at all unless she's doing it a certain way to appease you and your cult. You realize Erika Kirk didn't even say your name for at least 3 months. Erika Kirk never even responded to Candace and never said her name. How many of you all remember me saying that Erika Kirk is the one Candace wants? She wants Erika Kirk to respond to her. She wants Erika Kirk to go back and forth with her. Every time she took a hit towards TPUSA, she wanted Erika Kirk. She was baiting her for months to respond. And Erika Kirk refused to do it. And I kept saying, don't respond, Erika, unless you have an attorney. Respond with an attorney only. Leave that heifer in the dark and let her figure out whether or not you are thinking about her at all. Now, just imagine if Erika Kirk hadn't even gone to Tennessee and never said her name or responded to her. Just imagine. Just imagine it for a moment. If she would have just chose to keep ignoring her until her attorney was ready to respond on her behalf, her whole tone would be completely different. Because I guarantee you, she would be looking at the situation as, they're not playing with me. If no one at TPUSA, Erika Kirk, none of them, would have ever responded or said Candace Owens' name. When they did respond with a cease and desist, Candace would not be this emboldened. Because she would know they're not playing around. They haven't said anything at all. They've never responded to me. They've never said my name. And now they hit me with a cease and desist letter. She would have learned her lesson in the hard way. So there you go. They none of them should have ever responded to Candace. Don't give her this energy. She's not worth it.
And cry for a long time, and everyone else just kind of seemed giddy. That's the only way I can describe it, like giddy. I was totally in a cloud of grief. Okay, you remember I had to go away to Wyoming just to breathe, to process, to get closer to accepting that it was real.
Angie.
That emotion shouldn't be possible. Shouldn't be possible, actually. I really didn't poke my head up until weeks later when I could stop crying about it every second.
I'm sorry, Angie, just to hear that. That's got to be really hard to deal with. That is really hard. It's really tough. I had a friend that went through the same thing, and it took her almost a year to kind of recover from that. It's very hard to hear. I'm so sorry for that, honey. This is there are real people out here that go through horrible things, that have life experiences that will humble you in a minute. Candace is just soulless and doesn't care. She's cold-hearted, callous. She's soulless. She doesn't care. She could be empathetic, but she chooses not to be. She is grieving, Candace, and you don't get to dictate how Erika Kirk grieves. You don't get to dictate that at all. Can you imagine trying to grieve the loss of someone you love, your husband, the father of your kids, and you got to turn around and deal with a Candace Owens legally? kind of nonsense is that?
Breathe, to process, to
This is
get
Wyoming
closer to accepting
2025.
that it was real. That emotion shouldn't be possible. Shouldn't be possible, actually. I really didn't poke my head up until weeks
she was
later
smiling.
when like I could like stop crying about it every second. You head over to our website, CandaceOwens.com. You can sign up, buy yourself a hat.
You know that the topic of Candace Owens attacking Erika.
All right, y'all remember Jesus Enrique Rosas, the body language guy? Shout out to him. He's finally saying what I've been waiting for him to say. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, Candace is insane, and she's an idiot. All right, let's get to it.
Kirk has been hot, more and more hot, or hotter and hotter, basically every weekend. At this point, we know that that was Candace's plan all along.
Yes, that was her and
Now, I'm going to mention the work of Nathan Livingstone, the Millbark TV, with his videos, his compilations, and we're going to say that Candace turns out to be some kind of, how do I say this? The arbiter or the referee or the one who's going to judge how somebody is going to react to what Erika Kirk had to go through. Let's watch this, because I haven't watched this in a clip. I'm going to watch it with you.
This is 5.5 days after her husband was publicly assassinated. And yes, in the background, that is Terrell Farnsworth, the guy who took down the cameras. Yeah, but we are going to see some grief. So I'm going to allow you guys to watch this for 5 minutes.
Had private conversations with him. I want you all to hold on to those.
By the way, this is a Zoom call with between Erika Kirk and people at the TPUSA that was leaked. All right, and one thing is for certain: if there were people betraying people, TPUSA was whoever leaked this private conversation. I hope they have been already fired, because this is in really bad taste, because of course this was not meant to the public. I don't know what is Candace's point of making this public. I don't know if she wants to own Erika Kirk in some way, I guess.
And I want you all to remember those. So,
did you guys have the beginning of this?
The pause for,
Oh, okay. I wanted the whole beginning, but it's okay. We can go back to it, because I wanted the beginning, because she starts by laughing. But we'll play this and we can post that later if you guys can.
Yeah, how can somebody be laughing in the situation? And so many deranged people say that no, you can't possibly be laughing until we say so.
I want the full 5 minutes ending at 5:17, so that we don't cut it. But we can play this to start.
Okay.
And we're going to make sure that we honor my husband so well, that this whole world knows what his vision was and will be. And it's just, I feel so blessed and honored.
Blessed and honored. That is crazy work as adjectives. I don't know. That's crazy work. That is like, I couldn't, blessed and honored to be the CEO and to be telling you guys that you're a family. And I want you to see this, because
haven't you been to LinkedIn, Candace? I mean, you could go on LinkedIn and realize that every single company out there, not even doesn't have the CEO have to be assassinated or anything. Every single company out there considers themselves a family. It's something that is basically it's normal to say that. It's a bit creepy, of course, sometimes, but it's something that is normal speak in these circumstances. I don't know, and especially when people are so rattled precisely because Charlie Kirk was assassinated like 1 week ago. So I don't know what if Candace has a point on this, or wants to have some kind of point, or wants to own Erika Kirk in some way. But again, she's have this opinion, and there's no receipts to back, because you can have a receipt for how somebody reacts in this situation.
As we've spoken about this, the Moonies cult, and these people that are leaving are like, it was just like a cult. Like, basically, she's saying this, she's calling you a family. She promises them. That's why it's important. You have to hold this to the fire. You're not the CEO. You promise these kids that if they are going to work harder, you're in this family, your jobs are safe. Actually, that's what makes her cry. Saying your jobs are, that's when she breaks, right? When she says, it's so important to know your jobs are good. Like, I feel emotionally attached to you guys working for me. And
no, you are just putting those words in her mouth, but okay, I guess.
And guys, we're going to bring in the beginning too, because I want you to watch the beginning of this so you can see the full thing of it, because we don't need to strip anything. Because she starts by laughing, which I find to be interesting.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, look at all the thumbs up. Look how cute that is. Sorry, it's just a little bit more informal than probably Charlie would be reacting. How sweet.
Okay, that means that Erika was it. Erika killed Charlie Kirk. That's it. That seals the deal. That seals the deal, I guess. She was smiling at the start of the Zoom call. We don't need any more Egyptian planes. We don't need any bees. We don't need, I don't know what else. I don't know. I have no idea, but it seals the deal for some reason.
I didn't know they could do that. I hate Zoom. I never like Zoom. Sorry, you guys. I just wanted to say first and foremost.
Oh, that was interesting that she was smiling and laughing, I guess.
My heart obviously is broken for you guys as much as it is for our family. You guys lost not only a boss, but someone that you looked up to, someone that you believed in his mission, that you also
somehow this is grifting to her audience, to Candace, candy ass cult members. This is her grifting, I guess. She's clearly distraught. She's tired. She's exhausted. She's probably not sleeping or eating well. She's still got two small babies, two small kids. One is a toddler, one's still an infant that's still in diapers. Probably pull-ups at best. And somehow this is her grifting. Where is she asking for money? How is this a grift? Do they not understand the definition of the word grift? But Candace Owens is not grifting when she's making more money off of his death than anyone else. What you don't get to do is dictate or control someone else's feelings or emotions. You just don't. And unless you're paying her mortgage, she could care less about what you think about her emotions. But I'm just curious, how is this grifting? Define the word grifting and then explain to me exactly how this fits the definition of the word grifting. I'll wait. Dictionary.com is the best place to start. Define the word grifting. Send it to me and tell me exactly what grifting means and how she's grifting. Her eyes are puffy. She's tired. She's exhausted. She's been crying. Sometimes you just kind of feel a little numb to everything around you because of the trauma. Your mind is trying to process the loss of life, especially where it was taken in the most heinous of ways on national television in front of thousands of people. Define the word grifting for the candy ass cult members. Put the definition of the word grifting in the chat and then explain to me how this is grifting. Because we're just going on what the words actually mean. Something that Candace does not do. See, they're not used to being educationally challenged over there on Candace Owens' YouTube channel. They're not used to that. Candace doesn't break down definitions of terms. Of course not. She's an idiot. She could barely pronunciate her words correctly. She can barely pronounce the terms correctly, let alone define them. Might not even be able to spell them correctly. Drop the definition of the word grifting in the chat to the candy ass cult members and explain to me how she is grifting right here in this video. Because you don't get to control how she feels. I will not give you that leverage. I wouldn't even ask the cult members, why do you think she's not grieving here? They don't get to dictate how she feels at all. They don't control her. But explain to me how this is grifting based on the definition of the word. I could care less about what your dumb cult leader tells you. Read and Google things for yourself. If you're a bot, at least scan the dictionary. You can't make this up.
That you loved. You loved listening to his show. You loved
define the word grifting.
His wisdom on things. I'm sure some of you have also had very personal moments of where you sat down and.
I mean, I'm expecting for some kind of gotcha moment. Okay, I am not seeing it.
So that's the beginning, just so you have that in its full context. Now, like I said, is something. It's definitely something. It feels to me a bit like a psychological phenomenon known as trauma bonding, right? They had just suffered a very real trauma. That's not a trauma that most people go through in their entire lives. You sign up for a company. Charlie Kirk is leader of that company. You sign up, majority of these people, to work for this organization because they believe.
I'm asking this of you, Tripper, because you're asking, are you wrong? I can tell the difference between, if you're asking a question genuinely, that's one thing. I see a lot of the dumb bots in here. It is what it is. They just copy and paste the same old comments over and over again. And their whole goal is to just deflect away from it. But you're asking here, you're saying she's taking what opportunity is she, because she was married to him, right? You didn't see or hear from her like that in the spotlight when he was alive and they were married. I can believe that she was not one where she wanted to be a CEO, especially under these circumstances. So just help me understand, why do you think she's taking advantage of an opportunity? What opportunity? You think she would just willingly give up her husband's company? If he left it in the will and he desired for his wife to inherit his company, then why is it his wish is not being upheld? Why is it bad to uphold his wish? Why is that a bad thing? Because that's what has to be rectified first. She's not just snatching an opportunity. This is something that was inherited to her. This is something her husband left behind. This was his last wish. This is what he wanted. He had a living will and testament. Why is it a problem to honor his last wish and testament? If people care about him, then why not care about his last will and testament? His last wishes. Why not care about that? All of that, you can't separate that. You can't say, I cared about him. He seems like a guy, this, that, and third, but not, nope, we're going to dismiss his last will and testament. We don't care what he wanted after death. Hell no. Why? If he left her this company, why is it why is it too difficult to digest that this is what he wanted? Did he say no? You're talking about something that none of us know anything about. Did he pass his anointing? What do you mean? An anointing that comes from the Holy Spirit? We're not the Holy Spirit. Who are we to say whether someone is anointed or not? That would be more of a discernment. But you're saying she's taking advantage of an opportunity. I'm trying to figure out exactly how. If she was left the company in his will, how was she taking advantage of an opportunity? He thrust her into this role by naming her in his last will and testament. So why should his last will and testament, his wishes, be overwritten for someone's feelings about something, about her taking an opportunity? Why should his last will and testament be pushed to the side? If you care about him, you care about his wife. You care about the people that he loved. He loved his wife. He loves his children. He loved his parents. He could have willed his company to his mother. He could have willed it to the next person in line. Whatever the hierarchy is at TPUSA, let's say Mikey McCoy would have been the next person in line. He could have just simply said, you know what, my predecessor gets it after me. He gave it to his wife. So why is that being ignored? If you care about him and respect him, then why not respect his last wishes? Help me understand that. Why not respect his last wishes? No, I don't care about the pyrotechnics. I'm asking you, why is it so difficult to respect his last wishes? Do you have any respect for Charlie Kirk? Let's start with that. Because apparently I got to break these questions out. Do you have any respect for Charlie Kirk? Do you have any respect for his legacy? Did you ever respect him as an individual? Did you? I'm not going to ask if you support him, but it's just asked from a matter of respect. Did you respect him as a person? Did you respect his legacy, his company? Did you respect the decision that he made? Even if you didn't like him, did you respect him? I'm asking Trippier. Oh, this is Brian. Where's Trippier music? You're talking about an anointing. I'm talking about last will and testament. If you didn't have any respect for him, then then of course you're not going to respect his last wishes. But I'm asking Trippier. You're saying she's taking advantage of an opportunity. How was she taking advantage of an opportunity when it was Charlie Kirk's last will and testament for his wife to get his company? Why should his last will and testament be disrespected and dismissed? Why should it be overwritten? That's my question. Why not just follow his last will and testament? If you didn't have any respect for him, you just didn't. He had a last will and testament. Just because Candace has not read it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. He had a last will and testament. He wanted his wife to receive the company. He could have given it to the next person in line. He could have given it to his mother. He could have given it to her mother. He could have given it to the president of the United States. He gave it to his wife. So why should that not be honored? It's a simple question. My mother passed and left me all her jewelry and I accepted it. Does that mean I took advantage of an opportunity? Exactly. So that's my whole question here. Since when is upholding someone's last will and testament automatically translating to that person who inherited the company taking advantage of an opportunity? So if she allows the company to fold and collapse, then what? Then it'll be a whole different argument. How dare she cause TPUSA to lose millions? How dare she? Now she's not business savvy. She don't know what she's doing. This is why you can't please people. You don't live your life to make someone happy. Because they're going to try to find fault and have issue with whatever you do regardless. I'm trying to figure out how she's taking advantage of an opportunity. If she inherited the company through his last will and testament. You're not going to always be privileged to see, but if she says that there was a last will, Candace knows there was a last will. She's just not privileged to read it. They don't have to let her read anything that he wrote. She's not owed that opportunity. No one owes her anything. She's irrelevant in that equation. He didn't give her crap. Charlie Kirk left Candace Owens nothing. So why does she need to read his last will? Yeah, it's crazy. Let's honor his wishes. If his wife was the one that inherited the company, it is what it is. I'm trying to figure out how is that her taking advantage of something. How is that her taking advantage of something? I may call her. It was funny. It's because her husband wanted her to be CEO. She became president of the board for TP Endowment. But why not give it to the second in command? If he really wanted it to go to someone that was already high ranking there, why not just give it to Mikey McCoy then? This man had a will. He wanted his company to be put in the hands of his wife should anything happen. He told her that as well while he was alive. Anything happen to him, he wants that company to go to his wife. Not every spouse does this. just as an FYI, just because you marry someone who has a company they started and built and created, doesn't mean that the spouse, the surviving spouse, always gets the company either. Sometimes it goes to a registered agent or to an attorney, and it goes into an estate. You have sometimes where it just goes to the next person in the line hierarchy. So as opposed to the CEO goes to the vice president or the, whomever. Or there's a clause where they have the board of directors vote in the next CEO. And then it's just kind of like may the best person win. That's not standard in every scenario. You don't always have, a married couple where one dies and they have a company and they just will it over to the wife. They have the right to choose someone they want and they feel is capable of running the company. But if Erika Kirk were to run TPUSA into the ground and they lost millions of dollars in the first 2 or 3 months, people will be complaining about that. Then it's, why did he give this to someone who doesn't know what they're doing? There's no way to satisfy people with that. That's why Erika Kirk trying to even start doing that is unthinkable. She doesn't owe anybody anything. It's not an advantage opportunity type of thing. And then under this circumstance with her husband being assassinated on national television, she would rather have her husband. Let's not take the humane factor out of this. She would rather have her husband. Whether you liked him or not, she would rather have her husband alive. Those kids would rather have their father. She would rather her husband come home to her and those 2 children. To say that she's taking advantage of opportunity and not even explain how is absurd. And she's got to deal with all of this at one time. The stress of being a CEO, now a single mother, and a widow. All at the same time. Plus grieving the loss of her husband. And then grieving for her kids at the loss of their father. Because that's twofold. So where is the opportunity to take advantage of something there? What does that look like? How is she taking advantage of something? She would rather he be here and run it. I don't think anybody just asks for that type of headache. Just because Candace said so is not evidence. It's not sufficient. Her feelings are irrelevant because she could care less about anybody else's. Makes no sense. I'm still waiting on how is she taking advantage of something. He wanted her to be CEO. She's not taking advantage of anything. She's stepping into a role that her husband wanted her to step in the event of his untimely death. Candace knows that there is documents in writing where he wanted that to happen. He wanted her to become CEO. She's just mad that it's not her. Candace is mad that it's not her. That's it. Bottom line. I don't even think he would give it to her if she were still working for TPUSA. I don't think Charlie Kirk would have handed Candace Owens TPUSA either. So it would have been way worse. It would have been much, much worse for her if she was still there. And then he turns around and still gives it to his wife. And now people want to sit here and jump down her throat for grieving. And she's not doing it in the way you think she should, because she's a whole different individual. Just because Candace is an alien does not mean she's figured out how humanity works. She's going to grieve in her own way. And she should not have to explain herself along the way. Makes no sense. It's stressful enough that her husband is gone. And the father, her kids are gone. And it's just completely disingenuous to say she's taking advantage of something and can't say how.
In Charlie Kirk, they believe in what he's doing on college campuses. And then you watch him get live assassinated. And now management is going to try to establish your loyalty using all sorts of tactics. But essentially what they're creating here is an emotional...
No, wait a second. Wait a minute. Oh, you are... Candace is just implying No, this is phenomenal. This is phenomenal. Candace is implying that after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, was this kind of cult-like mentality that took over Turning Point, who was calling a family or something like that. She's implying that while Charlie Kirk was alive, he was not treating Turning Point as a family, as a close-knitted community, as these people who, well, he was demanding loyalty from. I mean, if I had a company, if I had an organization, I would demand loyalty. I mean, I don't know why that is so hard for people to understand. Oh, you cannot demand loyalty, then you're fired. It's that simple. You just go away. I'm sure that I can. I'm sure that I can find somebody who is loyal and can do the job that you're doing. You're not loyal. Goodbye. It's that simple. Because it's much better to find loyal people because you can train the loyal people. That is so fundamental, and that tells me that Candace Owens knows absolutely zero, zilch, nada about companies. So no, it's not like Erika Kirk all of a sudden, oh, she began, this cult or family or mentality. No, I'm pretty sure that Charlie Kirk had that structure, not a cult, but a very tight organization, because that is the only way to run an organization. Oh, you're going to demand loyalty, blind loyalty from anybody? Yes, that is the only way a private company can function. Welcome to the club. It's like, I know that is a rude awakening. I didn't want to sound rude, but yes, that's how this rolls. This is not like fairy tale that, oh yeah, no. You need loyal people, because you need people working their asses off. And there has been since the...
And here's the thing. The company has the right to, operate in good faith, in their good name. Defaming the company that you're working for does not benefit you at all. Why work for the organization if you're out defaming and attacking it every other 20 minutes on X.com? Why work there? Candace Owens wanted them to put her on their payroll for PR. And she said it at least twice. But you would think that she wouldn't even think about something like that. Either she was saying that because she didn't want the shock of her having a contract still with TPUSA to deter her cult, or she deep down wanted them to put her on their payroll. They didn't owe her that. Now let's go with what we are seeing in the comment here. Let's say it was by a vote with the board. They could have voted for someone else. They didn't. If they went to her and they agreed and they voted her in, that's not her just saying, I'm going to be CEO and I don't care what any of you think. They could have voted for someone. They could have put in the second in command. You're still not saying exactly how she's taking advantage of an opportunity. She's taking advantage of it. So if she runs it in the ground and causes TPUSA to lose millions of dollars, would that satisfy you? Would you be good hearing that? Or would that just create a whole new line of complaints? So it's a damn if you do, damn if you don't situation. So Erika Kirk is still stuck between a rock and a hard place when it comes to Candace and her candy-ass cult members. Either way, she didn't bogart her way in there. She could have said no, and they could have also voted for someone else. It's funny how, Candace wants to make it seem as if it's so bad after saying twice to the candy-ass cult members and the bots. Remember, Candace Owens said twice she wanted to be on their payroll. She wanted to be on their payroll. She still had a contract with them, and she didn't tell you all. She still does not even expand on the fact that they acquired Blexit in the whole, and they didn't have to do it. 3 main talking points that she still withholds from you all. See, we all know she lies by omission. But when you withhold pertinent information that would help to shape someone's opinion, they probably will reach a different conclusion had you told everybody, Candace, that you had a contract still with TPUSA and that you deep down want to be on their payroll. Many people will have an alternate opinion of you. Why would someone who wants to see TPUSA fall turn around and say twice, they should put me on their payroll? They should hire me. I'll do their PR for them. Why? Why? If you hate their guts, why would you want to deal with them? Why not tell people you had a contract? She kept all that from you all. And the cult members don't even ask her about it. Y'all don't even ask her these questions in her live stream on X in the comment section. Why don't you ask her these questions? Why don't you all challenge her on this stuff? Why in the hell would you even infer that you want to be on their payroll? Why don't you all ask her that? Confront her with it and see what she says. That's all I'm saying. Why would you want to do business with the enemy? Many of her followers think that TPUSA is the enemy. Why not ask her why she's sitting here talking about put me on their payroll? Don't be coward about it. Ask her that. Let's see what she says about it. I would love to know why she wants to be on their payroll.
The dawn of humanity. And if, of course, if Steve Jobs, if you hear all those stories about Steve Jobs when he was an absolute bastard, treating people back in the day at Apple, but you see what he did to Apple, you see, it was necessary. He needed the loyalty. He needed people working their asses off. He needed that. He was so successful. He brought Apple to what he did. Oh, so that is a success story then. So again, this is a false equivalence. And Candace is saying, oh, Erika was the man and all this. If you all of a sudden, because your husband was assassinated and the work has to continue as soon as possible because there was literally what saved the United States back in 2024 elections, and you have to act as fast as possible. But I guess,
I don't do whataboutism.
Candace has never put in that work, then she can't understand what that means. She cannot understand what that means. I have this, shout out to Brita again. Candace's guest, there was also this. Candace's guest said Erika killed her husband. Ha ha ha, it's a funny joke. It's just a funny joke. Let's watch this. He really said this?
Oh, what?
Candace and George Farmer had something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination. We're all demanding an alibi from both George Farmer and Candace Owens. Yep. They had something to do with his assassination. Why is Candace the only one financially benefiting? Because see, here's what the cult members do. They tell on her every single time. Because it constantly reminding us about how much money she's making. And they think somehow we're jealous about that. No, you're proving my point. She's monetizing the death of Charlie Kirk. And every time you all come here and say that she's making all this money, you must be jealous. You're confirming what I'm saying. You confirm my point. She is making a lot of money. And she's making a lot of money off of the death of Charlie Kirk. See, numbers are numbers. And it's not going to change. If you look at her YouTube analytics, she didn't have views like this even for the Brigitte Macron videos like she has with Charlie Kirk's death. Plus, she's got all these sponsors. She's the one making the most money. You can look at my views and see how many views I get. YouTube pays 10 cents for every 1,000 views. Do the math. She's getting 2 to 3 million a day. You confirm our point when you leave and copy and paste comments. We don't do whataboutisms. I don't do vagueness. Be specific in what Andrew Covid lied about. Be specific. I wait.
Do you think about Erika Kirk?
Would I get sued?
Throw it in the pile. Of course you will.
I don't want to say anything that's controversial. She did it, but I don't. She's on it.
I don't want to get into.
I don't want to get into the. She's part of it.
I can't wait till that gets clipped.
Okay, yeah, it's again, it's really bad taste. I don't know if even to apologize for showing you this, but this is just sheer bad taste. Also, Candace, Erika smiled when she was supposed to be grieving. Also, Candace, what is this?
Okay, you remember I had to go away to Wyoming just to breathe, to process, to get.
Yeah, big ass smile on her face. October 2025 out there fishing in Wyoming. But she couldn't go to UVU, to the campus, to follow the footsteps, the trail of Tyler Robinson. She refuses to go to UVU to ask questions and to find out what happened. Boots on the ground. Candace is not interested in doing any hardcore research at all regarding this situation, because wouldn't a good journalist go to UVU itself, to the campus themselves, and go see for themselves whatever theories would be plausible or not? Wouldn't a good journalist that have $244 million between her and George go to UVU? Why didn't she do that? Why doesn't the cult make her do that? Why don't you all encourage her? Hey, why don't you go out to UVU and go live there? Take us on a tour. Go live and take us on a virtual tour. Why don't you ask Candace to do that? I'm just saying. Just ask her to do that. If she cares so much, why doesn't she go and visit UVU?
Closer to accepting that it was real.
All right, and okay, she was smiling.
Yeah.
No big deal, right?
Oh,
I guess that rules don't apply to Candace. Natalie Denise, Candace brings on her comic guest who admits to not have like Charlie and posthumously revises Charlie Kirk's belief. Let's watch this. Let's see if we can watch this.
He kind of falsely claimed that if you're a Jew going to like an Arab neighborhood in Jerusalem, you're going to stab. And now I understand that this is what was told to you.
Oh, they take you on a tour.
On a tour, and they brainwash you.
Yeah.
But the other two things that I again, he's now between the hands of his creator. But when he said close to his death, well, Muslims, they throw gay people out of high buildings. Now there's no high buildings in Gaza anymore, like stupid Muslims, and that hurt a lot of Muslims seeing that clip.
I don't know.
That was
why.
a very, it's a very, very, very
Yeah, who is this guy here? Anybody know what's his name? Both sides. We watched the video earlier where he said his name. I can remember how he pronounced his name. Anybody know this guy's name here? Can you drop it in the chat? I didn't watch that episode. I refuse to do it because I'm not that interested in it. Maybe you can't just put his name in the chat for me. The guy here, whoever this guy is, she's interviewing.
Terrible, because it's like you have no buildings now to throw gay people out from above it. Stupid Muslims. And then the day before he died, he tweeted saying that Islam is the sword the left is using to slit America's throat. So he was not wrong. He wasn't liking us more. And I understand that because maybe he will be on his own path if he was given the time.
Charlie didn't run his Twitter feed. Andrew Colbert did. So I just want to say that.
Okay, Charlie was not in charge of his own Twitter. Okay. How does Candace know that? I don't get it.
He gave it up, but that is interesting. I don't remember him tweeting that, but he did think that the threat of Islam. He totally believed that. He spoke about that several times, and so his.
But at a certain point, you also had very negative ideas about this. I remember you saying
it's a part of the package. So it's like when you go, like I was saying on this tour to Israel, it's so weird to revisit it because I don't think I'm an idiot, but apparently I.
Okay, I'm gonna leave that. I don't want to correct Candace on that one, but I'm gonna jump to the next clip because.
Okay, his name is Bassem Youssef.
Because I'm getting bored of this too. Bassem Youssef, thanks A.L. Jacobi for sharing this clip. Bassem Youssef goes on Piers Morgan's show. This is the same guest that was on Candace, and admits that he lied that Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk for the sole goal of trying to convince the right that Israel was behind it. That absolutely sounds like what Candace has been doing for so long. The Jews. It was the Jews.
He admitted he lied.
You see, it doesn't matter how critical journalists are about Israel. It will never be enough for you because you want the right. You want the right to suggest that Charlie Kirk was the subject of a hit job by Israel. You want the world to think that. That's why you said what you said, and that's why when I asked you, went, Netanyahu says it wasn't him.
By the way, I'm not even the only one. People are actually, here's the thing. If you continue lying to your people, right? I'll tell you what. Let's call me a conspiracy theorist, right? Yeah. Call me someone who is illogical. Call me whatever you want. If your government continues
You're
to lie
an
to you
idiot if you lying that bad.
consistently, this is where conspiracy theories thrive. If you're not transparent,
Why do you want to?
Okay, so you blaming it on the government that you choose to lie like hell? Is that what we do? I thought we were grown ass adults. If you're gonna lie this bad, at least stand on it. Why sit here and blame someone else for you lying? Like they act like they have no souls. How they sleeping at night? You can't be sleeping peacefully. This might be why Candace is being allegedly haunted by dead people. Because she lies so much during the day, it's kind of like a punishment to her. You're not going to get any peaceful rest and sleep until you stop lying, Candace. Stand on it. I thought you were 36 years old in human years. If you're going to lie like hell, why are you going to blame the government? No, just blame yourself. Say, you know what? Yeah, I came up with that dumbass lie. And I kept repeating it. Yep. I lied. That's it. The end. Stand on it. What you blaming somebody else for? Be grown-ass adults and stand on your lies. If you're going to lie, stand on that. Own it. Don't cower it out now. Don't sit here and blame, oh, the government lies to us. But that doesn't make it right for you to lie. Two wrongs don't make it right. And then they talk about Christ is king when the Bible clearly says, thou shalt not lie. Thou shalt not bear false witnesses. Lying like hell lands you in hell. My grandmama said that. That's my grandmama. Lying like hell lands you in hell. Lying will carry you to hell. You can't get into heaven lying. Judgment Day is going to be a rude awakening for you if you think that you'll be able to go to heaven lying. Good luck to that.
Be one of them.
If you want to cover, no. I'm not saying I'm on.
Why float a mad conspiracy theory about Israel?
Because it's the internet and I'm a comedian.
It's the internet.
Now he's
and I'm
a comedian.
Yeah, it's like this guy. What is his name? I'm gonna mention him. Comic Dave Smith. He called himself a comedian, and he has also one of the worst takes that I heard in politics. But again, I think it's some sort of defense, right? It's like you labeled yourself as a comedian. If you say something, oh, I was just joking. Why are you taking me so seriously? I'm a comedian. I do a stand-up. Why? These people are just despicable. These people are just despicable. They have no honor. They lack actual honor.
Thought it was very funny.
A lot of people thought it was very funny. Yeah, but I don't know.
No one thought it was funny except Candace Owens and her coat and the bots. You know, because they get paid to copy and paste. No one thought that was funny. For her to sit here and talk about America first, boy, she sure does focus on other countries that she refuses to move her ass to. Candace, why don't you just go move to Gaza? Just go on out there and just go buy some land and go move to Gaza. I don't understand this. She already said she wants to be Russian. She'd rather be Russian. Bye, Felicia. Take your coat with you. Tell all the candy asses, y'all need to pack up and get ready to go to Russia. We do not mind shipping you all off. Yeah, put a one in the chat if you want to get the candy ass cult members deported to Russia. One in the chat if you're ready for Candace and her cult members to go to Russia. We will ship you all there. We'll help you pack. One in the chat if you're ready for them to go to Russia. Candace, you said you wanted to go to Russia. You would rather be Russian. Fine. I mean, you know, I don't get it. You already telling people to not join the military to go AWOL, which is illegal, but whatever. Go on to Russia, girl. Take your coat with you. Don't leave none of them. Y'all get ready to pack up and go to Russia. Think you're going to pull all this nonsense over there. Good luck to that.
I don't know. Again, I don't know if it would be
y'all
okay
tell
to play
the
this.
members, get ready.
Candace likens the 9/11 psychological operation and accuses Erika Kirk, a grieving widow, of running her own psychological op on TPUSA staff days after her husband's murder. Read that again. She equates national trauma, fear conditioning, and manipulation with a widow trying to keep traumatized employees together after an assassination. Then she mocks Erika's composure, her faith, her grief, calling it ChatGPT Christianity and trauma bonding, while she herself spins conspiracies, suspends rationality, and invites her audience to do the same. I'm not going to play this. But I do have a last clip here from Cinema Shogun. Candace Owens had a guest on her show today that said ICE is trained by the IDF to kill Americans. This is important. This one is important. Candace is now attempting to soar middle-aged white women on deporting immigrants while simultaneously trying to persuade them to be more sympathetic towards Islam.
You can't be so dense as to think that they won't kill you too. That's what's mind-boggling. It's like you realize that when they want America, they'll kill your kids
isn't
too.
Isn't that happening also?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't like ICE has been trained by the IDF? Isn't that the same tactics that's used by ICE and used by many of the police departments? They get trained. They're actually one of the ICE offices. When they did like locations, like kind of, they funded the location.
I apologize. I have to say that I have to confess that I had watched these clips trending on X. You know that what my show is about. I talk about what's trending on X. I grabbed those clips and put those in here. I didn't know that I was going to shave off like 5 points of IQ watching this dribble.
I know, right?
I certainly.
Oh, Jesus, you hit the nail with him. You feel like you're losing brain cells. That's why I'm not watching that interview. I'm not doing that. This guy is only there to get attention. That's it. Y'all, if I wanted to boost in my numbers, all I have to do is say Candace is right. That's all I have to do. Put up a very vague and ambiguous title, a thumbnail with her face on it, and say Candace is right. Automatic, 10,000 views. Automatic. I'm still waiting on my $7,000, Candace. You owe me some money. That's what happens when your coat keeps spreading that nonsense. Now you're going to pay the price of it.
Need to apologize to you because of this. And because I understand now the IQ of the retards who fall for this shit. Monchi, this is the average Candace Owens fan. She has a hypnotic power over certain middle to late age white women. It's really weird. And there's this kind of things. I have been quiet on how I felt about Erika since Charlie was assassinated until now. I'd rather have one Candace Owens in my corner.
You can tell the bots, they don't spell check a damn thing. How do you all spell quiet? Put it in the chat. How do you spell quiet? Because the bots, they don't really spell check. They don't scan the dictionary. Spell quiet for me in the chat. I want y'all to look at that post. Quiet. Dave Rubin interviewed Brigitte Gabriel. She explains the Muslim Brotherhood tactics and plans in the U.S. West to take over. Bassem Youssef is probably involved with their plan. Probably. Daisy, there you go, Daisy. Danny, there you go. Is spell check automatic? Nope. No. It's not automatic. So when you have, look at this post up here. Why, whoever this everything nostalgia, y'all, how do you spell nostalgia? Look at the username. That's supposed to be the word nostalgia. Okay. Is the word nostalgia spelled with an E? And then it says, I've been no punctuation. So they don't use punctuations. I want you all to understand what a phishing email looks like. It's like scammers sending out mass emails all over the place. No different than how bots operate. So you have the misspellings, the grammar syntax is off. The username is a joke. They don't have any profile photos or anything like that. The account probably is like relatively new. This is how you can point out these bots real quick. They and that's why I tell them when they come over to my chat, they come at their own peril. So you see no punctuation in the word I've been quite. Based on this spelling of that word, that is quite, not quiet. Nostalgia is spelled wrong. Like you can't make this up. On how I felt about Erika since Charlie was assassinated. Period. And then until now you have a fragmented sentence. See, the grammar syntax is off. It's a bot. This is a bot. This is what we look for as a phishing scam. Phishing emails sent by scammers. Stuff like this is a dead giveaway.
Than 100 Erika
the
Kirks.
bots will
What I see
upgrade
from
and
Erika Kirk is not
spell
authentic,
check.
it's scripted, and disingenuous. It just feels phony. There's nothing real about what she says and how she acts. What I see from Candace Owens is authentic, honest, and straight from the heart. Not to mention relentless. A pursuit of truth for the one she loves, even at the cost of her life. Fuck's sake! And this is the one who retweeted that. I'm not following her. Not at all. It's not following me either. Divorced with 3 grown sons and 2 beautiful cats. I'm a retired medical technician. What the fuck? No, this is. Why are all of them in healthcare? I don't understand. But I don't know. It's this is
Wait
what
a minute. Isn't that healthcare worker that worked for the hospital in Utah? Is that the one that sent that screenshot to Candace, violating HIPAA privacy laws? You know, whole federal laws. She should be fired and then charged. It makes you wonder if this is the same one that sent Candace that screenshot of that EMR and the actual internal email between the chief nurse and the nursing staff. Like, they sent out communication and screenshots they shouldn't have sent at all. They didn't have consent. You can't make this up. So it's like from day one, they never had respect for Erika Kirk, because if they did, Candace would have reached out to her to say, hey, I have a screenshot of an EMR to show proof that he went to this hospital. It's a part of a larger piece that I'm doing. Do you mind if I share this? If I redact it out, let me know. She never got consent at all. So she never had respect for Erika Kirk. Erika Kirk is the only one that can give consent to use any portion of her husband's medical information. Once again, Candace doesn't run a damn thing. She does not have the legal authority to do that. Y'all, he said,
have my doubts about covering this stuff, because these people. I mean, Candace, one thing I should do is to cover also the interview of Constantine Kissing,
this is too funny.
of Jeremy Boring, and trigonometry, when he says that hiring Candace Owens was the biggest mistake of his career. And he says that Candace can be very effective. And yeah, I say that Candace has been very effective at, let's say, addressing the absolute bottom of the barrel audience. And if you somehow feel offended by my words, I couldn't care less. I don't give a damn. Just unsubscribe. Go away. If you are offended, if by this point, you remember a few months ago, I was still giving people the benefit of the doubt.
Child, I never did. I just say Jesus loves the trolls as well. Y'all, the candy ass cult members in the box coming here for the banter. They don't come here to believe nothing I say. And I don't expect them to. As long as we have a mutual understanding that neither of us are to expect a damn thing from each other, it's all good. I don't really care. They'll be all right.
But by this point, if you still think, I'm still a fan of Candace, how can you? I don't care. Please unsubscribe. Nothing has made me happier. Every time I make a topic about Candace Owens, I make a video about her, and I lose subscribers. That puts a smile on my face, because it's the sudden realization that I'm bleeding retards. If I'm bleeding retards, every single one of us win. The retards go away. I have a higher quality audience, and we can focus on the important things. But this has become such an outrageous display of narcissism and manipulation that I simply couldn't just leave this like that. Oh yeah, let's just focus on other topics. No, because there are so many people falling for this, and I know that I can't save so many of them, because they are not going to understand any reasons, because they have been listening to Candace Owens in the first place and falling for the Kool-Aid in the first place.
Yeah, I want y'all to make sure y'all drink all that Kool-Aid up right before y'all get on those planes to go to Russia, okay? If Candace Owens sends you a Kool-Aid kit with 2 cookies and a packet for punch, and it's red or grape Kool-Aid, go ahead and suck it up. Drink it all up. I'm not here to stop them from believing what they want to believe. I ask questions so that I can understand why they're saying what they're saying. It doesn't change my mind. It's just for the sake of argument here, explain to me how she's taking advantage of something that the board voted her in, she was willed in, however that happened. She didn't go in and just demand it. You know, they say the same old thing over and over again. That's why it doesn't really bother me. But trolls got to troll, yo. He said he pleased the retards.
And again, no hard feelings whatsoever. Well, if you complain the way that some of you complain, don't worry, I will ban you. I can do that as well. My trusty mods are on the live chat right now. I'm pretty sure that they are looking for retards to ban. And
yeah, it is one thing. You know, unless people just get unruly, it is what it is. My mods know their limit when it comes to going back and forth with the bots and the Kelp members. It is what it is. They come here for the banter, y'all. They want interaction as well. As long as they remain respectful of it, whether they agree with me or not is irrelevant. They never will. I'm okay with that. I'm just like curious to know when is the moving date. Candace, you want to be Russian? We will send your ass there, girl. And if we need you to come back to answer to something, we know how to get you back. Till then, goodbye. Bon voyage.
Yeah, to you, my trusty mods, go make my day. Make my day. But again, I would like to know what do you think about this in the comments. My name is Jesus Enrique Rosas. I'm the bad language guy. Much love. And
y'all.
All right, you guys. Happy Friday. We are going on a...
All right, here we go, y'all. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Here's the episode from Friday. Make sure you get your popcorn and your Kool-Aid ready. All right. Over here in the Lady Luck Club, please do drink the Kool-Aid. A soda, milk, juice, whatever you want to drink. Get your popcorn, your chips, get a meal, whatever ready. We got an hour of this, plus or minus 10, because I don't watch your comments. But let's get to it.
Journey today. It's going to be a good episode when I start that way. I'm looking at everything. The pieces are coming together. I'm asking myself, you're asking yourselves, is this a scam of biblical proportions? Emphasis on the biblical, because from the very beginning of this investigation, I always said there was something wrong with Turning Point Faith. That's when Turning Point made a turning point, so to speak. It feels a bit psyop-y, like a psychological operation, almost as though faith is being intentionally hijacked.
Boy, the Candace cult members love those trigger words. Psyops, TPUSA faith, Catholic, Israel, Jews, Ben Shapiro, Daily Wire, Obsessed, Stalker, My Name, 7,000. Those trigger words just make them so happy. Come on, girl.
Dr. Frank Turk, by the way, went on another rant about me. He's getting to sound a little bit like Bobby Boucher's mom. If you guys have seen Waterboy, everything is the devil. Candace Owens is the devil. He says I'm Satan because I'm confusing. It's just crazy how the truth can confuse people. What is it about the truth?
Candace can't define the word truth. I just want to, as an FYI, she does not understand the definition of the word truth. If you all see a thumb title next week with, here's what truth means, it's because she got it from me. Candace, give me credit when you're sitting here talking about X-Men and mutations. You got that from me, you heifer.
That is confusing people in this moment. Now, before we get into Frank Turek, I first have to share with you a very scary story, something that happened the day after Charlie's memorial. And yes, it's going to include another text message from him, this time sent on September 9th. So welcome back to Candace.
Why is she saying scary like that? That's scary. Barely filled with alien juice and yeast infection. Candace, how did you give birth? Can it just kind of bust through the seams or what? Was it a situation where you just kind of peed it out? How did it go? I can sit here and do all this, putting out concerns about you giving birth and all of that and say, I haven't seen any evidence or proof that Candace gave birth. How do we know she gave birth? How do we know that's not a fake belly? How do we know that? Curious. I think it's strange. This is odd and unusual. Taking a photo with your hand bent. It's like you bending your back end on purpose. You know, I could say this is so suspicious to me, you all. Highly unusual for someone to deliberately bend in their back. All that alien juice just kind of sticking out there. If you put a safety pin in that, will it pop?
You know, Turning Point has a lot of money, enough money to have not just a PR person, but then to have an entire orbit of people who are being paid to push their talking points, like Paramount Tactical. They also have a crisis PR team. I was told that actually by Erika. They hired a crisis PR team because, you know, Andrew had made all those mistakes. But I have to say, all of those people appear to be in struggle city at this moment. They are struggling to come up with a way to explain.
And when Candace Owens lies, somehow that goes over her cult members' heads. Candace, where's the evidence that you have 2 degrees? To the cult members, can you all please ask your cult leader, when is she going to frame her degrees? It's supposed to be 2 of them, one in journalism and one in English. The school she allegedly attended does not have a dual degree program for journalism and English, so it would have to be 2 separate degrees, unless she went to a totally different school. Why don't you all encourage her to post up her degrees? Make me happy, Candace. Satisfy the queen of YouTube. Post up your damn degrees. Put it in the frame behind you. I'll notice if it's back there. She got photos up, by the way. Just want y'all to see that back there. She actually got pictures up now.
A way to explain the calls that we saw, the Zoom calls that we shared, the laughter, the smiling. They're wondering how exactly they can go about gaslighting the public into believing that all of that is perfectly normal 5.5 days after your husband was publicly executed in front of the world, which is why I want to shout out the Daily Mail, okay? Because no one has been working harder than the Daily Mail to invert reality. And I got to tell you, this was a difficult one for them. It was not easy, but they did their best with this article. Check out this headline. The definitive truth about Erika Kirk's tears, the leather pants, and her new fortune as Candace Owens drops, quote unquote, giggling phone call in wake of Charlie's death. Well, I said it's the definitive truth. Look no further.
Well, she's talking about they're doing their due diligence. They're just reporting on what you said. That doesn't make it concrete proof and evidence of something ill will. They're just repeating what you said. And they put it in writing. You know, because views and all. Yeah, let's not lie about this. They want views. I don't even care. Why parrot her talking points as opposed to actually producing evidence to prove something to be factually correct? Make that make sense? They're not doing any due diligence. They watched her episode and they did an article repeating what the hell she said.
Further, nothing says I'm the truth. Quite like when a journalist comes out and says it, right? It could be nothing else. No way it's going to be a lie. So definitive, you don't have to look any further. Here's what the article says. This is amazing. This is funny. This will lighten your mood. Quote, the Daily Mail has spoken with several experts on grief and so-called grief policing about the recent obsession that many Americans have developed with Kirk's behavior as a new widow. Love that already. Love that we have a term, grief policing. I love that you can always rely on a new psychological phenomena to be spun out by the media. This is the problem is actually you guys for noticing. Huh? And then it says, and as her critics will likely be disappointed to learn, those experts say judgments about Kirk reveal less about her true state of mind, and much more about the broader national discomfort with death, especially the kind of violent, widely broadcast killing that took her husband down. Quote, this is the quote from an expert, guys. It reflects our mourning avoidant, emotion-phobic culture.
Wait a minute. Daily Wire is now an expert? I know damn well that's not what she said. Yeah. Candace, you're a dumb demon. You understand? Who is the daggone expert?
Discomfort with death, especially the kind of violent, widely broadcast killing that took her husband down. Quote, this is a quote from an expert, guys. It reflects our mourning avoidant, emotion-phobic culture, where people tend to make all sorts of quick, uninformed judgments about how people are supposed to grieve, says Dr. Alan Wolfelt, a Colorado-based death educator and grief counselor. Shout out to Dr. Alan, because this is a tough job. And he's saying a lot of words. He's doing what he's learned at school, is just say a bunch of words, call people a bunch of names. He's like, this is supercalifragilisticexpialidociousness.
You still screwed that up. Y'all, let's go back. Let's hear her mispronounce this whole word wrong. Yeah. Because Candace, see, this is what happens when you drop out of college. And then you tune out of being educated at the 6th grade. This is what happens. We know you were too busy catching charges for harassment. So you learned nothing in high school. Now I want to see her high school diploma for real. Like, there's a whole song that can teach you how to pronounce this term. Repeat yourself again, you dumb alien.
Learned at school is just say a bunch of words, call people a bunch of names. He's like, this is supercalifragilisticexpialidociousness.
Expialidociousness. Ispi. Ispi? Is that how that word goes? Can somebody post that word in the chat for me? Oh, man, this is priceless, Candace. Candace, you've learned nothing, you dumb heifer. Are you serious? I hear this again. Oh, God. Oh, she can't stand educated people. Y'all know that, right? It's one of the things that she hates about Piers Morgan. He'll tell her in a hot minute, you're not an investigator. You can't even read these court documents with impartiality. You cannot be biased when you're reporting on information related to a lawsuit or these court filings. He's absolutely right. Now, come on, Candace, say that word again, girl.
Learned at school is just say a bunch of words, call people a bunch of names. He's like, this is supercalifragilisticexpialidociousness. Yeah, the ism.
Expialidociousness. Expialidociousness. My God. Oh, here we go. Y'all. All right, we got it. Reed got it right here, y'all. It's a made-up word, but it was supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Candace, what? Wait a minute. We got to hear it one more time. One more time. Last time, I promise y'all. Last time. All right, y'all ready? Y'all ready? You got to hear it one more time.
Califragilisticexpialidociousness. Yeah.
Where's Ami at when you need him? Ami, somebody tell Ami to make a video on her saying this word. Oh, dear Lord. Candace, I'm giving Ami material right now. You understand me? Oh, man, this is priceless. Expialidociousness is what she said. His name is my name, too.
Yeah, the ism. The abracalibradocious abracadabra, abracadabra, dabda, doobity dabda.
She tried it more. Oh my gosh, she kept trying.
Califragilistic expialidociousness. Yeah, the ism. The abracalibradocious abracadabra, abracadabra, dabda, doobity dabda. Ism is what everyone's suffering from. Anyways,
she's supposed to be homeschooling 4 kids, y'all. I just want y'all to remember. Keep that in mind. At least 2 of them are of proper age to where they're learning how to talk. Okay? Maybe 3. She's homeschooling her children. Keep that in mind.
Goes on the article, the experts, so step aside, losers. The experts are here.
That's
the experts the Daily Mail spoke to were quick to note that Kirk has been an easy target for people who don't share her or her husband's staunch political or religious views. There is, they say, also an aspect of sexism at play. Another quote, another therapist. This guy says, widows are uniquely grief policed. Their appearance, their tone, and behavior, said LA grief therapist Bidwell Smith. Okay, Bidwell. He says there's this cultural belief that a good widow should look really collapsed and devastated, but grief is not a performance and survival is not a moral failure. When grieving, people can hyperfunction, as Kirk has appeared to do. People throw a lot of negative judgment on that, thinking that they feel nothing when internally, privately, they may be collapsing and not really show it, Bidwell Smith added. Dr. Wolf similarly suspects that Kirk's insistence on getting up and getting dressed and putting on makeup and fighting for something she believes in every day is a classic emotional survival tactic. And so first I want to say, that's amazing. When I actually thought about that, when they're like, the problem is you and you guys are sexist, is first and foremost, it was the women that came out first and said, I don't like this for some reason. I want to remind you of that. Secondly, I had to go backward in my own mind because I'm close to the situation. And I was like, maybe there is some objective sexism here. Let me think about that. And then I remembered another death that deeply impacted the entire world. Literally, I did not know this man, never met this man, and felt like I knew him. And I boo-hoo cried in my bed when Kobe Bryant died in the helicopter. I remember this day, like exactly where I was, crying hysterically because I was a huge Lakers fan growing up. And I just always admired Kobe Bryant. This was before I was Catholic. He's Catholic. And I never for a single second do I remember the conversation being about his wife being inappropriate. In fact, there was a memorial. What didn't happen 11 days later, it happened a month later. And it was, there were no fireworks or no pyro.
You understand that it took that long because of an investigation, Candace? Do you know a man also was charged with taking crime scene evidence away, and she had to sue because people were taking photos. See, Candace doesn't give you the entire, storyline. She's not going to give you all the facts to help you have more context as to why it took a month for her to have a memorial. We're talking about Kobe Bryant, right? I don't know how many people, attended Charlie Kirk's memorial, but I know there was well over 50,000 people that went out to the memorial for Kobe Bryant. You have two different widows grieving. They're two different people. You don't get to dictate anyone's emotions or how they feel. You do not control Erika Kirk. Under no circumstance do you get to dictate how she thinks, feels, or acts at all. She's not your child. She owes you nothing. And that's the Candace and the cult members. And people said nasty things about Kobe Bryant's wife as well. You know how many times I've heard videos and read articles about Kobe Bryant's wife taking advantage of him, not looking as if she cared, looking as if she was fake crying. We heard the same crap. It just didn't come from Candace Owens. But she had just as many people, if not more, saying the same thing about her. When Kobe Bryant died, you had so many news outlets, so many people on YouTube, on social media talking about how they didn't think she was legitimately grieving. The same damn things have been said about Gigi Bryant, about Kobe Bryant's wife. The same thing. The only difference is it's not primarily coming from Candace Owens. And Candace, I dare you say something about Kobe Bryant's wife, about her being a widow and grieving. I dare you. Candace would get mollywopped all over social media. Do you understand? Because you're talking about a whole new level of protectors and defenders for Kobe Bryant's wife. A whole nother level. Candace would never go after Kobe Bryant's wife being a widow the way she goes after Erika Kirk. She would never conceive it. She goes after people she perceives to be weak. She knows that she does not want the backlash of going after Kobe Bryant's wife. She would not be able to handle that. Same way she can't handle the backlash of going after Kanye West for apologizing to a Jewish rabbi. Any other person that would have done that, she would have dragged them through the mud. She knows who to go after and who to target. She knows who to dog out. She knows damn well she can't go after Kobe Bryant's wife. She knows that. But the widow of Kobe Bryant was subjected to the same scrutiny. People were saying the same things about her. Oh, she's too fake. She's too whiny. She's too emotional. She's not crying enough. She's crying too hard. She's not shedding a tear. She's just making frowny faces. They said the same shit. So, Candace, you don't get to sit here and try to force Erika Kirk to behave like Kobe Bryant's wife when Kobe Bryant's widow went through the same nonsense and people said the same things about her. You just wasn't one of them. And your cowardly ass would never do that.
Technics, there were, she was aggrieved, and I went back and I listened to this speech, and I had to stop watching it because I almost cried again. It was a eulogy. It was parts of Kobe that no one could know other than his wife, when she spoke about her daughter and what she would never get to experience because her daughter was now gone. She spoke about not being able to be at her wedding. I mean, it's I can't even talk about it because it was, again, you should challenge yourself to go watch that speech. You should go watch Vanessa's speech at the memorial and see if you recognize some differences, because I realized that I was so traumatized by Charlie's, I actually wasn't being objective. I wasn't being objective.
Exactly.
And realizing these things early on that I think some of the public was recognizing right away. And something else that is interesting about Vanessa is she went through the anger period. Vanessa was suing everybody. She was suing people who released the photos. She was suing the helicopter company, even though the guy who ran the company was actually on flying the plane. He died. I actually remember thinking, wow, like I personally thought this is not going to bring him back, but I understood that phase of anger. She was angry at the sheriff's department. Like, you knew what time it was. Like, talk about an investigation. She was doing that. Nobody was invited into her home, least of all the New York Times. And when she gave her first interview, just so you know, that wasn't until 4 months later in April. And they were not invited into her home. And it was because she was accepting, on behalf of Kobe, him being inducted into the Hall of Fame. So I just wanted to give you some compare and contrast, because the sexism thing is completely ridiculous. And you could just completely sidestep that. And another thing that I wanted to point out as I was kind of examining that was I went back and I went, wow, this speech is so beautiful. And I'm learning so much about who Kobe was, because to me, he was a basketball player and he was a leader. And I love that he spoke different languages. And there were so many things I loved about Kobe. I thought he was, I just thought he was brilliant. Shelly Belly. But I didn't know him. And when she's giving all of these examples and the things that he would do around the house and who he was and who they were, by the end of that, felt like I knew Kobe behind the scenes. And then I sort of went back and I revisited and just read the transcript of Erika's speech. And I am actually, in retrospect, quite amazed by how much was really about Turning Point USA and what was going to happen going forward. And you don't actually, when you read the transcript, learn anything about Charlie other than Turning Point USA and what's going to happen going forward. Even in the first speech that she gave next to his chair, she talks about Turning Point USA and what we can do for the organization, right? As if comparing it, if Vanessa got up and said, here's what you can do for the Lakers organization today. Here is what the Lakers are going to do. Lakers 2.0. Here's the Lakers. This is what Kobe loved to play basketball. And here's what you can do for the sport of basketball. I think that is the reason people were immediately off-put, because it wasn't a eulogy. It wasn't speaking about those parts and those pieces of him. And watching it in retrospect was something different. And I'm going to let you listen to, again, this piece about Turning Point USA. What was this, 36 hours after Charlie was assassinated? Maybe it was 48 hours after he was assassinated. Take a listen.
My favorite too, but my husband's favorite word in the English language was earn. He would call all of you to be people of action who earn the future America deserves. So to all of the young people who felt inspired by my husband's faith and hard work, all of you already know what Charlie would want you to do. You know. If you're in high school or if you're in college, go find your local Turning Point USA chapter. Join it. Stay involved. He wants you to make a difference. And you can. You can. The movement's not going anywhere, and it will only grow stronger when you join it. If there isn't a chapter, you can't find one, then start one. There is no excuse. You can start one. And as my husband used to say in this room, every single day, if you want to get involved, the best way you can do that is going to TPUSA.com. That's what he would say every day from this chair. Every single day. I watched his show every day, and he would always say, if you want to get involved, go to TPUSA.com. If you're a pastor, join our movement at TPUSA Faith. And if you're a parent, I highly recommend that you come to America Fest in December. Sign up right now for that because we would love to see you. I would love to see you. Charlie would. He'll be there. He'll be there in spirit.
That's 3 web addresses. Here's how you can sign up. Here's what you can do. And I now, in retrospect, I don't know. I'm at a loss for words. And then it's the same thing with the speech. It's a lot about Turning Point USA and Turning Point USA as if that's just who he was. Like there was no person other than a business. And I'm telling you that because I now want to pivot into telling you, I think, kind of a scary story heading into the weekend. A little terrifying story. Maybe because I'm a little biased here, okay, Catholic, and this just disturbs me a little bit more. I promise, I'm wearing this sweatshirt. I told the priest I would chill. We had somebody message us and say, you should be making these sweatshirts. And it's real. I do actually, like, I'm being always sincere when I say that. But this is a story that involves a priest. And I promise after this, I'm going to chill for the weekend because I think this story is so crazy. I need time to process it because, again, it involves Catholics and we're up. Sorry, guys. It brings me no pleasure to report. So Catholics, if you're watching, take a listen. I got an email from a woman, a Catholic woman, back in October.
This is the thing. Why is she calling that a eulogy? That was oppressor. You know, you think someone who calls herself a journalist or a member of the free press would know what the hell oppressor is. Candace, you're bad at this. You don't know the difference between someone delivering a eulogy and a press conference? Is she for real? You can't make this stuff up. So you don't know the difference between a eulogy, Candace, and a press conference. Seriously? Like, seriously. Yeah, this is the absurdity of it all. But yet she claims, oh, I'm investigating something. No, you're impersonating something. You don't know the difference between a eulogy and a press conference? Girl, bye, Felicia. Bye, Felicia.
And the email did not sit right with me spiritually. There's a lot going on, though. I was obviously in survival mode mentally. I flagged the email. I filed it away in this inbox that I need to address this later. It's important. And I then decided to revisit it and to respond to the woman and to process what it was that had initially disturbed me. Now I'm going to read you this email, and I am going to protect information of people today. I'm not going to be giving out any names because it doesn't actually change the story any. This person wrote, "Dear Candace, firstly, thank you and may God bless you and protect."
No. The hypocrisy is staggering. You'll put up a photo of someone whom you're not even talking about. She posted up the photo of the wrong man that she was referring to. And that man was subjected to all that cyber harassment. She doxed a random man's photo. People found out who he was. And she had to learn the hard way that she put up a photo of the wrong person. And you won't tell us a username from this comment? So she can pick and choose when she wants to dox someone. So when it comes to her so-called giving a source out, oh, I'm going to keep it confidential. Why can't you keep that same energy up when it comes to anyone that you're trying to put out there on the forefront? Why are you putting up photos of people and you don't even vet them properly? Boy, when I say bullshittery.
For everything that you do. I pray for you every day, and I thank God for you bringing the light of truth and Christ to this world. I attended the memorial, and I ended up sitting next to Father Blank. He was actually the priest that flew with Erika to Utah. He was with her when they called her that he did not make it. Prayed over him. She actually asked him to pray the rosary there at the hospital, and he said the homily at the private funeral the Friday before the memorial. Now, in hindsight, it is strange to me that he was just put in the crowd at the memorial, but then again, he may have wanted that. I was at the memorial having zero personal or prior involvement or engagement with Turning Point USA or anyone from there. And I ended up sitting next to Father Blank and then with Erika at Mass the next day. I truly believe it is complete divine intervention. I prayed at the time and each day after exactly this. God, I see and feel you are leading me. I know there is a purpose. I don't know what it is or where you are taking me, but I'm following with complete surrender and faith to your holy will. I'll try to best email this with the relevant details, and I think that it may help. I was watching your podcast as I'm finishing up work, and I had to pause it when you played Alex Clark's interview because it honestly made my stomach hurt how untruthful what they were saying was. And I felt strong conviction to write you. I've never emailed a person I don't know in my life, but I'm following this conviction. I spent a good 8 hours sitting with Father Blank. I'm shy generally and was sitting with empty seats around me in the third row from the stage. So when I saw the priest walking by and looking like he didn't know where he was going, I said, "Hi, Father, I'm also Catholic. If you need a seat, this one's empty." Whether he wanted to or not, he sat down. He seemed like a holy priest, soft-spoken, but so sincere and genuine. He prayed in silence throughout and would smile and say, "Charlie wouldn't believe this," looking around the stadium. It was like he was going through a roller coaster of emotions right there. He shared stories of Charlie attending Mass and him spending a lot of time with Erika and Charlie. As Erika was talking on stage, Father held his hands towards her, was praying over her for protection and strength, tears going down his face from his stories and messages from Charlie that he showed me. It seemed like he was probably the closest person in that room to Charlie and to Erika, yet he was sitting with me like any other guest. Like I said, in hindsight, it just feels so off still. At some point during one of our conversations, we spoke about the daily Mass at his parish because I wanted to go on Monday before I flew back to Chicago. He said, yes, at 8:30 a.m. there would be Mass. To be honest, I wasn't sure if I was going to make it, but then I saw a text from him at 6:30 a.m. saying, "Hope to see you at Mass." I knew it was my sign to just make it work and go. There were about 6 people at the 8:30 a.m. Mass that Monday, the large church of blank. I sat in the first row and I felt God's presence so powerfully the entire Mass that I couldn't stop the tears from flowing. I didn't cry at the memorial, but I wept quietly the entire Mass. Afterward, I stayed to pray a while longer. Lights were starting to turn off and I looked back and I noticed a tall bodyguard in the back, along with Erika and a middle-aged woman that was sitting by her. At that moment, I went back to prayer and I said, "God, if you'd like for her and I to connect or speak, please bring us together. If not, I will pray for her and I'll head out." I did not want to disrupt her, but also I had an intense knowledge of how much God's hand was present throughout the last 2 days. A minute or two later, as I was still in prayer, I had a tap on my shoulder by a woman. I believe it was an assistant. I can't remember what it is she does. She said, "Would you like to join Erika?" Candace, at that moment, I thought, okay, God, I hear you. I've never had so much peace while blindly surrendering to God's will. Maybe I have, but I haven't ever seen it so clearly in action. I hugged Erika. I sat next.
Now, y'all, listen. Does this sound familiar, this whole pattern with her? Didn't this whole thing with Mitch Snow start off this way? Where she read an email or something so powerful and blah, blah, blah. Right? And then next thing you know, she's talking with him, behind the scenes, trying to get his information. She would have had to have a conversation with him because he had sent her all these redacted ID cards that, I can just say they were fake. I'm saying they were fake. That's how I feel about it. These fake ID cards, because most of them were redacted. And it turns out he's a pathological liar anyway. Then it start off with some email like this. Some concocted story BS. Like she created this crap and then just got somebody that's willing to go along with it. This is how the whole Mitch Snow saga started. We're no closer to Candace telling us who she think pulled the trigger on the gun. And yet, her and George Farmer refuses to give us an alibi. I want evidence to see where they were when Charlie Kirk got shot. I meant that yesterday. I meant it. Where the hell were those two at? Who keeps doing this? Like, you have to be the worst narcissist on earth to keep creating these stupid ass stories, and then you're trying to bait people in that you don't vet and verify who they are before you pull them into it. We don't know who wrote this. She won't say a name. She hasn't posted this person's photo up. She could have literally just typed this up. This could be a part of her script. We don't have a reason to trust and believe a damn thing she says, especially when it comes to what comes from that tip line that most people are just trolling her at this point. If she's being trolled, guess what? It's her fault. Yet again, she doesn't vet her tip line. We don't know who wrote that message. We don't have a name. We don't have a photo of this person. Nothing. And it's not like she's brought them on her show and she's letting them speak for themselves. So we have no idea who this came from. So as far as I know, she made this whole BS up again. We're right back at square one. She's doing the same pattern of behavior she did with Mitch Snow. Y'all remember when she talked about that fort and the laundromat owners and all this other stuff? That whole storyline that went along with that. This couple that owned this laundromat, dry cleaning, whatever the hell. It was a whole storyline with that. She throws out so much crap. And her co-members, they just taking it all in. The bots start parroting her nonsense. As soon as her show was done premiering, they're all over social media pushing out her narrative. Oh, Project Constitution comes and said it. Oh, she drops a new bomb today. With no facts or evidence to verify anything that she's saying. How do we know she's not just typing this shit up herself? This is despicable. We have been down this path before, and Candace is doing the same crap over and over and over and over again. Candace, you're bad at this. When I can nail your repetitious BS, your pattern of behavior, and how you're putting out these stupid storylines. You do the same thing over and over again. It all starts with some suspicious email or some fictitious tip from her tip line. Some mysterious post. Oh, I had a letter sent to me today in my mail. And then it just explodes from there into some BS and buffoonery. This is how it all starts. This right here. Why can't she give us a name and a photo of this person that sent this damn letter? It's just like how Mitch Snow started. And then she sat here talking about, oh, he's going to be getting interviews everywhere. I saw that comment. That was funny. Funny how no one else interviewed his ass. Funny to me. No one wants a pathological liar on their platform. Why? Of course, Candace doesn't care because she's a liar her damn self. How do we know that this letter came from an actual human being here on Earth? Candace, tell your Martian friends to stop sending stuff to you and giving you ideas. If you're not smart enough to just research and report on your research, don't get mad when people start calling your show a gossip column. It's got to be the worst version of soap operas I've ever witnessed in my entire life. I would rather watch General Hospital at this point. Y'all. She's doing the same thing again. You're doing it again, Candace. Next thing you know, what's this person's name going to be? First, it was a Mitch Snow. They'll come up with something else. Tree leaves or something. It's going to be ridiculous. Oh, this is Aquafina. Aquafina is going to have a special segment on her show next week. Because we already got the Mitch Snow. Now we got Aquafina. Next week, it'll be Aquafina as her special guest, going through her so-called letter she's reading. God knows if that's the real person. Who cares? Then she'll have a GoFundMe set up for Aquafina. That target will be $500,000 because, maybe Aquafina had 2 more divorce cases and 3 more protection orders than Mitch Snow did. You can't make this stuff up. Candace, go read a book.
Next to her in the last pew, and I just had the most beautiful conversation. She mentioned that Charlie went to mass with her there, and that Father Don would open the church up for him there often when Charlie just wanted to pray and reflect without being disrupted, and that he was with her the entire time from Arizona to Utah in the hospital, etc. I have so much I could share on all of the little miracles, but I just want to say that today I felt compelled to send this to you. And so I'm listening to my conviction in sending this, and I'm hoping that the Holy Spirit and both of our guardian angels will direct this message as it is intended per God's will. I have to say, I felt more realness from Erika in my exchange with her in that church than from the memorial. I saw her at Mass again on Tuesday. I ended up staying an extra day because I had relics from St. Paul II that my mom wanted to give Erika flown there. I coordinated someone to fly it to me, and then I gave it to her. Okay. I am going to end it there.
Yeah, of
Now,
course you are.
Why do you
Of
think
course
that
you are.
that email disturbed me and made me file it? Just check in the chat here. What is not right with that email? And I'll tell you, it wasn't the person who wrote it. that
Exactly,
disturbed
no
me.
reply.
I blanked out over a name because I'm going to tell you now that's the person who.
You blanked out over a name. Garrett, is it Aquafina? Maybe it's Peaches and Cream. If the name is collard greens and fried chicken, I'm going to just lose it. No reply exactly. All Candace knows how to do at this point is lie like hell. And her audience eats it up. They don't demand evidence. No, we need name. We need a photo. We need like an authentic person that is credible. Stop making up stories with this nonsense. And then they end up paying this person's bills on a GoFundMe, Save Go Now, whatever. Is that Save Go Now for Mitch Snow still up? Is it still active? That man is set to get $250,000. And her cult base gave him $250,000. Many of you all could have used that to pay your mortgage for a whole year. Pay your rent for 6 months. Take your kids out of town for spring break. Anything. You all are giving this man $250,000, and for what? For nothing to come out of that. She doesn't even talk about him now. Make that make sense? And you know, part of this whole thing, no reply, is that her audience, her cult members, they're so salacious and so conspiratorial that it's like they crave this. It's like an addiction for them. It's like a drug addiction. They crave this nonsense. I mean, it only gets worse and worse and worse. When she tries to talk about something else, she feels the burn and the sting of it because her views go down. So she has to throw out red meat to her base. And the stories get dumber and dumber and even more crazy because somehow she's got to outdo herself from the last time. Meanwhile, they will not demand evidence at all. They won't read, they won't research, they won't Google, they won't do any of that. They're too busy trying to control Erika Kirk, to which they cannot and will not do. This is insane. Insane.
Who tapped on her shoulder, who she thought was an assistant, was Stacey Sheridan. That was what disturbed me about the email and made me file it right away because I knew exactly what happened and I did not have the heart
What's the
to
other
tell
lady's
her
name?
what had happened because I know who Stacey Sheridan is. I know what I told Charlie about Stacey Sheridan. I've seen her work. I've been at events with her.
Now she's gonna
I
text
knew that
Stacey
Stacey
Sheridan.
would have only done that if the girl who was writing me this email had a boatload.
Who is the girl that wrote the email? Name her. If we find out she has a say go fine, we're gonna report this shit right now. I'm telling you that right now, Candace. Especially when you're not contributing to that. Did she ever give Miss Snow money herself? Did she ever match whatever was in that Save GoFundMe? Y'all, this is something else. Are those cheek implants? Y'all, his Candace becoming her alien form is taking place, okay? That's what's happening right now. So all that alien juice is going to her face. Maybe she's impregnated herself. That yeast infection is growing another baby. Who knows? Why won't she give us the name of this girl that wrote this email? They definitely got to be over 18. She wouldn't be reading something like this from some child. Because, I mean, where you expect that to go? Like, this is so ridiculous, Candace. She's starting this nonsense all over again. Yeah, is that Save Go Fund still up? No reply. Do you know if Miss Snow's what's that? Save Go Now? Is that thing still open and active? Because y'all remember he said he was not gonna take the money. Let's keep that in mind. He said he was not going to take the money until he gets cleared, I guess. Who knows? We all know you're not gonna sit here and let that the target hit over 140,000 last time I checked, and then just let it sit there. Unless he is going to leave it be and everybody get their money back. He raised $148,730 is still up. So y'all should probably expect another Save Go Now to pop up for whomever this female is that sent Candace this letter. She's not going to give them any money, but she'll make her cult members do it. The cult should be so proud. They're funding every little thing going on with Candace Owens, probably neglecting their own bills. They raised $148,000 for Mitch Snow. And for what? For her to still not even talk about him now. Y'all should be so proud. You guys demand nothing of her.
Of money. Didn't even need to look up this person or the email. I knew that they had that
the
girl
target is
clocked
250K.
before she walked into the memorial. I don't think actually it was God that sat her where she was sat 3 rows in. She was amazed by all of this. Oh, I don't even know anybody here. Here I am. I don't even know Charlie. I don't even know anybody turning point you're saying. Here I am sitting at the front. And oh my gosh, this moment. And Erika won't even speak to this after Turning Point USA, but Stacey Sheridan, would you like access to the grieving widow? I knew, and I filed it. I knew something was wrong.
Let me help you out, girl. Let me help you out. I'm not here to prove anything on Candace. I don't owe her that. Candace is the one that's bringing forth the allegations. It would be her burden to prove that what she's saying is truth. If I come across information to show that she's lying, I always post it up. You asked me about the degrees. I emailed University of Rhode Island. They couldn't give me her degrees. They said a person with her name and her date of birth attended the school and received a degree. She says she got 2. But yet, you're not demanding that she post up her degrees? Why would I have a copy of her degree? If she obtained 2 degrees, why can't she post it up? And why can't you all demand that she provide evidence on the dumb shit that comes out of her mouth? If you're expecting me to debunk her, you're going to be sadly disappointed. And I'm going to sleep peacefully. I don't owe her anything. Tell her to post up her degrees. I have my degrees. I have a bachelor's and a master's degree, but I have my degrees. Where are hers? You think she would be proud to do that? One of them is in journalism. You think she would be proud to post that degree up? I didn't drop out of college. I finished. Where's her degree? Make her post up the evidence. Don't expect us to sit here and prove her wrong. We don't owe her that shit. You got me sadly mistaken, girl. No, ma'am. You can deal with that disappointment. You'll be fine. You'll get over it. That I make sure you understood that. You understand where I stand with this. I'm not here to debunk her. I don't owe her that. She want to bring up all these dumbass allegations, just like this letter she just read. Tell her to tell us who the person is. Why do I have to go and find out who that person is? They sent her the letter, not me. That's on her. That is her burden to prove. I owe her nothing. And it's so funny. When we do post up information to debunk her, you people don't believe it either way. Cult members don't believe that. Y'all don't believe anything that we post up. You don't take any of our evidence and documentation seriously. So what difference does it make? I posted up the email that I received from the school. If you really want to know what I have, you would just check out my playlist, because I'm not going to sit here and appease you of all the people listening to this video. Oh, hell no. I don't do that. Go to my videos, go to my posts where I actually posted up the email I received from my due diligence of reaching out to her school that she attended for 3 years. And go see what they said yourself. I posted the entire email up. I did a video on it. Hit the like button when you hit them videos. Can't make this.
I went to go revisit all these things I had filed, and I saw this. I went, oh my gosh, this makes me so sick. And I knew that I had to reach out to this person, and I had to say it. Hey, don't know anything about you, but I'm going to assume you have a lot of money, and it breaks my heart to tell you this, but you were targeted. They would have known everything about you. That's how they work. Before everyone is seated, Stacey Sheridan's job literally is to know everything about that person,
you
their
made
net worth.
A statement. That's a difference.
She'll know.
Where you ask a question at? This is not a question. You said here, oh my God, I thought this lady was going to show proof of her lying, but doing the same thing that Candace accused Candace of doing. Where's your question? Is it the idea of the question and punctuation that you're confused with? Where's the question it is? I'm sorry. To the Luxes, where's the question it is? This reads like a comment to me. You said you can ask questions. What question? What question are you asking me? You're accusing me of doing what she's doing. Who said that I have to actually prove her right or wrong? When did I ever tell you that? What question are you asking me? If you're going to ask a question, then pose a question. That's not a question. That's a comment. And an accusatory comment at that. Where's your question? You said I can ask questions. You're not asking questions. I answered it. I said I reached out to the school. I did a video. I showed their response. The only thing I can post up is what their response was to me in the email. You just accused me of doing what she does. What am I lying about? Yes, look at my older videos where I did that. You think I'm going to stop and do that now? No, ma'am. I've already covered that twice. My videos, I've already covered that in my video. I did the due diligence, reached out to her school, emailed them, and got the email response and covered it in a video. I pulled up the email response in a video separately from this. I've already done that. You accusing me of doing the same thing she's doing? How is this a question, though? Do you understand what how this comes off? I'm not even being aggressive here. I'm trying to figure out where did you ask me a question in this when you're accusing me of showing proof she's lying? She lied about having 2 degrees because she has not posted it. She's already been asked to do that. It's on her to post her degrees. I don't have her degrees. If she says she has, here's the thing. If she said she has 2 degrees, she would have to be the one to post her degrees up and show evidence that she has them. The only thing I can do is reach out to the school to confirm if a degree was given. A degree was given to a person with her name and date of birth. Doesn't mean it's the same person. And she said 2 degrees. They said 1. Singular, a degree. That's it. That's all they could give me. Wouldn't that prove that she has not actually showed sufficient evidence that she has 2 degrees? Until she posts them up, I don't have to believe that she has them. Just like with anything else, I don't have to trust that what she's saying is the automatic truth if she can't produce evidence. I get to say you're lying until you prove otherwise. She lied about that. She never even gave the name of the school. I just reached out to the school that she attended that's out here as public record. I don't know if she attended another school. She won't even expand on that. But she claims she's got 2 degrees. The school she attended does not offer a dual degree for journalism and English. They don't. She would have to show evidence. I wish this animus, this venom, this energy to have her prove that she has degrees to prove her burden, her statements. I wish you all would give her that energy. I really would. I really do. Because this statement here, you're saying, I'm not proving that she's lying, and I'm doing the same thing that accused Candace of doing. No. No, ma'am. I don't need to sit here and lie about the number of degrees that I have. For what? Why would anyone do that? This makes no sense. And when she's asked to produce the evidence, she doesn't do it. Anytime you Google if she has a degree, guess what comes up? She dropped out after her 3rd year due to finances. So how and where did she finish her degrees? What 2 degrees does she have? Because they don't offer that dual degree at the school. And if she went back to school and finished up a 4-year degree and she already had 3 years in, that means she's got 2 major degrees in 1 year. From where? Candace has never showed any evidence of that. So go tell her to post up her degrees. Until then, she's lying about it. She won't produce evidence on it. Challenge her with that. Make the demand. Don't sit here and just tell us stuff. You got to show us evidence too. Why not have that same criteria for Candace? You're challenging me and asking me if I have evidence, but you're not challenging her to post up the degrees. Make that make sense? That's a bit hypocritical to me. Don't ever put me in the bucket with Candace Owens. Don't ever do that. You expect somebody not to feel like offended. It's almost like insulting my intelligence. The hell?
Oh, your dad's net worth, your mom's net worth. She would tell Charlie. She whispered in Charlie's ear. That person is going so and so, blah, 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 blah. And then Charlie would go have the conversation. Read it. They would have known everything about you. That's how they work. Before everyone is seated, Stacey Sheridan's job literally is to know everything about that person, their net worth. She'll know your dad's net worth, your mom's net worth. She would tell Charlie. She whispered in Charlie's ear. That person is going so and so, blah, 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 blah. And then Charlie would go have the conversation. That was the only reason they brought her on. That's what Stacey's brilliant at. Smelling money, truly. And so I had a conversation. And I said, and actually, when we finally broke this conversation, she had already arrived at that conclusion. So that was back in October. She sent the email. And so my message to her, she said, yeah, I kind of figured this all out now. And you got a lot of money? Yeah, got a lot of money. How much money we talking? Dad sold a huge business. She runs a massive business. They are wealthy, extraordinarily wealthy. And I said, now let's go through how this all really happens because you were targeted. And I'd like to know how you ended up at the memorial. And so she tells me a story of how that all happened. And I'm going to walk you through it because I think it is one of the more disgusting and disturbing things that I've heard throughout the story. Maybe I'm taking it more personally because I am Catholic and I'm happy to be biased in that way, but I think you will tend to agree with me here. So just so there's no confusion, she was obviously telling the truth. She even supplied evidence in the form of a text message that the priest that she was sitting next to had shared with her. This is Charlie's text message. He's on a group chat with Erika and the priest. And this is the morning of September 9th. Now, Erika has been telling the truth when she says that Charlie would send messages and have biblical verses. I have tons with Charlie. They were typically relevant to whatever we were going through. A verse of encouragement to keep going, to keep fighting. And here's the message that he chose to share. Again, group chat between him and Erika, September 9th. It is 1 Corinthians, Paul's letter to the Corinthians 16:9. And it reads, for a wide door for effective work has opened to me, and there are many adversaries. Just find that message in general to be interesting, because it is him acknowledging that his opportunities have bred him enemies. Who were the adversaries? I find that to be interesting. That message was shared. Anyway, so I said, how did you actually arrive? Because people were waiting in the rain for tickets. And so there had to be a little bit inside baseball here. And then she said, oh, actually, I was at a different event, a marketing event, when Charlie was shot and was networking with some people that were involved. It was a conference event with some people that were orbiting around, like PBD's podcast. That part's not exactly that relevant to the story because they're marketing people, they're kind of doing their job. And that person then hooked her up directly with somebody that they said could help get her into the venue. She was so struck, emotionally stricken by Charlie's assassination, like all of us were, that she just wanted to be a part of the memorial. And then just her luck, somebody said, oh yeah, I can get you in touch with someone that can get you through the door. And that's going to be great. And so I also just want to show you this because in retrospect, she reads it and she realizes that she was being manipulated, right? This is the message. Perfect. I'm going to introduce you via text to TPUSA's Blank, who travels everywhere with Charlie, handling many of their big donors. Blank says that Erika has been getting more death threats every day. He's promised Erika that he will run point on raising money to cover the memorial service, which is going to cost approximately $6 million. Apparently, Trump had to get personally involved to secure the Cardinal Stadium, which was planning to host a large and lucrative RV show this weekend. So making up that lost revenue to the stadium is driving the high costs of this event. It's crazy what their team is going through. Right there, already emotional manipulation, right? This idea, you have to rescue Erika, she's not safe. And oh, by the way, it's going to be so expensive, this thing. She doesn't even see, she just thinks, oh my God, amazing, I can't believe this, and doesn't realize that this is like, we'll get you in, but we're expecting you to kind of write a check. And by the way, I do want to address that lucrative RV show this weekend. I went back on Wayback Machine, saved screenshots. There was no RV show that was on the calendar for this Cardinal Stadium. Has anybody been able to find this? We've been told the story a couple of times now that the White House got involved and secured the venue, and people started asking questions about how this was possible to turn around so quickly because there are tons of policies and booking these sorts of venues. They don't do things last minute. This RV show, if you know something about it, you were supposed to attend and had tickets and got an email and said, hey, never mind, it's off. Please email more tips at CandaceOwens.com. I need to know more about this little RV show. Anyway, this idea that was going to cost them $6 million to make off the revenue. Obviously, we know they made a ton of money. They geofenced everybody's phones. I can't imagine what just selling the data on that would have been worth. But interesting to know, this is how it gets started, okay? So then she's sitting in the third row and she's now next to the priest. And I asked, what about the next? Let's go more specifically about how you got to church the next morning. Because that's interesting, right? Like you struck up a conversation. You said that you struck up a conversation, whatever. And that the priest said, yeah, come to mass. Well, the part that she forgot is that he told her in this text, Erika might be there. Good morning. I hope to see you at 8:30 a.m. Erika may be there too. Okay. That's an interesting text from a priest. Now, she believes that this is a good guy, and that's great. And I hope deeply in my heart that that is true. But I am beginning to ask questions about that because there's a lot there that's happening. If I am correct, he also canceled his mass on September 10th. Give me just a second because I hear my phone is on. That he canceled his mass on September 10th on that morning. I'd like to know more. I genuinely would like to know more. And I don't understand if a priest is just trying to get you through the door on a Monday morning to go to mass, why you would say, Erika might be here. And also, why is it a might? You would know. You more than anyone would know. You've been with her every second of every day throughout all of this. You know whether or not she's going to be there. You, her, and Stacy have been rolling pretty deep. So I feel like you knew she was going to be there. That's my opinion. I genuinely hope I'm wrong, and I'm open to be wrong, but
Candace, you're not open to being wrong. You're not open to being wrong. This is the dumbest lie she's ever told. She's never open to being wrong because she never wants to admit when she's wrong. Just like she doesn't want to provide evidence to prove anything she's saying to be valid. Who the hell did this letter come from? You can post up a photo of some random man who turns out to be the wrong person, but you won't tell us who wrote this damn letter. And yet you're still trying to dictate how others should act and behave around you. You're trying to dictate what people should be saying and doing. This is what I mean right here. This is the insult in this. She just read this dumbass letter and didn't give a name, didn't post up a photo, didn't provide any background information to prove that this came from a real person. And yet her cult doesn't even ask her to do that. They don't make the demand that she actually produces the evidence. So until that evidence is produced, she's lying through her teeth. No one told Candace to bring forth these allegations and to concoct up another dumbass BS story. She chooses to do that on her own accord. But the burden falls on her to prove. They're cool with this. They're cool with her just saying, oh, this is a real person. I vetted them. They exist. Here's the letter. I'm not giving any names or photos. I'm not telling you all any information at all. No way to vet it. Don't care. Just believe what I say and that's it. Trust me, bro. They don't challenge that dumb crap at all. You know, when you don't have brains, I guess, you know, there's nothing to challenge. Whatever.
I have to tell you how I feel about this. Anyway,
this is so stupid.
She was amazed by this, and she went, and then you know what happens next? She gets a little tap from Stacey Sheridan, who should burst into flames when she walks into a church, if we're being honest. Okay, this woman, but think about that. What moved Stacey Sheridan to tap on this person's shoulder? Erika told her to do that. Erika gave her permission to do that. Why would she randomly go and say, tap, tap, would you like to sit with the grieving widow? That would be the most inappropriate thing ever. Ever. If you're sitting with your friend and your friend is grieving their husband, you would not be like, let me go up to a rando that I don't know and see if they just want to chill with her. You would want her to have privacy. Okay, there's a conversation that took place. Do not play us for dummies. Don't do it. There's a conversation that took place.
Candace, you are a dummy. You're a dummy from another planet. That makes it worse. And then you say, oh, you would rather be Russian than American. Bye, girl. You know what, Savs? That's exactly what I'm saying. She pulled the same stunt with Mitch Snow. She know they planned that nonsense. She got Mitch Snow to go along with this stupid story she concocted up about the Fort Huachuca and all this BS. Beating around the bush just so she can insinuate Erika Kirk had some role in her husband's assassination that was nationally televised. And now she's creating a whole nother storyline involving Stacey Sheridan. Yet another person that's going to be more than happy to issue her a cease and desist letter, as opposed to Candace Owens just reading a book and doing some regular research on anything else going on in America, because, you know, America first and all. Now, she rather obsess over TPUSA and continuously insinuate and blame and accuse them of doing something she can't damn prove. So I'm wondering who she's going to hire to play the role of the person that allegedly sent her this made-up imaginary letter. Because until we get concrete evidence that the person that sent this is a real person, and this young lady's identity is corroborated by this Stacey Sheridan person, we don't care who it is, Candace. This is irrelevant. It's not getting us any closer to who you think pulled the trigger on the gun. Because you don't believe it's Tyler Robinson, remember? You were supposed to be telling us that piece of information. Her cult doesn't even demand that anymore. They're so blindsided by all this other fluff that they're not even asking, can you just tell us who pulled the trigger on the gun? Just tell us who did it. Show us evidence that they did it and what bullet did they use. Because we don't believe the bullet story. Okay, cool. So tell us what bullet they used. Why isn't your cult leader doing that type of research? They don't demand anything. They have no standards at all. And bots are bots. But the cult members, man, y'all have no standards. Not even a little bit. Yeah, I'm going in on the cult. Because the more you hear her talk, you realize these people have to be dumber than she is, because Candace is too much of a narcissist to allow anyone else in her cult to outshine her. She has to be the smartest person in the room. And if Candace Owens is the smartest person in the room, and she still does not have a brain, what does that say about her cult members? You can't make this up.
Place between Erika and Stacey Sheridan, conversations I have seen before between Charlie and Stacey Sheridan about who that woman is. That woman was targeted in that church. Okay, I don't care. Cut it, do whatever you want to say. Put it on Instagram. Oh my God, clutch your pearls. I can't believe. Yes, you better believe it. This woman was targeted.
I don't even know she's real.
In a church after mass. It makes me sick. It really does. So anyway, she thinks it's all God. But let me tell you something. Where Stacey Sheridan is, we're going in the other direction. Okay, we're going in the other direction. And then she sits and Erika opens up to her. They're having this beautiful conversation, and she then arranges. She was so amazed by this that she organizes to get a relic from St. Michael, the same cave that sits behind me. And here's where I actually see God working, that this woman sent me this email and that 50,000 emails coming in. I saw this email. I saved this email, and she happened to have, this is actually, I'm just thinking about this live. I got this relic.
Good night,
When was I in Wyoming? I got it in Wyoming from the priest in Wyoming. You're going to have to tell me. I feel like it was the first weeks of October, and this is when the woman sent me the email. So that's just something that I'm sorry, I just have like a spiritual vibe about that. That also was a relic that she had and she gave to Erika. So St. Michael's doing a little bit of protection here. And I think that there is a reason that she had to go through this. Even sometimes when you're going through things like being scammed, there's a reason for that. And so this information came to me. She gives this, organizes St. Michael's relic, and she gets this to Erika. The next day at Mass, she doesn't get to speak to Erika because this time another top fundraiser at Turning Point USA met her there and said, hey, Erika wanted me to follow up with you.
Y'all can tell she's like trying to wing it. And it's like, Candace, you're not that good. You're not good at winging it. You need to stick to your script. You need to stick to the script. You're trying too hard to prove to us that you're saying all of this off the top of your head. No, you're not. You had to create the story out of thin air. So just stick to your dumbass script, girl. Otherwise, you're going to make it just so much more worse. Tell us the name of this person that wrote this letter again.
And she, again, was so amazed by God working that she decided to even message the priest afterward and thank him that she was able to get this relic to Erika. I just want to read you this because, again, her and I might have perspectives here, but she says, I will always cherish my time with you both so much. I'm in absolute awe of how God worked through me to what I believe was to give Erika those relics. The experience felt like me directly witnessing God working through each of us. I just want to send a quick note to share. Hope to see you soon. Father, God bless. And respond.
Y'all, look at this arrow up here. 243. Doesn't that mean something? Once again, where's the date and time stamp? Y'all see the date and time stamp? We see something says delivered. How do we know she's not texting this to George? You don't have a name, a face, a photo, or nothing. How do we know that this text message is not going to George? So you and George still playing on the phone, Candace? Yeah, they playing on the phone. You can't make this up, Candace. We could just say you sent this text message to George and be done with it. We don't know if this went to the same person that wrote that letter. How is this evidence or proof of anything when we can't verify the person? But her cult members want me to prove she's lying. You're not even giving me anything to start with when I don't know who the person is that even sent this, to reach out to them to see if they actually sent this. If you're telling the truth, there's a proper way to redact to where you can at least confirm that this is a real person. She's not even doing that. Y'all, her and George playing on the phone. Candace, go to bed. Just go to your room.
The father said, God bless. Thank you for sharing your wonderful words. God's fingerprints are all over what is happening. There is no doubt that your presence to Erika was a God moment for both of you.
Huh? What's that?
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it one
Candace,
bit.
we don't care.
There's this, we have to protect Erika. This is God. This is God. What happens thereafter, I like even less. The intermediary, the person that delivered the...
Let me tell y'all something. God has a way of showing you who's God. To the Candy Ass cult members, you can challenge God if you want to. It'll be the last thing you do. Don't do that. Don't make God mad. Candace doesn't care. She's an alien. She doesn't have a brain or a soul. But if you choose to follow along this path where you're sitting here, coming off like you're trying to challenge God now. Oh, he'll teach you a lesson. He'll sit your ass down. God has a way of showing you who's God. He'll sit you down.
Like another top fundraiser for Turning Point USA offered that he was going to be in the Chicago area. That's where she lives, in Illinois. And he says, hey, I'm going to be there already. Obviously, Charlie's from Chicago. I'm sure that was true. But I'd love to pop in and see you. And, we're all committed in this faith journey together. And that happens.
From October, she won't even tell us
her, and he meets her father. And while he meets her, he then invites her to the big gala, the one at Mar-a-Lago, where they're going to raise like $42 million. And here's that message. He says, thank you for organizing dinner. It was great to spend time on the road with great Catholics. I had a wonderful time. And thank you for all the prayers, especially for Erika. Can I call you tomorrow regarding the gala? We would love to have you guys involved, but we can talk further. Erika repeated how much she loved meeting you. Again, why does this feel to me like manipulation? Like a bit of Erika
Because you're
really
evil.
needed you. You were sent
Being
from God to
manipulated?
Erika with Stacey Sheridan in the middle of it. Okay. Well, here's what happens next.
What?
She gets a little nudge when she does go down to Mar-a-Lago. She knows nothing about Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach, and I find this part to be quite funny. Dark humor in this because I know everything about Mar-a-Lago, and it's like little Israel. It really is, and so a lot of the meetings take place. The Zionist donors, PragerU doing a gala down there makes perfect sense. They do that, and they were all over this. So,
what is this 343? This number at the top.
from God to Erika
right
with Stacey Sheridan in the middle of it. Okay.
What is that? Y'all see that number up there with the blue arrow? 245. What is that? This says Wednesday, October 1 at 8:37 p.m. Still don't know who it's coming from. No number, no nothing. What is this arrow with 245 up there? What does that mean? Anybody know? Unread messages? 245 unread messages. Candace, you and George playing on the phone? How many times did y'all have to fake and forge these text messages? 245 unread text messages. Does that make sense to y'all? Like, seriously, for someone who's always on their phones, always on social media, does it make sense to have 245 unread text messages? Yeah, that's so weird. That's not Candace. You sitting here talking about what's suspicious and weird and I don't like it. How do you have 245 unread text messages? Are you kidding me? Why are you and George playing on the damn phone? Y'all, 245 fake text messages. 245 unread messages. Make that make sense? No reply says 104 missed calls and 260 unread text messages. I just wanted to see. I'm just asking it because that's so unusual. So that makes sense to you, no reply? So it's not unusual? On average, I mean, does the average person have 245 unread text messages? I'm asking, man. I sent you a screen cap of it. Are you serious, y'all? 245 unread messages. What the hell? Y'all, this is unbelievable. Hold on. You say you sent me some. Y'all, I'm gonna wait for this email. I'm gonna refresh and hopefully the email come in. 245 unread messages. Oh my God. Yeah, I just clicked on that. I clicked on that 245 up here. This is what came up. Y'all see this? Is this not? I clicked on that 245 and it gave me that sidebar. Am I supposed to see that? Hold on. Let me see. This one says 243 and it takes me to this one. Charlie's text from the night of the 9th reveals some of the final warnings. Don Lemon is arrested in Minneapolis. Frank Turek complains about me again, and Turning Point's crisis PR machine is in Struggle City. What the hell? This can't be right. Yeah, this is weird. She's got 200. Okay, so that one says 243. Y'all see that? That says 243. This message here was 245. This is absolutely insane.
They're having this beautiful conversation, and she then arranges. She was so amazed by this that she organizes to get a relic.
Oh my God!
From St. Michael, the same cave that sits behind me. And here's where I actually see God working. That this woman sent me this email. I have 50,000 emails coming in. I saw this email. I saved this email, and she happened to have this. This is actually. I'm just thinking about this live. I got this relic. When was I in Wyoming?
So
I got it in Wyoming from the priest in Wyoming. You're gonna have to tell me. I feel like it was the first weeks of October, and this is when the woman sent me the email. So that's just something that I'm sorry. I just have like a spiritual vibe about that. That also was the relic that she had and she gave to Erika. So St. Michael's doing a little bit of protection here. And I think that there is a reason that she had to go through this. Even sometimes when you're going through things like being scammed, there's a reason for that. And so this information came to me. She organizes St. Michael's relic, and she gets this to Erika. The next day at Mass, she doesn't get to speak to Erika because this time another top fundraiser at Turning Point USA met her there and said, hey, Erika wanted me to follow up with you. And she, again, was so amazed by God working that she decided to even message the priest afterward and thank him that she was able to get this relic to Erika. And I just want to read you this because, again, her and I might have perspectives here, but she says, I will always cherish my time with you both so much. I'm in absolute awe of how God worked through me to what I believe was to give Erika those relics. The experience felt like me directly witnessing God working through each of us. Just want to send a quick note to share.
That's a
Hope to see you soon, Father. God
screenshot.
bless. And response, the father said, God bless. Thank you for sharing your wonderful words. God's finger.
Okay, what we're looking at here is a screenshot. Let me take off the caption. Y'all, this is a screenshot. This will go back to a gallery for her photos. I'm looking at yours, no reply. Yours is like on the header of your phone. Like it's next to the missed call button, and then there's the message button. Y'all, he really does have 260. No reply. No reply is one popular dude. He really does have 260 unread messages and 104 missed calls. Y'all, this is crazy. So what we're looking at is a screenshot here. This is a photo. That's a photo. Because she had to do that in order to black out the information. She would have had to do a screenshot or be sent a screenshot of the message. So 245 is the number where this photo lines it falls in place. Like a lineup. It's like 245 images in the phone. Because you can't redact this information on the screen while it's sitting on text. You have to print screen it and then edit it like a photo. This is a screenshot. Now, she could have just texted this to herself or to George, did a screenshot of it, and then blacked out all of that, because the only way you could really edit that, it would have to be saved as a JPEG or PNG. It would have to be saved as a photo. That's the only way you can edit this to black out this information. You can't do that as a text message in the iPhone. I do have an iPhone for work, and I'm trying to figure out how the hell you black all this out without doing a screenshot of it. So the only way to do this redaction here, is to screenshot it and save it as a photo. Y'all, somebody sent this to her, or she's playing on the phone and it's something she sent to herself or sent to George. This could have came from anywhere, from anybody. And if you don't believe me, if you have an iPhone, try to see if you can redact information while it's still in that text message, like this, where you get the profile at the top, the phone number, all of this stuff blacked out. You would have to screenshot it first, save it as an image or some sort of photo, and then edit it and black it out. That's what this is. And this is the number of photos in that gallery. Y'all, this is madness. Candace, look at what you're going through to keep some stupid story flowing. We have no way of proving this screenshot came from somebody else's phone. No way of proving that. How would you prove that? You said check your message thread. Does it look like that? No, it doesn't. Mine's look like. Y'all tell me what y'all seeing in y'all iPhone. Everybody got an iPhone. Tell me what y'all seeing in y'all iPhones. So when, like, okay, let me do this. With my messages, it's going to have the profile at the top, right? And then it has the information, and then it's a date and time step next to the bubble. I cannot edit. If I click on the three little lines at the top, it gives me messages, spam, recently deleted, then manage filtering. It doesn't allow me to edit the actual text itself and redact information. I would have to screenshot this, save it as a photo in my gallery, and then edit the photo. Y'all tell me if y'all got to do the same thing. Because this is crazy. So who knows where this came from? Once again, it's the same cycle repeating itself, Candace. You're not proving to us that this person is real or that this screenshot of a message came from somebody's phone. We don't see a phone number, a profile name, nothing. And you're talking about something going back to October? You got over 240 images in this phone, and all this stuff is redacted out. So there's no way to even determine if this came from a real person. This is so crazy. This is definitely a screen capture. LC, I sent you how iMessages look. They don't even look the same. Exactly. Man, this is so crazy. Y'all minds don't look like that. This is so crazy. She's showing us yet another message. Oh, hell. Man, yep, and you got the keyboard at the bottom, y'all. So I'm looking at no replies. I'm not going to pull it up because I see a name. I'm looking at no replies. I want y'all to look at y'all iPhones. Go to your text messages and just pull up a message. It's going to have the name of the individual at the top. If it's saved as a name in your phone, it's going to have a name. It's going to give you the option if you have a camera on the right side. And then it's going to give you the body of the messages in each bubble, depending on who's talking. So if you sent the message, your bubble color is going to look different from the other person that received it or that you sent it to. And next to each bubble is going to have that date and time stamp. The keyboard is going to be at the bottom. So if she did a print screenshot, naturally she's going to crop that out. And what she did was redacted and blacked out the profile name at the top. And maybe there's a phone number underneath it. Because otherwise, I mean, if it's saved as the name, the number doesn't show up. Not on what I'm looking at with no reply. There's no number there. Y'all, this is crazy. It doesn't look anything like that. Look at your iPhones. Look at y'all text messages. Where's the date and time stamp here? So she captured this and redacted it and edited it. and actually expect people to believe that this is a real text that came from somebody. Like who? Who did it come from? Y'all, this is ridiculous. She's doing the same old crap again. Just throwing up messages talking about, oh, it's proof. No, it's not. We don't even know who this woman is. Oh my God.
Prints are all over what is happening. There is no doubt that your presence to Erika was a God moment for both of you.
Nuts.
I don't like it.
In the black part.
I don't like it.
You don't like the fact you keep lying and being deceptive.
Quick note to share. Hope to see you soon, Father. God bless.
Y'all, this is a whole, either this is an image or this is a whole nother set of messages here. Why is that redacted? We don't even know who this person is. This could be Candace literally texting George, and then she print screens it, crops out all the other stuff, the keyboard that should be at the bottom, and then redacts the top. We have no idea where this came from. Once again, she pulling the same old BS stunt she did with Mitch Snow.
And response, the father said, God bless. Thank you for sharing your wonderful words. God's fingerprints are all over what is happening. There is no doubt that your presence to Erika was a God moment for both of you. I don't like it. I don't like it.
But you keep lying like you.
There's this. We have to protect Erika. This is God. This is God. What happens thereafter, I like even less. The intermediary, the person that delivered the relic, another top fundraiser for Turning Point USA, offered that he was going to be in the Chicago area. That's where she lives, in Illinois. And he says, hey, I'm going to be there already. Obviously, Charlie's from Chicago. I'm sure that was true. But I'd love to pop in and see you. And, you know, we're all committed in this faith journey together. And that happens. And he meets her and he meets her father. And while he meets her, he then invites her to the big gala, the one at Mar-a-Lago, where they're going to raise like $42 million. And here's that message. He says, thank you for organizing dinner. It was great to spend time on the road with great Catholics. I had a wonderful time. And thank you for all the prayers, especially for Erika. Can I call you tomorrow regarding the gala? We would love to have you guys involved, but we can talk further. Erika repeated how much she loved meeting you. Again,
Candace made this up. Only she speaks like this. Yeah, I noticed the pattern, the speech pattern, the cadence in this. Candace made this up. And no one's obligated to believe that these are real because we don't even know who the hell these are allegedly coming from. And we all know that there are screenshots that are being edited. You can't make this up. Y'all, I thought I heard it all right now. She's still coming up with these cockamamie bull stories. Out of thin air, out of nowhere. And then what it does is it forces the person, this Stacey Sheridan person now, to have to come out and say, I don't know what the hell Candace is talking about. None of this makes sense. She's making this stuff up. There was some young lady there, but I highly doubt it's the same one she's talking about. How would I know what this woman sent over to someone else in a text message? And these are print screens that she can edit. Candace won't even let a full video play. She definitely is not going to sit here and actually expose a full message with the name and I don't even care about the phone number. Just the name and a photo of the individual. She can't even do that.
Why does this feel to me like manipulation? Like a bit of Erika really needed crazy. You. You know, you were sent from God to Erika with Stacey Sheridan in the middle of it. Okay. Well, here's what happens next. She gets a little nudge when she does go down to Mar-a-Lago. She knows nothing about Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach. And I find this part to be quite funny. Dark humor in this because I know everything about Mar-a-Lago. And it's like, you know, little Israel. It really is. And it's where a lot of the meetings take place. The Zionist donors, you know, PragerU doing a gala down there makes perfect sense. They do that. And they were all over this. Suddenly she's there and she's meeting a different Turning Point USA team. Like she meets them at this church. It's Catholic, but she notices there's no Catholic discussion or presence. Rather, you got Dr. Frank Turek, and apparently, according to her, he's on stage and he's hitting at the Judeo. They're now editing their message because they're in a room with Jews. And suddenly, we don't want to talk about the Catholicism. We don't want to talk about faith. We don't want to talk about relics. We don't want to talk about St. Michael. No, wrong crowd for this. Shabbat Shalom. Daddy's home. And so she says to the person she's with, she's like, what, you know, Why aren't you guys doing the Catholic stuff? I felt, this was such a strong.
How's Candace learn her speech? Candace, it must be that yeast infection time of the month. Y'all see when she starts lying, her words start to blur together. She starts talking really, really fast, and it just goes. It starts to blur and slur together. Why are you slurring your speech? This is so weird. You already showing us fake ass text messages. The least you can do is articulate. This is crazy.
On Catholic bond, and he kind of kicks the can down the road and says, "Oh, we're planning on doing stuff in the future." Like, not here. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom at Mar-a-Lago. And she's just like, no, something that this is not my thing. Over the, everyone's dressed in nines, and she's like, I don't have an issue with Israel, but this feels like something else than what I experienced. And then what happens is they follow up with her, and they keep following up with her because they're looking to have a check, pretty much. We'd love to have a call, leave another message for your dad. I look forward to getting y'all involved. I hope all is well. I want to set up time to visit and discuss further support. Are you available the 2nd or 3rd week of February? Hi, I want to touch base and check in. Let me know if we could schedule a call. And she kind of just leaves him on red because she realizes 3rd week of February. Hi, I want to touch base and check in. Let me know if we could schedule a call. And she kind of just leaves him on red because she realizes.
Yeah, those text messages look so cropped. It's so crazy.
We'd love to.
So you got a Thursday, January 6th at 11:48. Y'all see how big the little box is right here? The name can't be no more than what, 5 letters? Then you got Monday, January 12th at 1:07 p.m. So 6 days later. And then one that says Monday, as of this week, Monday. Hi. Y'all see how it starts off? I want y'all to pay attention to the speech pattern here. Hi. And then in the name. We don't know if it's an exclamation point or a period or nothing. And then it just starts into the next sentence. Y'all, this is so scripted. Candace, try harder, girl. You need to create a whole nother story. You need to come up with something else. This is so bogus. We don't have to trust that this came from a real person or anything. You and George playing on the phone is pathetic. And if you guys can listen, if she can edit and redact stuff out, you can easily edit transpire the information in the date and timestamp. Hell, these text messages could just be curated from somewhere, from some app. All of this could be typed up to look like a text message, and it's typed up. This is insane. Candace, the length you're willing to go through to come up with some dumb story. Well, we still don't know who this person is. And it would be your burden to tell us. You're the one bringing this nonsense up. Fake ass story, you making this stuff up and expecting people to believe it. No. Try again. Come up with something else. This is dumb.
Have a call, leave another message for your dad. I look forward to getting y'all involved. I hope all is well. I want to set up time to visit and discuss further support. Are you available the 2nd or 3rd week of February? Hi, I want to touch base and check in. Let me know if we could schedule a call. And she kind of just leaves him on red because she realizes, yeah, I think I was actually targeted. And she was targeted. But nothing.
Targeted
God,
by
let everything
how?
happen. What I will say is that God will not be mocked. God will not be mocked. I'm a Latter-day Saint on a Monday. I'm a Catholic on a Tuesday. I'm Shabbat Shalom on a Wednesday. God will not be mocked. I see this for what this is. And there are no surprises anymore for me. A turning point faith, the infiltration, it's very clear. And there is something so especially sinister about hijacking people's faith and their emotion. And when she expressed that, I normally, I'm a businesswoman, I have my guard up, but when it comes to faith and I'm thinking that this is all happening, I look back and I go, man, I didn't even process this, because you shouldn't have had to process that. No one should have had to have been thinking this way, that people were using our trauma and our emotions and our spirituality to manipulate us. Again, God will not be mocked. We'll take a break. I'll be right back. All right, you guys, there is a war on truth right now. You feel it and I feel it. Anyway, to, I guess, kind of stay in the same vein.
Yeah, she's literally making up a whole fake storyline just to bring in
Anyway,
a Stacey Sheridan.
I guess, kind of stay in the same vein. Frank Turek, I've invited him on the show many times. He gives me Rabbi Barclay, who I had that debate with when I was over the Daily Wire. And I don't dislike Frank Turek because it's just like they are interesting to hear them talk and explain things and kind of get incensed. And they seem worried about not what they're actually saying. Like there's something deeper that's triggering them. And he's been saying a lot about me, and I haven't said much about him. But I wanted to let you hear how he correlates me to Satan.
Show, you dogging
Take
him
a
out.
listen.
I think Candace Owens is completely lost any credibility when she's saying that certain dreams are where she's getting her information from. Okay. Yeah, there are dreams in the Bible, but there's always supernatural confirmation for those dreams. There's been no supernatural confirmation for Candace Owens' dreams. You can come up with any possibility you want. Possibilities are not evidence, ladies and gentlemen. We're supposed to follow evidence. And notice, I'll say this again. In fact, I just had a pastor. I was just talking to a pastor friend of mine. He's like, what do I say when, people are running down Erika Kirk? And I say the same thing that I say. Have you noticed that Jesus and the apostles say that Satan is a murderer, a slanderer, an accuser, a liar, and somebody that brings confusion? Have you noticed that we've had a murder, and then since then we've had slander, accusations, lies, and confusion? That's what spiritual warfare is, ladies and gentlemen. And for people who are slandering Erika and others, including me, and making accusations and lies and stirring up confusion without evidence, this is what Satan does.
Yep.
Okay, just a follow-up question, Doc. Like, what do we mean that I'm allowed to have a dream? He's like, yeah, no, that happens all the time in the Bible when he remembers that he has to be Christian. And then he's like, but there's supernatural
No. That's not how dreams and visions work in the Bible. Absolutely not. Candace, visions and dreams from God does not involve a deceased person. The Bible is very clear about you summoning the dead. It refers to it as an unfamiliar spirit, like a form of witchcraft. What is wrong with you? You think she could just Google Bible.com or org or whatever she trusts? She doesn't trust .com, so it has to be .org. Bible scripture, you can find an entire Bible online, various versions of the Bible online. Just Google it. You're talking about having a vision with someone who's deceased. That is not the same thing. When the angel of the Lord appeared unto Joseph, they came to him in a vision and said, we need you to take Mary as your wife. She's about to have a baby. We get it. It's not yours. But we want you to raise and take care of the child. He's going to be a great one. They didn't sit here and come to him talking about someone who died. He didn't have a vision about a deceased person. You can't make this up. Visions and dreams are oftentimes notated in the word as a form of communication, a way in which God was able to speak to someone or to reveal something to them. And the way God will confirm it would be through someone who would come along and send a message. Someone that had great wisdom that could help interpret dreams and visions. But they didn't involve people having visions with persons who were deceased. Yeah, this is so crazy. Joseph, that's right. Joseph, with the coat of many colors, interpreted dreams. Joseph interpreted the dreams of a king. When Nebuchadnezzar had those visions in the Bible, and he didn't understand it, God gave those same visions to Joseph. Joseph said, listen, I don't know exactly what you're talking about. I can't just interpret your visions. Let God give me the vision. And that's a form of confirmation as well. That way the king knew God truly gave him the vision because he gave him the same vision. But Joseph was able to use wisdom, and God helped him to interpret the king's visions. This girl sitting here talking about, oh, well, the Bible speaks of having vision. Not with dead people. It's unbelievable. So, and they're not reading this stuff. They're not reading the Word of God. It makes no sense. Even when Saul went to this so-called witch, he went to the witch. Samuel was like, why are you summoning me? That's not biblically aligned. You can't make this stuff up. So I don't, whatever Bible she's reading is not the same one we're reading. Candace, you're sitting here misquoting script. You're not even quoting scripture. You're just saying it's in the Bible. No, it's not. Not the visions and dreams you claim you're having. No, it is not. The devil is a liar, and so are you, Candace. Can't make this up. Yeah, keep making God mad.
Information. What do I have? What's the supernatural confirmation that we're looking for? What do you want me to say? I had a dream which happened, and then what am I supposed to say? Like Charlie appeared in my house. Like, I don't know what we're talking about. That doesn't even make sense. So I just pivots and then starts going, Shane's a murderer.
Of course it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, we're kind of trying to figure out who murdered Charlie Kirk. Welcome to the show, Dr. Frank Turek. We're aware. Murder, when you see that act of murder, you see it in broad daylight, there's probably like a synagogue of Satan hiding behind it. And you guys just don't seem interested at all in going on this journey to figure out who killed Charlie Kirk, which is giving us a little bit of intuition that something's amiss. Again, going back to the example of Kobe Bryant's wife, suing she didn't trust nobody. Everybody was getting sued. Okay. And I didn't even agree with some of her lawsuits.
Exactly.
But darn if I didn't agree with the emotion of like a woman who feels like there needs to be justice served somehow for my loss. What would we have said if, I don't know, it would have been kind of weird if she, as soon as the helicopter thing, I forgive them. I forgive everybody involved. Everybody's like, you got to get to forgiveness. You do have to get to forgiveness. And I'm sure that she's there now, but immediately after, you're skipping all the other phases of grief. You instantly accepted what happened within 5 days, maybe even sooner, that Charlie was gone. I don't know. I welcome this discussion with you. But yeah, Satan is a liar. We're tracking the Turning Point USA lies. You are basically confirming for us that everything that we're looking at is satanic. Kind of what we've been saying, right? I've been saying this is no longer about left versus right. This is good versus evil. And you're upset with us for pointing out the lies at the same time that you're calling people Satan. What am I accusing you of? Lying? Where is the evidence?
Candace, you are lying.
In the history of the world has been more evidence than Candace Owens. There's just so much evidence. And then you get caught in the lies. I show text messages, I show timelines, and there's like, they concede the points, and then it's just over. They're like back to like, all she's doing is dreaming.
But you typing up this stuff. That doesn't mean it is evidence. You typing up something does not make it evidence. Candace, show us proof of your 2 degrees. Post up your degrees from a real accredited school, not a degree mill. I think Candace used a degree mill, like Richie Rashad. Yeah. I think Candace got her 2 degrees from the degree mill that Richie Rashad uses to get all his damn degrees that are all fake. You want to show some evidence, Candace? Post up your 2 degrees you claimed you earned from a real accredited school.
She's doing it. She hasn't showed us any proof
it's
whatsoever.
Not evidence.
What are we doing? Why do I feel like we're on a hamster wheel with these people? How much more evidence? I have presented so much more evidence than the FBI ever did against Tyler Robinson that they're the accusers. How about they convicted him when Erika said on stage, I forgive you. You're forgiving him, which implies that he's guilty. So who is the accuser? Who is the liar? Who is the person that you are saying?
What'd she say?
Does any proof whatsoever? What are we doing? Why do I feel like we're on a hamster wheel with these people? How much more evidence? I have presented so much more evidence than the FBI ever did against Tyler Robinson that they're the accusers. How about
the FBI, not the accusers? It's the state of Utah. The state of Utah is spearheading the investigation, not the FBI. You can't make this up. Why does she keep saying that? She came back after the meeting with Erika Kirk and said it is not the FBI spearheading the investigation. It is the state of Utah. Prosecutors in the state of Utah are spearheading it. What are you still expecting from the FBI right now? You've already said it is the state of Utah. Why do you keep going back to the FBI thing? You know why? Because our audience are incompetent and they don't have brains and they want to keep blaming the feds for something. She continues to go along with it as opposed to just telling them, y'all, the FBI is not spearheading this investigation. Stop talking about the feds. This is not a case spearheaded by the feds. That can be factually proven. This is madness.
They convicted him when Erika said on stage, I forgive you. You're forgiving him, which implies that he's guilty.
Huh?
So who is...
You're forgiving him, which implies that he's guilty? So the presumption of innocence doesn't work well in her world either. Yet another concept you don't understand, Candace. Yeah, okay, bye. Bye, Felicia. That's why you're not going to get a look at the evidence, because we don't need you tainting the jury pool. We already know you don't care about it.
The accuser.
Bye.
Who is the liar? Who is the person that you are saying is evil in all of this?
You
the person
are
trying to find out who killed Charlie Kirk, who's willing to sit down publicly with all of you. All of you.
Who pulled the trigger on the gun, Candace? You're doing this as a PR strategy. Who pulled the trigger on the gun if you don't believe Tyler Robinson did it? You're not getting us any closer to that. You're not getting us any closer to answering that question. Who do you believe and what evidence do you have to show proof that someone else pulled the trigger on the gun? 5 months of this BS, and you cannot tell us who pulled the trigger on the gun?
At the same time, if you'd like. For as long as
No,
you like.
y'all better ignore the hell out of her.
Or is the people that are engaged in a cover-up, lying to the public and gaslighting the public because they have a lot of money. People that are firing employees without cause. Do some loyalty tests because they're talking to Uber drivers.
She thinks this
you guys
is a
are
joke.
behaving like you're guilty.
Yo.
You can spend it away to hide that. So if you have good intentions and you are a well-meaning person, if you are a well-meaning,
do not agree to go on her show. She's doing this as a PR stunt. You'll be giving her content. She's running out of content. Candace, it's time for you to pick up a book and read, and then, do some research and reporting. Or you can just continue to be a gossip blogger. Isn't that what they call it? Gossip columnist. A gossip blogger. And just keep talking about, the Beckham son's wedding. Whatever.
Being pastor, I don't know what it takes now to be a pastor. It seems like all you have to do is have some feelings and like a few proverbs. But if you are well-intended, I don't see why you wouldn't take me up on the invite to come on the show. I send it to you again.
They don't owe you that.
I send it to you and any of your homies at TPUSA to come on the show. You should be able to embarrass me. It's very easy, by the way, to sit down with a liar. That's like fun. When someone's lying through their teeth, the truth doesn't fear sitting down with a lie. So let me know if you'd like to do it. Anyway, guys, I do want to also touch briefly before I get some of your comments on this Don Lemon arrest. Like objectively, no, I should say like to do it. Anyway, guys, I do want to also touch briefly before. Who is the liar? Who is the person that you are saying is evil in all of this? The person trying to find out who killed Charlie Kirk, who's willing to sit down publicly with all of you at the same time.
That's a damn lie, because when they told you to go fly out to Phoenix, you didn't want to do it. You remember the part where you said that George told you no? Of all the times for his closeted behind to speak out, somehow he only speaks out when it comes to you going to Phoenix. But then you make 4.5 hours of time space. You set 4.5 hours of time aside to meet up with Erika Kirk in Tennessee. But you couldn't put your ass on a plane and go fly out to Phoenix to go face her and all the rest of them at TPUSA. You would have been able to face all of them at once out there at Phoenix. You chickened out, you coward. You spineless coward. You wouldn't even fly out to go see them in person in Phoenix. You're a coward. They need to ignore you and just sue you and keep living. Isn't that what you want, Candace? Sue me. I want the peanut power. I want all the smoke. Yeah, because it's good for her ratings and views. Ignore her.
If you like, for as long as you like. Or is the people that are engaged in a cover-up, lying to the public and gaslighting the public because they have a lot of money. People that are firing employees without cause.
Funny how all that
through some
describes
loyalty
Candace.
tests because they're talking to Uber drivers.
$244 million.
You guys are behaving like you're guilty and like you can spend it away to hide that. So if you have good intentions and you are a well-meaning person, if you are a well-meaning pastor, I don't know what it takes now to be a pastor. It seems like all you have to do is have some feelings and like a few proverbs. But if you are well-intended, I don't see why you wouldn't take me up on the invite to come on the show. I extend it to you again. I've done it multiple times. But I extend it to you and any of your homies at TPUSA to come on the show. You should be able to embarrass me. It's very easy, by the way, to sit down with a liar. That's like fun. When someone's lying through their teeth, the truth doesn't fear sitting down with a lie.
The truth doesn't fear sitting down with a lie. Why should he even take time out of his day to do that? It's just dumb. Why does the lie have to exist in the first place? See, Candace, anything you can do, I'm going to stomp all over it. Why does the lie have to exist in the first place? Why should they have to come to you to try to prove you wrong? You're trying to set up a dumbass debate. That will be a stupid conversation with you. There's nothing they can say to persuade Candace and the cult members either way. It would be a dumb conversation. It'll be a waste of their time. When you can just stop lying. Stop coming up with these dumb stories and find something else to talk about. You're running out of content, Candace. You're still trying to throw blood and mud and meat to your base. At some point, they're just going to go somewhere else to find food. They're not going to come back to you at all. Because they're going to realize this idiot has nothing to offer. Go talk about Scientology, Candace.
So let me know if you'd like to do it. Anyway, guys, I do want to also touch briefly before I get to your comments on this Don Lemon arrest. Like, objectively, no, I should say subjectively, it's funny. Of course it's funny. Don Lemon, the idea of Don Lemon being in prison is funny. But objectively, him being put in prison because Pam Bondi wanted a headline. Pam Bondi, can we get the Epstein files? Yes or no? Like, can you actually arrest some of these people in society that are harming children? I feel like right now, the DOJ has become like that show Reno 911. Is that what it is? It's called Reno 911. I think it's called Reno 911. It all just feels really fake and ridiculous. People are dressed up and they're like knocking down doors. Like Christy Nome knocking down doors and she's got long extensions and makeup and like we're back and Pam Bondi's like, and we're here to arrest the people that criticize Zionism on college campuses. And now we're like going after Don Lemon because in case you missed the backstory of this, Don Lemon is annoying. He's been annoying his entire life. And should you go to prison for being annoying your entire life? Maybe in a sane world when I'm the dictator of the United States. Yeah, maybe. We don't live in that world right now, okay? We live in a world where journalists...
Did she just say when she's a dictator of the United States? You can't make this up.
For Don Lemon, because in case you missed the backstory of this, Don Lemon is annoying. He's been annoying his entire life. And should you go to prison for being annoying your entire life? Maybe. In a sane world when I'm the dictator of the United States? Yeah, maybe. We don't live in that world right now, okay? We live in a world...
I'm the dictator of the United States. Heifer, let me tell you something. We will beat your ass before we sit here and let you think you're going to be dictator of the United States. We're not playing with you. Especially when you're telling people in the military it's okay to go AWOL. Are you out of your mind? Candace said, when I become dictator of the United States, I told you all she's a cult leader. Now do you all believe me? No one refers to themselves as a dictator or anything. That's not even something you're going to let come out of your mouth. That's not a joke. It's not funny. That shows her state of mind. She wants to control people. She wants people to bend to her will. You and your dumb coat will definitely get the hell up out of here before we ever let you think you finna be dictator of the United States of America. The hell you will. Candace, we will beat your ass. You kidding me? Oh, we will beat her ass before we sit here and let her think she's going to be dictator of the United States of America. No. What? Y'all, you just can't make this stuff up.
After Don Lemon, because in case you missed the backstory of this, Don Lemon is annoying. He's been annoying his entire life. And should you go to prison for being annoying your entire life? Maybe. In a sane world, when I'm the dictator of the United States, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, when I'm the dictator of the United States, Candace, you know how many Americans you would have to go through to get to that point. We're going to beat your ass. Do you understand me? In old school style with a belt. You can't make this up. Hell would have to freeze over 16 times 1,000 before you become dictator. 16,000 times to the 12th power. With 3 more sun revolutions before she becomes dictator of the United States. What? What is she trying to say? She's been thinking about becoming president. Candace, you will never be president. I'm going to tell you that right now. You're talking about checking off the box and becoming first Black woman and the first woman president of the U.S. It will not be you. Candace, we will beat the shit out of you. Oh, my God. No way in hell Candace would ever make it to that point. You're out of your mind. Kanye West couldn't even get votes. What was she thinking? Girl, you don't sit your little ass down.
We don't live in that world right now, okay? We live in a world where journalists are allowed to be annoying, and they were basically upset because what's happening in Minnesota is a bunch of protesters figured out that there is a pastor that works with ICE, right? And so they've gone in to protest his church, and Don Lemon sort of went around and started asking a bunch of questions, but Don Lemon in general doesn't love church and doesn't love Christians, as we figured this out when he was speaking to me of like, what do you think about homosexual marriage? You know, he's got some chips on his shoulder about it in general, so he's there generally to be annoying. There's no excuse for Don Lemon. But the arrest of him after, and we can show you a clip of him here at this protest, is pure theater. It is pure FBI, DOJ, look over here theater, because we have actually been inefficient the entire time that we've been in office. We are actually doing nothing but trying to grab headlines rather than to actually solve crimes that are being committed mostly by us, okay? This is a clip of Don Lemon just being Don Lemon at this church and being annoying.
Us who? As in the United States?
We're here to worship.
She wants to be dictator.
Jesus, because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me though.
We're here to worship Jesus. Yes. That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why we're here. That's what we're about.
Do you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
and love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them?
No one is willing to talk.
Okay.
I have to take care of my church and my family, so I ask that you actually would also leave this building.
You don't want us to
Unless you're here to worship. Let's be here to worship.
I'm always worship. I'm a Christian.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship. Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So that's one of the pastors of the church. And it's kind of loud, so I can't hear him. But they're still there.
I would have
This is
walked
annoying.
right out.
Don Lemon, obviously, his head belongs in a toilet. He deserves a swirly. And if you elect me dictator, I will do it. I promise to do that. But in the meantime, Pam Bondi...
She wants to be dictator. This is the second time she done said being dictator. Candace, you won't even make governor. No one should even let her be a councilman. If you are elect Candace to do anything in politics, you deserve whatever comes your way. I promise you that. They shouldn't even elect her to do anything on a local level. She keeps saying dictator. Get your bum ass out of our country. Girl, bye, Felicia. We will deport you before you think you're going to be dictator of the United States of America. Why does she keep saying this? You dumbass cult leader. Why don't you and your cult go on to Russia? It's your dream. It's your aspiration. We are not stopping you. What you will not be is dictator of this country. She must be crazy. Y'all, Candace is high as hell. Oh, something. This girl got sugar booger, that yeast infection acted up. It's on this menstruation cycle. Y'all, so much is happening in her body and her mind is just good. It's kerfluffled. You know what she said, kerfluffled? Y'all, There's no way on God's green earth that will let you be dictator of this country. Honestly, if they elect her to be anything in Tennessee, shame on them. But you'll have coming, whatever you got coming your way, you get it. You're going to get it all. This girl is not, she's not saying, oh, I want to be a legislator. I want to help pass laws, you know, and represent people who believe in doing what's right and blah, blah, blah. She said dictator twice. That's not going to happen, Candace. We have an army, and we'll make sure we show you that we're not for play. You're out of your rabbit ass mind. Yeah. Candace obviously she's got rabies or something. She's acting like a wild animal right now talking about dictator. You can't make this up. Candace, we won't let that happen. You understand that. What? And Tefla's telling people to go AWOL in our U.S. military. This is the same person who will never, ever let her kids go to the military either. And she's got, what, 3 boys? Hell no. She don't want no draft. She don't want her kids going anywhere. Talking about America first, though. Funny how that works. But she wants to be dictator. That's not even a joke, y'all. Oh, my God. You can't make this up. She's just laughing this off. Like, yeah, I'm just going to be ruler of all. I've come to take over your planet. Candace, Blexit your ass off of Earth. Leave our planet alone. And if you don't leave in peace, yeah, Space Force will come for you. You can't make this up. This is for... and you're talking about moving to Russia? Candace, let me tell you why other countries will not allow a dictator to rule over the U.S. It's because it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. That you talking about throwing off power. Candace, you won't even be a local mayor. I'm just going to let you know that. And like I said, if Tennessee elects you to be a councilwoman or a mayor or whatever in the state, they deserve whatever horrible happens to them for putting your ass in that position, knowing damn well you can barely read. This guy said, I want to be dictator. Woo, child. You can't make this up. Y'all, this is priceless. Where the hell is George at? George, get your ass out this country. Take your wife with you. Go on back. Go on somewhere. Just go. Go to Russia, the UK, go to Spain, Australia. Try it again. We don't care. Just get the hell on. Go to South America. As a matter of fact, why don't you all go over and take over Jonestown, the People's Town? You know, because that was a cult. Just go take over that land area and start your own little country. Get out of here. This girl really thinks she's going to be dictator or something in the United States. Girl.
Grab headlines, who's equally as annoying and who also kind of needs a swirly. If we're being honest, they both kind of need a swirly. Oh, we're not doing this for Christianity. Shut up, Pam Bondi. Just shut up. Okay. You protected Jeffrey Epstein. If you never speak again, that would be fine. We would all be okay with that. You know, at the end of the day, we know what this is. Everything, literally
coming from the woman who wants to be dictator.
So we'll take a brief break and I'll come back and answer some of your comments. All right, you guys, it seems like
this is so dumb. Candace. Yeah. This is ridiculous. Yeah. There's no way to the cult members. Let me explain something to you all. Don't think y'all can't catch it either. We will beat y'all ass before y'all think y'all gonna sit here and help Candace Owens become dictator of this country. Child boo. We know how to mobilize some troops. We're gonna take y'all asses down and be done with it. You kidding me? I can't believe it. She said that twice. Like she really means that. Somebody would give him a swirly. Who talks like that? Candace, I thought you were 36 years old on Earth. She might be 3,955 on her planet, but here on Earth, you're 36. My 13-year-old doesn't even say swirlies. What the hell is wrong with you? She's talking about taking a person's head and flushing it down the toilet. As if that'll ever happen. No, you're just flushing that nasty ass toilet water in their face. That's all you're doing. She wants somebody to catch E. coli. You can't make this up. Candace, you're disgusting. Her yeast infection is on this menstrual cycle. That's what's happening here. Candace is cranky. That explains the puffiness in her cheeks and nowhere else. It's that time of the month. That yeast infection said, I've got cramps. I've got a headache. I'm bloated. Leave me alone. Oh, my God. Y'all. Oh, that yeast infection is immune to monostat 7. We need something stronger. Candace, that's why she's doing all this sugar booger and angel dust. You can't make this up. Candace is high as hell. I think she's gonna be dictator. He's saying it so casually. That and swirly whirly, supercalifragilistic, and then she just butchered the rest of it. I've never heard that in my time. Putting up fake text messages, reading fake emails, her George playing on the phone. You can't, yeah, this is priceless. Candace, sit your bum ass down somewhere, go. You can't make this up. Hold on, y'all. I thought I had that. I'm just getting delirious because I haven't slept in over 25 hours. It's been well over 24 hours. This is going to 48. You can't make this stuff up. You just can't make this stuff up. And just the stuff that comes out of her mouth. Did y'all hear that? Okay. Yeah, okay. Think you're gonna be dictator here if you want to, Candace. We'll beat your ass first and then we'll ship you somewhere, wherever. You just got to go. Yeah, anybody here from Canada? Y'all want Candace? Because she going. Canada or Mexico, pick one. I say send her to a whole nother continent, but that's me. Like if I could send her to Greenland, I would. Bye. I don't think Russia would take her. Anybody in Canada or Mexico want Candace? Let us know. Send us the address you want us to ship her to. You're going to have to get your ass on before you think you're going to be dictator. Candace. Y'all, she said that to make me mad. Candace, I find it hilarious. You think we won't put hands on you. Girl, bye. Canadians have TDS. It's hilarious. Yeah. Send her to the Arctic. Send her to the Arctic. Yeah, when ice. Y'all, comment of the day right here. Shout out to Melinda, y'all. Put Melinda in the chat. She's got comment of the day. Comment of the day. Oh, send her ass to the Arctic so she can figure out when I smells. Oh, that's good stuff right there. Well done, Melinda. Well done. Oh, that's funny. Oh, so y'all got to know that slush confuses the hell out of Candace Owens. She's like, is it water? Is it ice? Is it in between? What is it? She doesn't know what slush is at all. That's not a concept she's familiar with. It. She doesn't know the freezing temperature of water. Slush is going to just throw her in for a loop. I'm so confused. I don't know. Has it frozen? Is it still water? I mean, what do we call it? You know, is it the liquid phase or the solid phase? Which phase is it? It's almost like it's transitioning and it just never really got there. Like that's how she thinks about slush. Oh my God. Oh, y'all. What's with the comments? Faded look. Oh, man. That faded look, y'all. My freeze frames are epic. Oh, Candace. Oh, you will never be dictator. You can kiss our ass. Okay? Just want you to know that. Period. No. I don't even know why you joking like that. Child boo. After telling people to go AWOL in the military. Girl, bye, Felicia. All right, y'all. Appreciate you all for tuning in, hanging out with me. We're going into 5 hours and 34 minutes. You guys are awesome. Oh, let me make sure we got all the supers up in here. Carol sits the $2 super. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $19.99 super. Pat Brooks. Shout out to you, honey. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Wyoming gal, shout out to my fantastic mods. Y'all are awesome. Wyoming gal sent the $10 super. Lady Luck, there is a righteous reason why he goes off on her, and he explains. Oh, good. Good. Wyoming gal again with the $5 super. Jay Witt was turning over the tables in the temple. Okay. Y'all, the one time the Bible reflects Jesus getting angry and mad and actually showing it was because they defiled the house of prayer and turned it into a den of thieves. So Jesus went in and he just went ham on it. Flipped over the tables, let all the birds out the cage, and said, how dare you sell fish sandwiches and pickles and dye and silk? Like he just went in. Well done. He didn't have to do it anymore either. He only did it once. I told Jay Witt not to feel bad about it. Like Wyoming gal. That's the thing. You know, I don't think she took it at, oh, he just going off on me. I think she understood that she was just frustrating him because she's saying stupid stuff. She was being hypocritical, beating around the bush and deflecting. I mean, that's the worst thing you can do when you're just trying to have a debate and dialogue, is to sit here and do all this deflection. It's almost like, why are we doing this? You know? So I understood where he was coming from. And I told him he better than me because I wouldn't even last that long. Child. Shout out to Wyoming gal, y'all. Shout out to Wyoming gal. Thank you again, Carol, for the $2 super. Still love LLC and Jay Witt. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for your generosity. Melinda gifted 5 memberships, so you guys make sure you take advantage of that and enjoy it. And we've got Melinda with comment of the day, y'all. Shout out to you, Melinda, honey. Send her to the Arctics so she can figure out when I smells. She'll be there for the rest of her life. Oh, we needed this laugh, y'all. We needed to end on this laughter. I just, oh, child. When she said dictate, she's like, yeah, I'm going to say this because I know it's going to piss off Lady Luck Club. Candace, it's not going to piss me off. Even after I'm done beating your ass, I'm still going to laugh at you and walk away. And then we still going to ship your ass up out of here. We're shipping you out of our country. There's no way we're going to condone you being a dictator. You're out of your mind. Chabu. Stop doing that sugar booger. It's tearing up your cheekbones. I mean, I don't even know what else to tell you. It's not like you have a brain, Candace. Good God. Your story sucks as well. Stop lying about these text messages. We know they're not real. Oh, y'all. Thank y'all so much. We had a good time. Look out for the notification for tomorrow with the collab with Jay Witt, going over the, I guess, conversation he had with a subscriber of his named Peter. And I'm going to do a separate live about Scientology, you all. We got to do it. I want to go over the interview that Jenna Miscavige did. And then, of course, Leah Remini did another documentary that I want to check out. So that'll be our live for tomorrow. Just to kind of give our brains a break with the Candace stuff. You know, we got to have a refresher in all of that. And I'm going to try my best to get in an Umar live stream. All right. So y'all be on the lookout for those notifications. We'll set up the joint live stream with Jay Witt for tomorrow evening. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you guys so much for your generosity and your support. I appreciate all of you. And I will hear from you all tomorrow. Until then, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.